Here we go. We are ready to roll. Hello, Michael. Hello, Oliver. Welcome to the chat. We're going to do something a little new today. We're going to do a long, rambling live stream about user comments and any other random shit on my mind. Here we go. Wait, I guess that's what we do every time, isn't it? So I guess we're going to do the same thing that we always do. But it'll be fun. It'll be exciting. It'll be new. It'll be exotic. It'll be different. Maybe. Or maybe not. Who knows? We'll see. But if you guys are here already, you know how we roll anyway. So I assume that you're here for the effery. I think that you you know what you're in for. Let me get my situation. Let me make sure I'm situated properly here. Can I type right? You think I would have done this in like long time before, but no matter how much time I spend prepping, it seems like once I go live, I have 3 new thoughts that pop into my head about getting things situated. New glasses. They're not new. I've had these glasses longer than a lot of my other glasses, but I don't think I've ever worn them on a video or a live stream. I don't normally wear glasses on the videos at all, as far as the pre-recorded stuff. Although I've started changing that. I normally when I'm doing a video, like I have notes in front of me that I want to go off of, or sometimes I even have a script. And in order to get the script, I will have everything on there like super big because I got to be able to see it. But then other times, lately I've been thinking, you know what, screw it. Maybe I'll just wear glasses in the videos. It's all right. John, are you joining us right off the bat today?
Yes.
John must be excited. John's like ready to go. He's like, yes, I am here. I couldn't wait.
Oh no, I have a crazy question for you if you want to look it up for me.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, I have several verses, and these are containing to Satan.
Okay. Right away, I'm kind of curious how much they're pertaining to. Although you've been going through Revelation, so is that where we're going today? Revelation.
Well, actually, I've diverted for a little bit. There's some questions I'd like to ask about Satan.
Okay.
I don't think he's the bad guy.
That is a reasonable perspective, and to be fair, I'm not trying to cut you off here because I do want to hear what you want to talk about, but I'll just use that as a quick launch to say that amongst when I was a Christian and amongst my more reasonable Christian friends, you know, the people that could think for themselves and we're not beholden to dogma. I mean, the question of whether or not Satan is a bad guy is a reasonable question. It really is. But go ahead. I want to hear what verses do you want to go through?
All right. There's Genesis. Genesis chapter 1, or is it chapter 2?
I assume you're talking about chapter 3, or is it chapter 2?
Yeah, it could be chapter 3.
Yeah. Okay.
It's the one with the serpent.
Right. Okay. Do you want to give me the others now, or do you want me to pull that one up? Do you want me to just pull them up in order as you bring them up?
Well, if I knew the actual order or which one these were actually in, it would have to be all the ones that Satan had a conversation with God and Jesus.
Well, there's certainly So Genesis. I mean, first of all, starting with Genesis is, in my humble opinion, problematic to start with because now I realize that you're not a believer like a lot of other people. So you may not be looking at this from a dogmatic perspective. I'm sure you'll probably already know what I'm going to say, but the whole idea of Satan even existing in Genesis or in the Garden of Eden at all is a much later convention that was brought about in the Neoplatonic era of Judaism, around the time of the New Testament. So, I think you know this already, but I'll just say it to be clear. Satan is not referenced anywhere in Genesis at all. Of course,
No, he's
to
not.
even say that we're talking about Satan, you have to make the assumption that we're equating serpent equals Satan. And then even then, if we would say, fine, the serpent is Satan, there is no place in Genesis where the serpent and Satan have a conversation. Now, when at the point that God, it goes like this, and I can pull it up on the screen, but it goes like this. God talks to Adam, says, don't touch the tree. Then later on, we see that Eve, the text never tells us that Adam spoke to Eve and said, don't touch this, but we can assume that happened, all right? So the next thing we know is when we're introduced to the serpent is talking to Eve, and then after the fall, then God doesn't talk to the serpent so much as he curses him. I mean, we could pick nits about whether passing a curse on someone is the same as talking to you. Okay, but there's never a point in Genesis where the serpent and God, Yahweh, are having a conversation.
Right. But if you ever noticed, he never mentions his name.
Well, he never mentions his name for a couple of clear reasons. First of all, because it's not about Satan. It's about a fucking serpent, all right? And like I said, this is why... and I'm pulling this up on screen here. So, Genesis 3, I have it on screen. I don't know if you can see the screen or not, but for the rest of the viewers, it starts off with, now the serpent was more crafty than any other wild animal that the Lord God had made. And then it goes through the process I was talking about where, the serpent talks to the woman. For what it's worth, God's first communication to any humans in the Bible is a lie, because God told them that that if you eat of this tree on that day you shall die, and then according to the text itself that never happens. It's a lie. And then the serpent talks to the woman, and the serpent does not lie. The serpent tells her the truth, which is that you surely won't die. And then, so the reason that they never mention Satan here, first of all, is because Satan does not exist in Genesis. In order to put Satan here, you have to go along with the post hoc doctrine, which claims that the serpent is Satan, even though the people that wrote this, the culture that wrote this, don't feel that this is Satan. Jews, the old school Jews never thought that this was Satan. And then on top of that, not only does it not say Satan here, but you also have to remember that Satan doesn't really exist in the Hebrew Bible. Certainly not in the way that we in modern Christian terms think of Satan. But even beyond that, there are several places in the Hebrew Bible where they use the word Satan. Satan is the Hebrew word for accuser. So like in Job, for example, the common old interpretation of Job is that it's Satan, the big Satan, like with a capital S. But the original Hebrew has the article in front of it. So it doesn't, you remember I said that Satan means accuser, right? So the Hebrew doesn't say that they're talking to Satan, capital S, like a proper name. It says they're talking to the accuser, which is presumed to be a member of the divine council. So anyway, I'm getting off on tangents here, but I wanted to say that this is why Satan is not here, because he's literally not in the fucking book. He's not in Genesis. He's not referenced. That's why there's no mention of Satan in this passage, because the only way that you can assume that this is Satan is if you just decide on your own, because your priest told you, or because you feel it makes you feel good, that this represents Satan. Now, the only thing I will say about that, to be fair, is that by the time of Jesus, there was a common interpretation of it amongst observant people who had come to view the serpent in Genesis as Satan. So I'm bringing this up because I don't want to misrepresent this and make it sound like, well, we can't, we made this up 50 years ago in the U.S. in evangelical church. That's not true. People that wrote the Old Testament, people that wrote the New Testament, like Paul probably would have been very comfortable with the idea that the serpent was Satan. But even then, it's not in the book. It's something that you have to wallpaper over it based on your own doctrinal and theological understanding.
Okay.
So do you want to talk more about Genesis, or do you want to go through some other verses?
Some other verses.
Okay.
I don't know what the next one would be other than Job.
So Job is one, probably the clearest one that we can talk about is from Chronicles, but let's look at Job next.
Okay. The one in Job, from what I can, my understanding on that one, which I'm not supposed to go on my own understanding, but did he hurt Job in any way?
Yes. So, I mean, first of all, it depends on how technical we're getting about hurt, right? Because you kill your kids, I would call that hurting. But but I guess if we're going to, we could lawyer that and say, well, that's not technically hurting Job. But Job was also afflicted with boils. Job was physically stricken down. He wasn't killed, but everything, and then on top of that, of course, he lost his home, he lost his wealth, but probably, I would argue that the worst thing that happened to Job is that all of his kids died. But whether or not we want to call that hurting Job or not, we could pick nits on that one, right? But let's pull up here.
Well,
where we have,
because from what I saw on another show, it talked about the ways Satan did things. I was just curious if he actually did anything in Job, because I don't know if it really mentions anything about what he did in Job.
Well, okay. First of all, just to be absolutely clear, I would say I feel very strongly that Satan, at least from a modern Christian perspective, doesn't exist in Job. So look at this passage here. Like when you read other versions like the King James or something, what I'm about to read to you will say Satan. But I'm, of course, reading from the New Revised Standard Version, which I have definitely come to believe, if you want to know the best interpretation of what the original text says or what they were trying to say, usually the NRSV is one of the best damn versions you can read. And this is where the idea comes that this is Satan, okay? So I'm starting at verse 6 here. On one day the heavenly beings, and this is really a reference to the divine council, but whatever. One day the heavenly beings came to present themselves before the Lord, and the accuser also came among them. Now in other translations where it says here, the accuser, it will say Satan. Because again, the Hebrew word for this is Satan, but the way that this exists in the Hebrew is with the article, meaning, like if your last name is Smith, right? Right. If I say that Smith walked into a room and I just say Smith by itself and it has a capital S, we all know in modern parlance that means that's your name. Your name is Smith. But if I say the Smith walked into the room, well then, it's just lowercase s. And to be fair, ancient Hebrew didn't have capital or lowercase letters. But you see what I'm saying here is that we have conventions to identify a proper noun versus a normal noun. So if you said that Smith walked into the room with a capital S, we assume that means some person named Smith. But if we say the Smith walked into the room, we assume that someone who has the occupation of being a Smith walked into the room. So this passage here doesn't say Satan like a proper name. It says the accuser. So the context of this is, evangelicals won't tell you this, but the context of this really comes down to this. This is a story that starts off with Yahweh and the other heavenly beings, because notice it starts by saying one day the heavenly beings. So the inference here is that they're at the divine council. The divine council was this old pre-Judaic idea of the divine entities. You can think of it like Mount Olympus, right? It was like Mount Olympus for Jews, for Hebrews. Just like Mount Olympus was where you had a whole bunch of gods hanging out and talking to each other. The divine council was the pre-Semitic version of this in the ancient Levant. And at this council, Yahweh and these other heavenly beings came to present themselves before Yahweh. And the accuser also came among them. So these other heavenly beings, and oh, by the way, look who's here too, the accuser. And the way that this is used is kind of like, you can think of it like being a prosecuting attorney, right? So you could say, why is there an accuser in the divine council in the first place? Well, the idea is that in this divine council, supposedly you have someone there who's kind of there for the purpose of calling you out on your shit. You know, someone who's there to try to make the case against you. Just like a prosecuting attorney may not dislike you personally, but their job is to make a case against you. So in this case, you have the accuser, and notice it says again, like the Lord Yahweh said to the accuser, not Satan, where have you come from? And the accuser, not Satan, answered Yahweh, from going to and fro on the earth and walking up and down on it. The Lord said to the accuser. So you get the point here that throughout the entire book of Job, there is no point at which they ever make it sound like the use of accuser is actually a proper noun. Every single time it just sounds like it's an occupation.
Okay, is there a part in that passage where it says where the accuser it's, if I remember this correctly, he says he doesn't need to be up here because something about he's not a sinner. I'm probably speculating there, but Yahweh says he is a sinner. Is there anything in that passage?
No, I'm going to say no. I think you're mixing some things up. First of all, I want to, not to interrupt you, but I want to just make a couple of quick acknowledgments here while I see this coming up on the board. So first of all, thank you to Michael for the tip, brother. I appreciate that very much. It's always appreciated. And then second, I want to give a big shout out to our friend Dade Murphy here for gifting 5 Skepticus memberships to the crew. So thank you very much, Dade. I appreciate that so much. Much love to you, brother. So I'm sorry, but continuing on, John. So you were asking, is there a place where he says he doesn't need to be up here because he's not a sinner? Well, that would, I'm not sure exactly what you're getting at. That would imply that Job ever got up there, and Job never did. I mean, at the time he died, you know, maybe he did, but the point is, during the entire saga of Job throughout this book, Job never dies. Job's on earth the entire time.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out who this man was that they were talking about last night.
Do you have another passage or verse that I can reference?
Because what I'm trying to do is find some truth in Satan is that he acts more like the good guy here than the bad guy. And the other one is where he's in the wilderness for 40 days.
Right. So by the time you get to the wilderness for 40 days, there it is actually referring to Satan. Okay. And with a capital S. And whether, you know, what he did to Jesus, I mean, he didn't physically do anything to him. He just tempted him, right, with things. So, you know, you could argue that's a shitty thing to do. Like if you're a drug addict, it's shitty to put drugs in front of you and say, hey, don't you want some drugs, right? So, but even in the wilderness, Satan never did anything to Jesus. He didn't whip him. He didn't take anything from him. He didn't kill his loved ones. He didn't do anything to him at all other than to tempt him. That's all he did. But there it is Satan. In Job, the accuser, I would tell you very clearly that this is not Satan in any normal modern respect. But in this case, the accuser is, in my humble opinion, not a good entity. But then again, neither is Yahweh. Because look at how this whole thing starts, right? It says, let me read this whole thing. I'm going to put it back up on the screen. It says, one day the heavenly beings came to present themselves before the Lord, and the accuser also came among them. The Lord said to the accuser, where have you come from? The accuser answered the Lord, from going to and fro on the earth and from walking up and down on it. So in other words, this accuser is apparently someone who wanders around the earth looking for something. The Lord said to the accuser, have you considered my servant Job? So the fact that the Lord immediately pops in with this question saying, have you considered my servant Job, implies heavily that the accuser was essentially going around the earth, scouring and looking for people that would somehow undermine Yahweh. Mm-hmm. So prove Yahweh right or wrong. Let's put it that way. So the Lord says, have you considered my servant Job? There is no one like him on the earth, a blameless and upright man who fears God and turns away from evil. So in a way, it's like these two entities, Yahweh and the accuser, are kind of like stacking up their bets now, saying, you know, the accuser is going to try to make a case against Yahweh, but Yahweh's saying, well, look at my man Job. You know, my man Job, he's the shit. He's a great guy. He follows me. He fears me, blah, blah, blah. So this is a great guy. Then the accuser answered the Lord, does Job fear God for nothing? Have you not put a fence around him and his house and all that he has on every side? You have blessed the work of his hands, and his possessions have increased in the land. But stretch out your hand now and touch all that he has, and he will curse you to your face. So in other words, it's a theological debate between these two, right? Where Yahweh's saying, hey, you know, if you want to see how good my works are and how good my people are, look at Job. He's the best possible example. And the accuser is responding, saying, yeah, he loves you and follows you because you do all these good things for him. Of course he's going to follow you. Of course he's going to be righteous and do all the good things because you're showering him with rewards, right? But if you didn't give him these rewards, he wouldn't follow you. This is where it gets really fucking dark. The Lord then says to the accuser, very well, all that he has is in your power. Only do not stretch out your hand against him. So the accuser went out from the presence of the Lord. So in other words, Yahweh is saying to him, fine, if you think that he only follows me because I shower him with gifts, then all that he has is in your power. He's telling the accuser, do with him what you want. Quick shout out, Dale. Thank you for the tip, brother. I appreciate you very much.
But don't kill him.
So he's telling him, you know, but the only thing you can't do is kill him. Okay? You can't kill him, but you can do everything else. And then you'll see, we won't have to read the whole thing, but Job loses property and children, and then even attack on Job's health. Now, I would argue that attacking Job's health feels like a form of stretching out your hand against him. So the fact that the accuser was allowed to attack Job's health directly makes me further believe that this phrase, only do not stretch out your hand against him, really just means you can do whatever you want to him, but don't kill him. And the reason I go through this whole story, because you're asking, you know, was Satan, and I know I've just said this isn't really Satan, but is Satan or the accuser in this story bad? Well, he's kind of a dick because he's playing this game with Yahweh, but Yahweh is even worse. Yahweh is the one who, based on a bet, because that's what this is. It's a bet. It's a bet to see if my man Job, who's so awesome and loves me, it's a bet to see, will this guy crack? It's like it's kind of like Trading Places from the 80s. You know, it's like there's the two rich guys who argue about like their star trader. He'd be a shithead if you took away all his money. And this poor guy from the ghetto, he'd be awesome if you gave him all this money. So it's kind of like the old school, nastier version of that, because Yahweh himself, the supposedly omnibenevolent, omnipotent creator God who loves us and wants to be with us and all this blah, blah, blah. According to this text, he literally made a bet with the accuser. And as a result of the bet, in order to adjudicate the bet, he gave the accuser full reign to go fuck with Job as much as you want, as long as you don't kill him. Now, does that mean that the accuser is a good guy? No. I mean, because even if you were challenging me, and even if I gave you the authority to go do something shitty to someone else, if you were a good entity, you'd probably, if you were a decent entity, a just entity, you'd probably say, yeah, that's not cool. Like, you shouldn't fuck with people that way. You shouldn't, destroy their lives just so that we can prove a point. So the accuser in the story of Job is definitely complicit in this, but the ultimate authority to completely fuck up Job's life doesn't come from the accuser. It comes from Yahweh.
Well, the other thing is too, I was just going off the way he was talking in the stories, because I was trying to listen to the way he was talking, trying to do a little detective work on him, and the way he sounded like he's talking, he doesn't sound like he's that bad of a guy.
I mean, he's not. Again, I mean, when you look at, I think the only place where you really have a dialogue from Satan is in the 40 days in the wilderness, right?
Well, that one there kind of struck me too, because do you remember when the guy was picking up the sticks and the people said, well, they got to be stoned because he picked up the sticks?
Mm-hmm.
And then they walked around the building for 7 days. Well, they contradicted themselves.
You're mixing up stories there. They marched around the gates of Jericho with horns for 7 days, but they did not march around anywhere for 7 days. It comes from Deuteronomy where they kill the guy for picking up sticks, and there's no marching around after that.
Right. Because so when he said make the rock into bread, but then later on he gave bread and fish to the 5,000.
Yeah.
So it kind of contradicts itself.
That's an
see where I'm going with
point. I hadn't thought of it in that light before, but that is interesting. Let me pull that up.
Because, like I said, I'm just going off what Satan is saying in each story.
Right.
When I watched this thing last night, it kind of is like, wait a minute, something's not right here.
Let's see. So it's told twice. It's in Matthew and Luke. So let's pull up Matthew. I usually go to Matthew first because it just seems like it.
And one other question for you, right quick.
Mm-hmm.
How does my phone sound tonight?
You sound much better.
I got a new phone.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
Yes.
I mean, the sound was never bad, but it was always that feedback shit, and it would get worse and worse as you were on the line longer. So I'm so glad that I was thinking that almost as soon as you got on, I noticed like the audio is not getting progressively worse. So that's great. So let's look at this. The testing of Jesus. It says, then Jesus was led up by the Spirit into the wilderness to be tested by the devil. Which, first of all, whether or not, you're not even supposed to be able to tempt God. Because if Jesus is God, and he's without sin, you can't. But that's a whole different theological argument. I won't go off a tangent on that. But he fasted 40 days and 40 nights, and afterward he was famished. The tempter came and said to him, no, I didn't notice this before. Okay, the first time it references him, it just says the tempter, but then it says Satan further down. The tempter came and said to him, if you are the Son of God, command these stones to become loaves of bread. But he answered, it is written, one does not live by bread alone, but by every word that comes from the mouth of God. Then the devil took him to the holy city and placed him on the pinnacle of the temple, saying to him, if you are the Son of God, throw yourself down, for it is written, he will command his angels concerning you. And on their hands they will bear you up, so that you will not dash your foot against a stone. Jesus said to him again, it is written, do not put the Lord your God to the test. Again, the devil took him to a very high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world and their glory. And he said to him, all these I will give you, if you will fall down and worship me. Then Jesus said to him, away with you, Satan, for it is written. So see, notice here, it really does say Satan. Worship the Lord your God and serve only him. Then the devil left him, and suddenly angels came and waited on him. So here's my interpretation of this, and I think that this is consistent with Christian doctrine, really. I'd forgotten when you first mentioned that, but I'd forgotten until we sat here and read it again on screen, that the real issue here isn't that, oh, Jesus is not supposed to make bread, right? We're not supposed to turn stones into bread. I mean, to be fair, when he feeds the people, he doesn't turn stones into bread. He multiplies the loaves. But we could argue 6 one and a half dozen the other, right? But the issue isn't that Jesus isn't supposed to feed people. The issue is that you're not supposed to test the Lord and expect signs of the Lord and expect him to do these things to prove who he is. So, notice it says at the beginning, if you are the Son of God, command these stones to become loaves of bread. But Jesus's answer really is not to say yes or no, but to instead reply with the law, with the Hebrew Bible, to say one does not live by bread alone, but by every word that comes from the mouth of God. So in a lot of ways, what he's doing here is it's like 3 different temptations, if you want to. I would argue these aren't really even temptations, because like if we want to accept the Trinity, if we want to accept that Jesus is God and was God, then how can you tempt God by offering him all of these lands, right? Like that seems silly and stupid to me. But that being said, the key test here, the temptations are not, is Jesus so hungry that he wants to make loaves into bread? Or is he so power hungry that he wants these lands for himself? The tests are, all 3 of them are really that, hey, you shouldn't be expecting signs and tests and proofs from God, even though all over the Hebrew Bible, there are plenty of examples where people demanded signs from Yahweh and got them. There are plenty of times in the Hebrew Bible where people say directly to Yahweh, you need to show me who you are, or I won't do this unless you do this thing. And does Yahweh rebuke them? No, he does it. But the New Testament view on this, by the time of the New Testament, we're already kind of getting this theological idea that says, you're not supposed to be testing God. You're not supposed to be asking for signs. You're not supposed to be telling him to do things, So that is how I read this passage. I don't think it's much different in Luke, but just to make sure, let's pull it up in Luke too. I think Luke is almost identical, but let's pull it up just to make sure. Jesus, full of the Holy Spirit, returned from the Jordan and was led by the Spirit in the wilderness, where for 40 days he was tested by the devil. He ate nothing at all during those days, and when they were over, he was famished. The devil said to him, if you are the Son of God, command this stone to become a loaf of bread. Jesus answered him, it is written, one does not live by bread alone. Then the devil led him up and showed him in an instant all the kingdoms of the world. And the devil said to him, to you I will give all this authority and their glory, for it has been given over to me, and I give it to anyone I please. If you, then, will worship me, it will all be yours. Jesus answered him, it is written, worship the Lord your God and serve only him. Then the devil led him to Jerusalem and placed him on the pinnacle of the temple. I forgot about that. In Luke, it actually takes him to Jerusalem and said, if you are the Son of God, throw yourself down from here, for it is written, he will command his angels concerning you to protect you, and on their hands they will bear you up, so that you will not dash your foot against a stone. Jesus answered him, it is said, do not put the Lord your God to the test. When the devil had finished every test, he departed from him until an opportune time. So regardless of whether we're reading from Matthew or Luke, in either of these passages, Satan's not, he's not really doing anything horrible, right? He's just basically imploring Jesus to, if you're really the Son of God, be a God, like do God-like things. And in the face of these requests or demands or whatever you want to call them, Jesus pretty steadfastly says, no, I'm not doing that. But it's not evil. Have you read the book of Enoch?
Enoch, no, I couldn't read it because it's not in the book.
Well, what you're going to need to
I don't have it in
do,
my
if
book.
you really want to understand what is written about, and even in Enoch, I'm trying to think of what are the best references to learn about the origins of the Satan myth, okay? Because the problem is that most Christians will tell you everything about Satan. They'll tell you that he's Lucifer, that he's a fallen angel, that he led a revolt in heaven. Then what's really funny is for a lot of Christians they know the stories because they're told to them by their pastors, but they don't actually know their Bible. For those people, it's kind of funny to say, oh, really? Well, show me. Where is that in the Bible? And they can't show you because it's not in the Bible. As I already explained, Satan almost doesn't exist in the Hebrew Bible. And even in the New Testament, he only exists in a few little places. And by the time of the New Testament, he's already there. Like he's already in his role, right? So this whole story about Lucifer and the fallen angel and leading a revolt in heaven and everything, that does not exist anywhere in the Bible. If you want to learn more about it and read the source texts about it, you need to actually get out of the Bible and read these other books, because you're just not going to find it in the Bible.
Yeah, because I don't have any other books except the Apocrypha and the King James Version. That's all I got.
Yeah, you can Google online, like you can find the Book of Enoch online. And there's actually a couple, even then it's a little confusing because there's a couple different, I don't know if it's proper to say there's different versions of Enoch, but there's different additional texts that are, because for what it's worth, like Enoch is not even part of the Hebrew Bible. Like if you go into a synagogue and you say, show me your official Hebrew Bible, they won't have Enoch in there either. The only tradition that I know of that acknowledges the Book of Enoch as part of their canon is Ethiopian Orthodox. Just that one particular orthodoxy. But let me pull up really quick, because there is one other thing I want to show you regarding Satan. And this is from the Hebrew Bible. So it's interesting to get it, like if somebody, if someone says to you that Satan does not exist in the Hebrew Bible, that's technically incorrect. Because in First Chronicles, this is the only time that if you're using a good translation like the NRSV, this is the only time you're actually going to see Satan, capital S, big guy, devil, evil Satan, referenced directly in the Hebrew Bible. And let me just read some of this real quick. I won't read all of this, but it says, Satan stood up against Israel and incited David to count the people of Israel. So David said to Joab and the commanders of the army, go, number Israel from Beersheba to Dan and bring me a report so that I may know their number. So the context of this is thus. In, I forget what the previous book was, but there's another book that gives that says Yahweh told David not to take a census. Why Yahweh cares whether a king takes a census of his own people, I'm not sure. But David was explicitly told not to take a census. And David did. David took a census of his people. And then he was, got a bunch of punishment for it. And it's a big, long story and all this. The story is retold in First Chronicles. But in First Chronicles, it doesn't say that David just decided to take a census. It says that Satan stood up against Israel and incited David to count the people of Israel. So the clear, I think it's clear, the clear interpretation of this incongruity, because it's a contradiction. It's a low-level contradiction, at least. One version of the story says that David just decided to take the census. The other version says, no, Satan stood up against Israel and incited David to count the people of Israel. So why is one version, the version that I have on screen, explicitly calling up Satan? I think the answer, and I always give out my disclaimer here that I'm not a Dan McClellan or a C.J. Cornthwaite or Kip Davis or whatever, but I think the answer is that this one was written later. And when they wrote this one, the people who wrote First Chronicles understood that in the first telling of this story, it's actually, I'm sorry, I misspoke, because in the first telling of the story, David is not supposed to David is told by Yahweh to take the census. And then when David takes the census, Yahweh punishes him for taking the census. It literally is that nonsensical. It makes no goddamn sense. Yahweh told him to take the census. David took the census, and then Yahweh punishes him for taking the census. And I think that when they wrote First Chronicles, they realized, like, that's not a good look. That doesn't make any sense. Not only is it just nonsensical, but it also makes Yahweh sound like a moral monster. Anyone who would tell you to do something and then turn around and punish you for doing the thing that they told you to do, well, that doesn't make you sound very good, does it? So when they wrote First Chronicles, they tried to essentially put some spiritual spackling on this. They said, oh, you know what? It wasn't that Yahweh told him to take the census and then punished him for doing what he had to do. No, it's that Satan intervened. Satan was the one who screwed this up. And that is their way of putting some nice spiritual spackling over it and, filling in all the theological holes and saying, no, that was Satan going on there. But to get back to your original points, trying to paint Satan as being a clearly and obviously malevolent, evil character from the Hebrew Bible is, I would argue, almost impossible unless you just want to believe it already. Even from the New Testament, before we get into Revelation, it's pretty hard to paint him as downright awful, Yeah,
because in Revelation it talks about the serpent back in the garden.
Right, because at that point, Revelation, of course, not only is it the last book of the Bible, but it was the last one written. And by that point, the whole doctrinal mindset of the serpent being Satan was in place, and it was well accepted by a lot of people. So that's why it gets referenced in Revelation.
Is there anything else that Satan said in any of the other books?
I don't know if that's a good question. There's very little talk from Satan at all. I mean,
yeah.
I think the only place, in Revelation we get a couple things, I think, where Satan gives some commands or something. It's been a while. But then we get the dialogue, the brief dialogue with the temptation with Jesus. And I think that's the only place that we really get I mean, maybe someone in the comments can, correct me here if I'm wrong, but I don't think we get dialogue from Satan anywhere else. The only other place that we are told that there's dialogue from Satan is when people tell us that the serpent in Genesis was Satan.
Yeah, I'm just curious if there's any others in there.
Let me do a quick Google search really quick.
Just something about something about Satan's dialogue to me just doesn't fit right. That's why I'm asking this question, because it feels like everything I hear that he is saying, it feels like he's either defending that guy that came up to heaven and it's that he doesn't need to be here, and then he says he's a sinner.
I'm not sure where you're getting that one from. So I just Googled it, and again, I think I was right here. It says, here are the places where Satan actually speaks. And even here, it's going to give you some things that I've told you I don't necessarily think are Satan. There's the book of Job, and I've already given you the long explanation for why it's problematic to call that Satan. There's Matthew and Luke, which are the verses that we went through, which is the temptation of Christ. And then there's Genesis.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to my library and see if I can find this particular one I watched last night.
Yeah, you'll need to give me something specific, because even in First Chronicles here, where it does make the capital S reference to Satan, we don't get any dialogue from Satan here.
Okay, yeah, let me see if I can find it in my library.
Okay. You can look it up right now, or do you want to come back, or you want to hang out, or what do you want to do?
Oh, here it is, right here. It's right here. Satan has already lost. No, or was that what I watched last night? That's only 19 minutes. I thought it was like 45 minutes. Let me double check.
Well, I hope you're not going to try to watch a 45-minute video while we wait for you.
No. Well, this one here is the one beside this one here. Satan has already lost. The Bible proves it. I'm not sure if that one is the one I watched. I'm not certain.
Well, I mean, there's the whole standard Christian narrative, especially prevalent amongst evangelicals, that says that Jesus has won. It's already been done. Although I always find that narrative to be hilarious to me, because how is it won? How, there's under one gospel, it says that Jesus said on the cross, "It is finished," right? And even if we're not looking at that one gospel, you'll hear preachers say that Jesus has defeated death and that he's defeated Satan and blah blah blah. Which the last I checked, people are still dying. In fact, the last I checked, everyone on this earth who's less than 110 years old or so is dead right now. And everyone else, we can presume, is going to be dying in the next, 10 to 100 years, depending on your age. So, I know that Christians will say, yeah, but, he's won, when in the second coming, he's going to defeat Satan or whatever. But that's just your hopes and dreams of the future. There is no logical reason right now for anyone, even the most devout Christian, to tell me that Jesus has already won. Won what? He hasn't won a goddamn thing. He got strung up on a cross.
Nothing yet.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess you could argue, if I'm trying to be charitable, you can argue his death spawned the largest religion in the world. So if you want to say, well, that's how he won, okay, I can grant you that. But in terms of he hasn't defeated death, I mean, if he's defeated death, I guess I need to, make sure I get this house paid off, because I'm going to have a lot of time here in this house if I'm not going to be dying.
Yeah, I watch these little shows and just see if there's anything I can find in it. what I do most of the time.
Yeah. Well, and I would encourage you, because you're a friend of the channel, you're on all the time. I mean, make notes on some of these videos you watch. I do direct reaction videos sometimes too.
Right.
But make notes.
Well, I'm going back up to this one again because it said something about Satan again. Come on, where's it at? There it is. Satan has already won. I wonder if that's the one I watched last night. It's the only one I can think of.
It says Satan has already won?
It says Satan has already lost. The Bible proves it.
Yeah, that's just standard, because I say so bullshit from an evangelical point of view.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
but I wonder where they're referencing some of this stuff at. What book they're referencing out of too.
Well,
it doesn't really say
honestly,
either.
do this for me. I mean, if you got the time, drop off and come back on, like literally make notes on it and come back on the call, because I'd love to hear. They may not even be able to give you a specific reference, but if they are trying to say, here's the verses that prove it, I'd love to hear about it. But I'm going to get to this other caller here.
Sure thing. Yeah. So I'll get back with you on it.
Okay. Cool, man. Talk to you soon.
All right. Cool. Bye.
Bye. So we have Jav. Can you hear me, Jav? I see your picture there, but Jav, are you on the line? Trying once, trying twice.
Hello?
Okay. Oh, okay. Can you hear me?
I think the camera was using too much bandwidth. My bad.
That's fair. That's fair. So, Jav, are you 18?
I am 18. I am above 18. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And are you a believer?
No, I am an atheist. I actually am not going to take up much of your time. I just wanted to pick your brain on a couple things.
Sure.
Because I am soon to be starting my own debate stream, and I just wanted.
Okay, I think we still got bandwidth issues. So I heard you say that you're about to start your own debate stream, and you wanted and then we cut out. So it seems like maybe you're frozen. Can you hear me? Bueller? Anybody? Bueller? Anka says he got raptured. I mean, the guy said he's an atheist or not a believer. So I don't know if he got raptured, but that's actually pretty funny. Even if
Doug raptured me.
Okay, are you back again?
I am back. I don't know what happened there, but yeah, I guess I just wanted to pick your brain for a couple minutes about the talking points that most theists would probably bring up to you from either a philosophical or a metaphysical standpoint. What do you hear the most of?
Well, that's first of all, if we're talking just about the live stream, that's a little bit difficult because I started the live stream several months ago. I've been doing the channel for a year, a little more than a year now.
Okay.
So I have a lot more. I can give you a lot more feedback about what people put in the comments. Like as far as the live stream goes, I have my little crew. Usually there's I don't know. Over the course of a whole live stream, I might get several hundred people watching. But at any given time, I've got like 30, people watching or 40 people on a good night. And some nights I've had some good calls with believers, but some nights I have frankly struggled to find more calls from believers. So I'm bringing all this up to say I don't have this laundry list as long as my arm of people who've called in and made all these these incredible points, right? But in terms of the channel, of course, I get comments all the time, and if people aren't calling in, one of the ways I use the live stream is to kind of respond to the comments that get put on the channel. And at least for the people that put the comments on most of my stuff, the arguments are usually very juvenile and weak. usually it's a lot of preaching stuff, like I just need to get Jesus, or it's a lot of I take things out of context. I'm going to do a whole video on this, talking about the bullshit of people telling me I take things out of context. But
The ripping of the context, that's like a perfect projection of how they do things. I mean,
oh yeah, yeah. So I'd love to be more helpful to you, but I have to admit that hopefully I'll get in a groove where I get more believers calling on a regular basis, but I don't have a great list to give you, like, here's the talking points I commonly get. I can tell you all day about what common apologist talking points are on any given subject. Like, if you give me something about Christian doctrine or about the Bible or, anything like that, I can probably spit back to you what are the common Christian apologist talking points about it. But it's a little more difficult for me to relate them to live feedback that I've got, because usually the feedback that I get directly from believers, quite frankly, is usually pretty juvenile.
Okay, let's try something a little out of the ordinary, since I'm not a theist. I'll give you just a tiny theist argument, and you rebuttal that with whatever you would usually hit with.
Sure.
Okay, so this is on the subject of what Jesus said. Paul said, faith is the only key to salvation. Works is not necessary.
Mm-hmm.
But so I'm just going to go with the argument that says, Paul says that we only need faith in Jesus for our own salvation. So
Right.
Give me your rebuttal.
Well, give me just a second here. I want to pull up. Here, I'm gonna. I don't. You probably can't see this on your screen, but there's a companion site I've started creating for my channel and for the live streams. It's skepticus.info, and I have yeah, and in that there's a tab for docs. So the docs are like a lot of. They're not super long, but they're like longer exposés on common talking points, right? And one of them that I have up on the screen right now is, what does the Bible say about how to be saved? Okay, and this the summary here is that of course I'm not going to read you the whole document, although it's there and you can pull it up anytime you want.
Of course.
But it says the Bible leaves you with a theological choose your own adventure. If you read Leviticus, Ezekiel, Matthew, and James, salvation is a participatory sport where your survival depends heavily on your acts and structural obedience. If you read Romans and Galatians, if you read Romans and Galatians, salvation is a legal acquittal received solely through mental and spiritual faith in a proxy asset, which is Jesus. And 3, if you read Ephesians or John, salvation is a cosmic lottery of grace orchestrated by divine sovereignty before the timeline even started. Any attempt to blend them into a smooth, seamless doctrine requires twisting the explicit wording of one author to satisfy the bias of another. So the short answer for you is this. When any Christian wants to talk to me about salvation, I kind of chuckle about it, because I'm like, even within modern Christianity, there are still to this day numerous, sometimes vociferous debates about actually what it really takes to be saved. Now, of course, as an atheist, I could argue, look, I don't care. You can believe whatever you want about what it takes to be saved, because I think it's all bullshit. But I do enjoy pointing out to Christians the rather severe contradictions that are in their own book about the fact that, are you saved by acts? Are you saved by faith? Are you saved by grace? Because those are 3 different concepts. And depending upon which verse you want to pull up, they can be very contradictory.
Yeah. I mean, I point this out to a lot of Christians a lot, and I tell them, I'm like, I tend to go along with more of the James and point that out, because I point out a lot of the times that Paul, Matthew, and Luke were like people who were not even familiar with like Jewish tradition or theology, so they had no clue what was in the Hebrew Bible.
Yeah.
That's what I tend to point to.
And I know, I was a Christian for 40 years. So I know a lot of the apologetics that come around this. Like, you can argue all day that if you are truly saved by the Holy Spirit, if you believe in Jesus and you repent your sins and blah, 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 well, then you're going to do a lot of good things, right? Because you're going to be this loving, caring, super wonderful Christian person, and you're going to do all kinds of great things. So we could split hairs and say, look, it doesn't matter if, yeah, you may not be saved by acts, but you're going to do a bunch of good acts because you're a good Christian. Now, of course, in practice, I would argue, I know a lot of Christians that don't do a lot of good things, but that's a whole other side discussion, right?
Yeah.
But the grace
that's
thing is,
we don't need to get into.
the grace thing is interesting to me too, because I don't know if you heard the prior caller. He's kind of a friend of the channel, calls in all the time, John. And you'll hear a lot of preachers talk about it's won, it's done. Like Jesus has won the battle. Okay. Well, really, that argument that it's finished, that the victory is already won, that really is a grace argument. Because if the victory's already won, then I guess I'm going to heaven, dude. I mean, he was crucified for our sins. Like, we should all be going to heaven. He has defeated sin. He's defeated Satan. He's defeated death. He's defeated the Germans in World War II. He's defeated everyone, apparently, depending on how stupid you want to get with this argument. But if you want to take that argument out, then why do we even need church anymore? It's already won. That's grace. And there are universalists in Christianity who believe that everyone is saved now. Now they are a very small minority. I see we lost this connection. Looks like he might be coming back. You back there, Jav? You with us, Jav? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I need everyone right now to pray to Jebus that we can make sure Jabus is in the room, or Jav's in the room, but I don't know if I have his audio back yet or not. So apparently, this is what happens when you're an atheist. If you have an atheist channel, all of your connections get shitty, right? Because the devil is working on our side. He's fucking up everything. So if this was a Christian live stream, all of the audio would work perfect all of the time. And if it didn't, we'd just pray. We'd say, Lord, please bring Jav back to the audio. So I see Jav in the room. I'm not hearing him say anything. So Jav, if you hear me, I'm not hanging up on you. But yeah, Michael says hit the music. I know. I can totally. I'm like, okay, let's have a whole. Where's my soundboard? Dear Lord, please bring Jav back to the fold. Jav, our brother, was talking with us, and something happened. But since I have another caller here, Jav, if you can hear. I know your connection might be coming in and out. I'm not going to hang up on you, but I'm going to put you on mute so that if you come back, we won't be like having three people in the conversation in a disjointed way. But if you want to hang out, Jav, I'm happy to talk with you more. But otherwise, I want to acknowledge Anka here from the frozen tundras of Russia. Anka, are you with us?
Dude, I wish it was fucking frozen. It's so hot over here. You have no idea.
What is the temperature right now in Moscow, man?
It's around like 25 to 30, like depends on a day, but like
all right, that's pretty toasty.
It's pretty hot. And
yeah.
I'm bad. Like anything after like 21 Celsius, like I'm just not really vibing with this. So it's pretty bad.
That's your maximum, right?
Yeah, I prefer cold climate.
I always like, okay, yes, 21 that's 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Like that's room temperature. So anything hotter than room temperature, and you're
and like I'm talking about like temperature outside, of course, because at home it's gonna be a bit toastier with like a big PC and all this stuff. You know?
Yeah.
You know how it is. You're a tech guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I have another pretty funny argument that involves Hitchens and his unfortunate death from
Okay.
cancer.
Hit me with it.
So, God is good, right?
Allegedly.
Alleged.
I mean,
Yeah.
I already disagree with premise one, but I'm not trying to trip you up immediately.
But,
So let's hear the rest of
imagine, like, Christian would agree that God is good, right?
Right. Yes.
Yeah. God didn't create cancer because cancer is bad, right?
Okay, go ahead.
So Satan created cancer.
But God created Satan.
No, it doesn't matter. We don't talk about little stuff like this, right?
Yeah. Don't let the facts
Like,
get in the way of a good argument, right?
don't destroy the Christianity before it started.
Yeah. Never let facts destroy a good argument. That's
Yeah.
premise number one for a Christian.
Yeah. So God is good so far. God didn't create cancer because cancer is bad. Satan created cancer. Like Satan is bad. Satan created cancer. Hitchens died from cancer, right?
Yes.
Hitchens was an atheist, right?
Yes.
Satan loves atheists, right?
I mean, I don't think he would, but I'm probably getting a little into the weeds there because atheists don't believe in Satan either.
Yeah, but they pull people away from God, and that's what Satans would like, right?
Sure. I guess you could argue that Satan would love atheists because, in theory, if everyone started becoming an atheist, that would undermine global faith in God. So yeah, I guess I can get down with that. Yeah.
Yeah. So if Satan was real, we can also add somewhere like God created Satan for the sake of the argument, but like.
Wait. So
if
let me catch up here. I'm putting this on screen. So God is good, cancer is bad.
Okay.
Satan created cancer.
No. Let's do God is good. God didn't create cancer because cancer is bad.
Okay.
Satan is bad.
Satan's bad. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Satan created cancer.
Okay.
Hitchens died from cancer.
He did die from cancer.
Yeah, unfortunately. Satan would love Hitchens because Hitchens, how to say it, like, steers away from people away from God.
Well, just say because Hitchens was an atheist, right?
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
So Satan would heal Hitchens from cancer or never give him cancer.
Okay, so
Better not heal. Maybe Satan would never give Hitchens cancer.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
then our conclusion then.
Our conclusion is Satan is not real because Hitchens died from cancer. And conclusion number 2 is God is not real because you need God to create Satan.
I need the ability to put
Oh,
multiple
you
conclusions.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Satan is not real. Because he would never give Hitchens cancer. And what was the other one?
God is not real because he would have created Satan.
All right.
And it's kind of like pick your poison argument. So you can say Satan is not real, but God is still real. Therefore, like everything that bad, God created it, so he's not good. You can say that like actually like God killed Hitchens, So it's even weirder then, because God gives cancer or prevents Satan from like not giving cancer. And Satan would not give Hitchens cancer anyway in this particular scenario. So like there's like multiple things that you can kind of jungle around.
Well, I will say this. I actually understand the logical premise that you're working to here. And, you know, as an atheist myself, I'm certainly not going to argue with these points so much. But I do know, I think I know pretty well what the answers, or at least what some of the answers are to this from the other side.
Interesting.
You know, I don't think any Christian would disagree with premise one. I think a lot of Christians would disagree with premise two. Because I think that now Christians don't like to sit here and say that God created flesh-eating bacteria, and God created cancer, and God created, you know, stubbed toes and all this stuff. But I think that with pressed on it, most Christians will tell you that God created everything, even the things that we find to be bad. So I could definitely see a number of Christians having qualms with premise number two. I don't think any Christian would have a qualm with premise three. I also think that I think a lot of Christians would have qualms with premise number four, because there are a lot of Christians who believe that Satan was given or still has dominion over the earth right now, right? But having dominion is a lot different than being credited as having creator powers. So I don't know if a lot of Christians would. First of all, I don't think any Christian would tell you that Satan has the ability to create people or to create even animals. I mean, they would probably tell you that Satan can, through coercion, get people together, which would lead to children, right? But I don't think that they believe that Satan has any. I don't think that most Christians believe that Satan has any type of creation powers at all, including the ability to create cancer. Now, I know that.
Interesting.
I mean, I'm not saying that I'm speaking for all Christians here, but I think I can safely speak for a lot of Christians in saying that.
No, I'm interested in your perspective, because you talked or seen like a lot of the comments from the Christians, and you kind of glimpse a lot of the themes around this argument as well. So like you have the understanding, and you've been a Christian, and you probably talked with a lot of Christians. So you understand it from this perspective as well?
Well, I'll give you like a biblical way to look at this, because previously, I don't know if you were listening when John was calling in, but we were talking about Job, right?
Yeah, I just get the end of it.
So Job, aside from the fact that his wealth was destroyed, his children were killed, but on top of that, he was afflicted. So God gave him the power, gave the accuser, which, if we want to call that Satan, that's a kind of a semantic argument. But whether we call him Satan or whether we call him the accuser, God gave another deity, another entity, the ability to do all of this bad stuff to Job, including afflicting him with horrible health conditions, right?
Wait a second. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
He gave this power, but did he took it away?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well, okay. To be fair, I don't know if this is where you're going with it, but the power that Yahweh granted to the accuser in Job, I'm talking just that book alone, was he was given the authority to do all this horrible shit to Job. He wasn't. Like at no point in the book of Job does Yahweh say, I am giving you the power to afflict all of humanity with horrible things. Just going by the literal constructs of the book of Job itself, Yahweh, I don't know if, to be fair, the text does not say that Yahweh gave the accuser the power. But he definitely...
Yeah, that's what I remember.
But he definitely gave the accuser...
He basically just said, go do it.
He gave him the authority to do it.
Yeah.
He clearly gave him the authority. Now, you could argue that the accuser already had the ability to do all these things, but it's not actually explicitly said in the text whether the accuser had the ability to do these things before Yahweh gave him the authority. But
Okay.
Go ahead.
If he gave him the authority and he never like took the powers away, like and the Satan is now like the ruler on earth, then he technically has the ability to, or authority over earth to do anything. And God kind of giving his silent.
Well, but again, I mean, so if I'm putting on my, my happy head up my ass Christian hat, right? It says,
please do it.
It says, the Lord said to the accuser, very well, all that he, being Job, has is in your power. Only do not stretch out your hand against him. So this is very clearly targeted toward Job specifically. I mean, I'm just saying
this
that
is a pretty tight contract so far.
Right. It's a bet, is what it is. And I've heard Christians try to tell me that this is not a bet, but it's absolutely a bet.
Yeah, 100% bet.
Yeah. And then, then after the Lord says this, after Yahweh says this, the accuser went out from the presence of the Lord, which that really kind of seals the bet right there.
That's also funny.
Yeah, because it's like me saying, well, you can go do this horrible thing if you want, and then you just leave, you just walk out, which is like
not also this, but how you can go away from the presence of the Lord if he is like everywhere.
Well, that's a really good point. Although the context of this book is clearly a context that is well before the omnipresent.
For sure, but it's still in the Christian Bible, and in modern understanding, God is everywhere.
Right.
That's why I'm also always like trying to jangle around like all these concepts, like modern concepts, like 13 like 1200s years like philosophical concepts when it wasn't that developed, like in early Christianity, Judaism, like they're all so different in different places. So but like we are talking about like modern understanding. So in modern understanding, Lord is everywhere, and he went out from the presence of the Lord. It's kind of
right. And I think it was Skeptical Scriptures, who's a member and a friend of the channel. She's on all the time. I think she had put a comment on one of my recent videos talking about I take for granted sometimes when I'm talking, especially on the live streams, I talk about the Neoplatonic ideal of Yahweh. And sometimes I think I take for granted too much that everyone knows what that means. And it means a lot of things. Usually I use that most often to refer to this fact that in the original construct of the Bible, meaning going back to Genesis, Yahweh was seen very much like Zeus, meaning that he had a physical form. He may have been able to move around and present in different places, but he had a physical form. He did physical things. He was very much seen as corporeal and anthropomorphic, right? And Job is absolutely written in that perspective. Now, of course, to your point, by the time we get to the New Testament, and even before the New Testament, even in the latter portions of the Hebrew Bible, we see that they're starting to get a much bigger sense of Yahweh not just being the dude who sits on top of the ark, or the dude who walks through the Garden of Eden, but instead he's like the dude who's everywhere. Because this is the ideas of God being everywhere are largely attributed to Neoplatonism. The ideas of hell, heaven, and retribution and reward are largely attributed to Zoroastrianism. And a lot of these come ultimately from the Babylonian exile. When I say that they come from the Babylonian exile, I mean Not that the ideas came from Babylon, but the fact is that the Jews, during the exile, essentially that served as a spark for syncretism. So you had a lot more ideas starting to change hands between the Israelites, the Babylonians, the Assyrians, the Greeks. You know, you started to get a clearer exchange of ideas. And to get back to the original point, to prove that I haven't completely forgotten how I went on this diatribe, you know, Job is clearly written like from a Genesis non-Neoplatonic viewpoint. You know, like, and it starts off, well, this isn't the start of Job, but this is still the first chapter, verse 6, where it says, one day the heavenly beings, which is basically the divine council and maybe other heavenly beings, came to present themselves before the Lord. Well, that sentence alone doesn't entirely make sense if you assume that Yahweh is omnipresent. I mean, I know that even today, sometimes you might go to church, for example.
Yeah, they could have just used Yahweh as like a Discord call.
Yeah, exactly. But if, you know, like, in some respects, it's kind of funny, even for modern day Christians, or modern, let's not even say Christians, you know, modern Jews, modern Christians, modern Muslims. Sometimes it's funny how they assume that you have to go someplace to talk to Jesus or to talk to God. I know that generally speaking, they hold to this idea that he's everywhere, but then they will still often act in ways that show that they still feel that there's somehow a presence of God tied more to one given area than to another. Whereas if you take the true Neoplatonic ideal of God being absolutely fucking omnipresent, then you shouldn't even need a church. You shouldn't need a building. I mean, you can have a building for other reasons, for like fellowship.
Yeah, that's what a lot of Orthodox say.
Yeah. Yeah. So how did we get off on a tangent? Oh, we were talking
about did Satan had the powers already, or God gave him powers, or did he took it away?
Right. So
wait a second before we continue. I think Jay's back.
Well, he has been back here. Let me see if he's Jav or Jay. Can you hear us? I mean, he's been in the room technically the whole time, but I just muted him there for a while just because I couldn't get him to respond, and I didn't want him to kind of jump in at the end. Hey, Jav, you there? I see your camera.
Again, can't hear him.
Yeah, but I don't, and there's no audio coming through on his side right now. It looks like he was muted for a minute there. Can you hear us, Jav? Jav. Calling Jav.
I think it's Jay.
It might be, but it looks like it's, I don't know, it looks like JAV on my side, but hey, can you hear us? Okay. But it doesn't sound like he can talk for some reason, so. All right. Well.
Maybe he need to try to reconnect because, like, he was in a car or something.
I mean, it looks like, I mean, he's got a strong signal. He's not muted, so I'm not sure what to say. I think the problem is he needs to get right with Jeebus. I think if you were clearly this is punishment for the fact that you have not accepted Jesus into your heart. If you had accepted Jesus into your heart, he would unmute you. I haven't muted you, but he would unmute you so that you could then combat the evil atheists and strike a stunning victory for Yahweh and Jeebus. Now
maybe he's just not worthy.
Damn, that's pretty cold, man. You're just not worthy, bro.
Call from Russia.
So now he's reconnected. Are you with us, bro? Oh wait, let me unmute you here. All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
There we go. All right.
Great, David.
We have defeated Jeebus. We have told Jeebus, I don't care what you do, we're still going to get him connected. So I don't know if you've been following the discussion here, but
I have been, yes.
Anka was giving us, and I don't know if you can see the screen, but Anka was giving us this syllogism essentially for a proof of God. What do you think of these premises?
What were his premises for the syllogism again? I'd like to hear it.
So the premises are these, and it's actually kind of a long syllogism. I'm kind of browbeat you here, Anka, and say that for a good syllogism, we need to find a way to slim this down. But nevertheless, premise 1, God is good. Premise 2,
Okay.
God did not create cancer because cancer is bad.
Okay.
Premise 3, Satan is bad. Premise 4, Satan created cancer. Premise 5, Hitchens died from cancer. Christopher Hitchens, of course.
Yeah.
Premise 6, Satan would love Hitchens because Hitchens was an atheist. He was arguing against God. He was maybe even converting people to be no longer religious or Christian. And then premise 7, Satan would never give Hitchens cancer because Satan would love Hitchens. So the conclusion then is that Satan cannot be real because if he was, he would never give Hitchens cancer. And God cannot be real because he's supposed to have created Satan. So what do you think of this airtight proof against God?
That's a really good point because you make a lot of middleman points there that wouldn't be necessary. Like as far as Satan existing.
Yeah. Now,
There's no need for Satan.
I'm going to pull up here. Give me a second because I'm going to show Anka this as well. Oh, shit. I just saw the World Cup scores. France is whooping that ass. Let me see. Samuel, evil spirit. So I just, in my Godfrey Bible study, I just finished 1 Samuel. And I'm going to pull this up. Obviously, is it J or Jav?
It's Jay.
J. Okay, cool.
Jay, yeah.
Cool. So Anka and Jay, I want you guys to see this because I was giving Anka a little bit of friendly shit here because I don't think that most Christians would allow or exceed the idea that Satan creates cancer. As much as that's bad, okay? I mean, I don't think anyone likes cancer, but as bad as that sounds, and I'm going to bring up this verse here for us on screen as a way of sort of backing up my statement on this. So let's look at 1 Samuel 16, verse 14.
1 Samuel 16.
Let's see, 1 Samuel. And I don't know why Christians don't get more bothered by this, all right? This is talking about David and Saul. So it says, now the Spirit of the Lord departed from Saul, and an evil spirit from Yahweh tormented him.
Saul.
It doesn't say that, well, the Spirit of Yahweh departed Saul, and in that absence, some random evil spirit from Satan or whatever came into the vacuum and tormented Saul. No, it says an evil spirit from Yahweh tormented Saul. So if the
I have
text
even better one for you.
Go ahead.
It's Deuteronomy 28:63.
26:3.
Yeah.
63. And just as the Lord took delight in, and just as the Lord took delight in making you prosperous and numerous, so the Lord will take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction. Now, to be fair, I agree with you, of course, Anka, but this one I don't actually find from a Christian doctrinal perspective to be as problematic. Oh, here's why. because this is part of a much longer curse that's given out, where he's saying, look, if you do all the right things, you'll get all the good stuff. And oh, by the way, if you do the bad things, here's all the bad things that will happen to you, right? Still does not speak well for Yahweh. But the point is that at least in this one, it's laying out a clear like carrot and stick, right?
Yeah, but it's still like Yahweh doing it in Deuteronomy. Like,
True.
Like it's specifically saying it's him. So
Totally agree. Totally agree.
it's not saying that it's like Satan is gonna do it for you. Or
And
to
there's
you.
another one too. I forget where it's at, but it's also where he goes off on like a 4-paragraph rant about
As
all
always.
of the horrible things that will happen to you. It's the one where he says that you'll eat your kids, you know?
Oh,
Making them cannibalize their kids. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have it somewhere.
It's similar to this passage, but it's longer and more detailed and more gross.
I'm gonna find it. No, that's kid sacrifices.
Yeah, that was a theological cope, because they were like, how can we be defeated?
It's in Ezekiel 20.
Yes.
Well, that's not the one I'm thinking of, but I believe it's in Ezekiel too. I mean, the one I'm talking about is in the Pentateuch, where he goes off on the cannibal thing. But you say Ezekiel 20?
Ezekiel 20, verse 26.
Okay. Let's pull that up.
I think that's what you're talking about.
That's not what I was talking about. So
No?
this says, moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good and ordinances by which they could not live. Okay, this is interesting though too. Okay, I'd forgotten about this one. This is great. Hold up, because this is actually Yahweh speaking, right? No. Well, this is Ezekiel speaking on behalf of Yahweh.
Yeah, Ezekiel mostly always speaks on behalf
Right,
of Yahweh.
because he's a prophet. So, moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good and ordinances by which they could not live. In other words, like, I fucked
I
everything up
set
for them.
them up.
Yeah. I defiled them through their very gifts in their offering up all their firstborn in order that I might horrify them. Horrify them so that they might know that I am the Lord.
Guys, remember, God is good.
You know what this
Very
honestly
good.
sounds? It sounds like a Wes Craven horror movie. You know, it's like I did all of these disgusting things so that you could know that I am the Lord.
It actually
No.
sounds like a 14-year-old on VR chat who's trying to be edgy.
Let me find. Give me a second, because this is a great one. I love this one. I'm gonna have to put this in my notes, and I haven't gotten to it. I mean, I've read the whole Bible before, but I haven't gotten to this in God-Free Bible Study. So the weird thing is, probably TMI for you guys, but you know, I've read the Bible 3 times in the past, cover to cover. But this is the first time, this 4th time now, when I'm doing it on screen for my channel, and I am learning and remembering so much more than I ever realized the first 3 times that I read it as a believer. Even though I was a skeptical believer, even though I was more open-minded, like now I'm reading some of these passages like, holy shit, was this always in the book? Like, I don't remember reading this before. Let me find this
Yeah,
really
that's
quick,
how it
because
works.
this one I'm gonna pull up is, it's not only is it nasty, but it's really disgusting for how long it keeps going on. So give me a second, guys.
I like this. It's not nasty, it's disgusting.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
That's a better word for it.
it's disgusting, but also like I think that sometimes when you're reading the Bible, it is really interesting to see sometimes how much ink is given to a certain concept. And I'm bringing this up. This may sound petty or stupid, but you have to remember that in the times when these original texts were first put down, writing was expensive and it was rare. Most people didn't know how to do it. Even if you did know how to do it, you probably didn't have personally the resources to do it. You had to do it through like the temple or something. And even for the temple, it was expensive. A single scroll to write on was expensive. And I bring this up because like for example, when you're reading Exodus, right? They'll have passages that give you some laws or something, and it'll be a few paragraphs. And then they have the instructions for how to build the tabernacle, God's special holy little place, right? Those instructions go on and on and on and on. They give you instructions about the dimensions of the Ark of the Covenant. They give you instructions about how to make the candle, the oil, the lamps. They give you instructions about the materials that have to be, like, they give instructions about everything. And in a modern text, you might say, well, this is just poor writing. Like, they're just not, they're spending too much time describing this. But in modern text is free. I can write stuff on the screen all day with no cost. But in ancient text, that represented a very real investment of resources and attention to be spending that much time and effort to be writing all those ridiculous instructions.
Well, Skepticus, I have one question.
Yes.
So are you someone who subscribes to the documentary hypothesis?
So the first caveat I have to give here is that, I have no problem telling people that compared to most laypersons, even most Christians, I know more about the Bible than most of them do, only because I've read it a bunch, which means that compared to most Christians haven't even read most of the Bible. And I'm only bringing this up to say that, but I'm not a scholar. I never went to seminary. I don't have a theological, I've never done any of that stuff. So as a lay person, I have read some stuff even recently to where whether each one of the potential authors, the priestly source, I forget the four sources,
There's the priestly, Elohist, Yahwist, and what was it?
I think the Elohist and Yahwist are the same, aren't they? Or no?
No, because the priestly are from Aaron.
Okay.
And then you have the Yahwist, Elohist.
The short answer is this.
There's also the D source.
I believe that Genesis, and the Pentateuch for that matter, is absolutely, without a doubt, written by multiple sources. And I believe that the documentary hypothesis is a pretty well established and well documented attempt to try to suss out what those sources were. But when we get into particulars, like, was it 3 sources or 4 or 5? And was this passage part of the priestly account or was it part of the Yahwist account? Like, on those levels, I won't pretend to be able to give you a reasoned scholarly opinion. I will just say that when you read Genesis, in fact, for that matter, when you read the whole Pentateuch, it is patently obvious that there are multiple sources writing those texts. So I think that answers your question.
Yeah, that answers it.
Give me a second here. Okay, Deuteronomy 20. Yeah, Deuteronomy 28. This is where it gets really gross. Let's pull this up. This will be fun. I normally wouldn't even sit here and read all this, but I think this will actually be kind of fun to read through all this. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hit the restroom real quick and grab a soda for new drinks. We're going to read through this because I think it'll be fun. And while I'm away, I want all of you, even though we got Jay in the chat now and it's working, I want you all to pray that pray to Jeebus that his connection stays tight, and I'll be right back.
Deuteronomy 28.
What's your favorite Bible story?
Yeah. My favorite Bible story?
Yeah.
Probably. That's a hard
Two
one.
She-Bears doesn't count.
Oh, yeah, no. I would have to say when Jesus is chastising the Pharisees for making their oral traditions to subvert from the Mosaic law, specifically killing your rebellious child, essentially. Mark 7, 6 through 10. Because it's a
I
blatant.
thought you're gonna choose when you get to the like Pharisees and stuff.
Mhm.
I thought you're gonna choose like washing hands before eating, because it's so ridiculous.
That's lightweight. Like, Jesus was reaffirming that you should kill your rebellious child. I don't think that's very nice.
Christians love it.
They usually don't want to talk about that verse. Never. And if they do want to talk about it, they'll be like, words don't mean words, or he's just showing hypocrisy. And then I have to tell them, like, okay, hypocrisy in what? And they don't want to answer.
Okay, one of these times I'm gonna like go off to hit the restroom or something, and when I come back, whoever I left on the call is gonna turn out to be an enemy agent, and they're gonna be talking all this shit about Skepticus and how I'm an idiot.
No, they're gonna just post like a bunch of slurs, and your channel gonna be bad.
Yeah. Or the other thing I was thinking too is like, you know, like for anyone who has a camera on, it's like someone would be really cool, and we're having a good conversation. And then I walk out to hit the restroom or something, and I leave them there. And then
Oh
they're
no,
gonna put
Russian
porn
penis on the screen.
Yeah, exactly. So here's what I'm gonna do. I normally don't go through a long reading thing, but I think you guys will appreciate why I'm about to go into a little reading mode here for a moment. I'm just gonna preface this really quickly to say,
I love
that-
when you read stuff. I wouldn't be sub to this channel if I didn't love you read.
Well, thank
reading
you.
Stuff.
I will preface this by saying that even as an atheist, if you told me, hey, there's a bunch of old religious writings from this old God, and at some point in the writing, he says, here's the good things that will happen to you if you follow me and do my commands. And here's the bad things that will happen to you if you don't follow my commands. On the surface, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. Just because, like, yeah, I expect holy text from old gods to promise good things if you do the commandments and promise bad things if you don't. But you'll see when I read this why, to me, this goes way beyond that. So let's dive into this. If you will only obey the Lord your God by diligently observing all his commandments that I am commanding you today, Yahweh your God will set you high above all the nations of the earth. All these blessings shall come upon you and overtake you if you obey Yahweh your God. Blessed shall you be in the city, and blessed shall you be in the field. Blessed shall be in the fruit of your womb, the fruit of your ground, and the fruit of your livestock, both the increase of your cattle and the issue of your flock. Blessed shall be your basket and your kneading bowl. Blessed shall you be when you come in, and blessed shall you be when you go out. Yahweh will cause your enemies who rise against you to be defeated before you. They shall come out against you one way and flee before you 7 ways. Yahweh will command the blessing upon you in your barns and in all that you undertake. He will bless you in the land that Yahweh your God is giving you. The Lord will establish you as his holy people, as he has sworn to you, if you keep the commandments of Yahweh your God and walk in his ways. All the peoples of the earth shall see that you are called by the name of Yahweh, and they shall be afraid of you. Yahweh will make you abound in prosperity, in the fruit of your womb, in the fruit of your livestock, and in the fruit of your ground, in the land that Yahweh swore to your ancestors to give to you. Yahweh will open for you his rich storehouse, the heavens, to give the rain of your land in its season, and to bless all your undertakings. You will lend to many nations, but you will not borrow. Yahweh will make you the head and not the tail. You shall be only at the top and not at the bottom. If you obey the commandments of Yahweh your God that I am commanding you today by diligently observing them. And if you do not turn aside from any of the words that I am commanding you today, either to the right or to the left, following other gods to serve them. So clearly, lots of good things are going to happen to us if we follow the commandments of Yahweh. So
I'm sorry to ask, have you made a video about like how many promises Yahweh didn't fulfill?
I have not made a specific video on that alone, but that would be a great source of a video.
That would
just
honestly
to
be
do that alone.
great.
Although it might have to be a 6-hour video. That's the problem with it.
I'd
No, I'm
watch it.
serious. Like the number of promises he gives that he doesn't fulfill are just incredibly huge. So those are the blessings.
5.
Now let's go into the warnings against disobedience. Before I even read this, I'm going to show you again. See, the blessings were basically this much. Okay? Basically one screen full of blessings that will happen to you if you obey. Now let's talk
New
about what happens.
sponsor.
What's that?
Don't miss the sponsor.
Yeah. So then what happens if you are disobedient? Well, but if you will not obey Yahweh your God by diligently observing all his commandments and decrees that I am commanding you today, then all these curses shall come upon you and overtake you. Cursed shall you be in the city, and cursed shall you be in the field. Cursed shall be your basket and your kneading bowl. Cursed shall be the fruit of your womb, the fruit of your ground, the increase of your cattle, and the issue of your flock. Cursed shall you be when you come in, and cursed shall you be when you go out. Yahweh will send upon you disaster, panic, and frustration in everything you attempt to do until you are destroyed and perish quickly. By the way, you should be able to, if you concentrate hard enough, hear me saying this in the voice of Samuel L. Jackson. On account of the evil of your deeds with which you have forsaken me, Yahweh will make the pestilence cling to you until it has consumed you off the land that you are entering to possess. Yahweh will afflict you with consumption, fever, inflammation, with fiery heat and drought, and with blight and mildew. They shall pursue you until you perish. The sky over your head shall be bronze, and the earth under you iron. The Lord will change the rain of your land into powder, and only dust shall come down upon you from the sky until you are destroyed. Oh, we ain't done yet, people. There are curses on curses. Yahweh will cause you to be defeated before your enemies. You shall go out against them one way and flee before them 7 ways. You shall become an object of horror to all the kingdoms of the earth. Your corpses shall be food for every bird of the air and animal of the earth, and there shall be no one to frighten them away. Yahweh will afflict you with the boils of Egypt, with tumors, scurvy, and itch of which you cannot be healed. Yahweh will afflict you with madness, blindness, and confusion of mind. You shall grope about at noon as blind people grope in darkness, but you shall be unable to find your way, and you shall be continually abused and robbed without anyone to help. You shall become engaged to a woman, but another man shall lie with her. You shall build a house, but not live in it. You shall plant a vineyard, but not enjoy its fruit. Your ox shall be butchered before your eyes, but you shall not eat of it. Your donkey, is it a talking donkey? Your donkey shall be stolen in front of you and shall not be restored to you. Your sheep shall be given to your enemies without anyone to help you. Your sons and daughters shall be given to another people while you look on. You will strain your eyes looking for them all day, but be powerless to do anything. A people whom you do not know shall eat up the fruit of your ground. In all your labors you shall be continually abused and crushed and driven mad by the sight that your eyes shall see. Yahweh will strike you on the knees and on the legs with grievous boils of which you cannot be healed, from the sole of your foot to the crown of your head. Yahweh will bring you and the king whom you set over you to a nation that neither you nor your ancestors have known, where you shall serve other gods of wood and stone. You shall become an object of horror, which we've already heard object of horror, but okay, a proverb and a byword amongst all the people where Yahweh will lead you. We're not done yet, people. The curses are still
Holy
flowing.
shit.
You shall carry much seed into the field, but shall gather little in, for the locust shall consume it. You shall plant vineyards and dress them, but you shall neither drink the wine nor gather the grapes, for the worm shall eat them. You shall have olive trees throughout all your territory, but you shall not anoint yourself with the oil, for your olives shall drop off. You shall have sons and daughters, but they shall not remain yours, for they shall go into captivity. All your trees and the fruit of your ground the cicada shall take over. Aliens residing among you shall ascend above you higher and higher, while you descend lower and lower. They shall lend to you, but you shall not lend to them. They shall be the head, and you shall be the tail. All these curses shall come upon you, pursuing and overtaking you until you are destroyed, because you did not obey Yahweh your God by observing the commandments and the decrees that he commanded you. They shall be among you and your descendants as a sign and a portent forever. We're not done, people. The curses are still coming, because you did not serve Yahweh.
Chill.
Yeah.
Chill, that's overkill.
Because you did not serve Yahweh your God joyfully and with gladness of heart for the abundance of everything. Therefore you shall serve your enemies, whom Yahweh will send against you, in hunger and thirst, in nakedness and lack of everything. He will put an iron yoke on your neck until he has destroyed
Not
you.
the yoke.
Yes, exactly. The Yahweh
After
will
all
bring
this stuff, I thought nothing bad will ever happen to me, but the yoke.
the yoke. That's the worst. Yahweh
That's
will
the
bring a
breaking point.
nation from far away, from the end of the earth, to swoop down on you like an eagle, a nation whose language you do not understand, a grim-faced nation showing no respect to the old or favor to the young. It shall consume the fruit of your livestock and the fruit of your ground until you are destroyed, leaving you neither grain, wine, and oil, nor the increase of your cattle and the issue of your flock, until it has made you perish. It shall
Please don't take the
besiege you
oil.
in all your towns until your
Take it
high
away
and
from
fortified
us.
walls, in which you trusted, come down
Very
throughout
sad.
your land. It shall besiege you in all your towns throughout the land that Yahweh your God has given you. In the desperate straits to which the enemy siege reduces you, this is what I talk about the cannibal. In the desperate straits to which the enemy siege reduces you, you will eat the fruit of your womb, the flesh of your own sons and daughters, whom Yahweh your God has given to you. Even the most refined and gentle of men among you will begrudge food to his own brother, to the wife whom he embraces, and to the last of his remaining children, giving to none of them any of the flesh of his children whom he is eating, because nothing else remains to him. In the desperate straits to which the enemy's siege will reduce you in all your towns, she who is the most refined and gentle among you, so gentle and refined that she does not venture to set the sole of her foot on the ground, will begrudge food to the husband whom she embraces, to her own son and to her own daughter, begrudging even the afterbirth that comes out from between her thighs and the children that she bears, because she is eating them in secret. She's eating the afterbirth and the children for lack of anything else. In the desperate straits to which the enemy siege will reduce you in your towns. But you know what, folks? The curses aren't done yet. Let's keep rolling. If you do not diligently observe all the words of this law that are written in this book, fearing this glorious and awesome name, Yahweh your God, then Yahweh will overwhelm both you and your offspring with severe and lasting afflictions and grievous and lasting maladies. He will bring upon you all the diseases of Egypt, of which you were in dread, and they shall cling to you. Every other malady and affliction, even though not recorded in the book of this law, Yahweh will inflict on you until you are destroyed. Are you catching this? He's going to afflict you with shit you've never heard about. We have done so many curses that at this point, he has to tell you that he's going to even curse you with things that you've never fucking heard about. Although once you were as numerous as the
I never
stars in
heard
heaven,
about yokes.
you
so-
shall be left few in number because you did not obey Yahweh your God.
Me too.
And just as Yahweh took delight in making you prosperous and numerous, so Yahweh will take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction. You shall be plucked off the land that you are entering to possess. Yahweh will scatter you among all peoples, from one end of the earth to the other, and there you shall serve other gods of wood and stone, which neither you nor your ancestors have known. Among those nations you shall find no ease, no resting place for the sole of your foot. There Yahweh will give you a trembling heart, failing eyes, and a languishing spirit. Your life shall hang in doubt before you. Night and day you shall be in dread, with no assurance of your life. In the morning you shall say, if only it were evening. And at evening you shall say, if only it were morning, because of the dread that your heart shall feel and the sights that your eyes shall see. Yahweh will bring you back in ships to Egypt by a route that I promised you would never see again. And there you shall offer yourselves for sale to your enemies as male and female slaves. But there will be no buyers.
Oh no!
Slave without owners. Oh man, that fucking sucks.
I know that was long, but do you see why I went through and read all of that shit?
Yeah.
It's
seems
80
like
part punishment. 20%
it seems like there's like a
reward.
little bit less benefits than like negative stuff.
I mean, the benefits were like one screen in terms of text. The curses went on for like 4 or 5 of these screens. It's insane. And it's the way it reads, if I'm being really frank, it reads as this almost gleeful thing. You know, like he's taking joy just in telling you all the bad shit that he's going to do to you if you have the balls to not follow him at any point in time.
yeah, he's literally a Discord mod.
Yeah, exactly.
Like he's never gonna do anything, but he's gonna tell you a lot of like really stuff, like disgusting stuff that you don't want to hear.
Oh man, this passage. I mean, when I read it on Godfrey Bible Study, even I was kind of in awe because I get it. If you follow his commands, good things. Okay, I get that. If you don't follow his commands, bad things. I mean, I'm not mad that they lay out a carrot and a stick because that's just what you expect from religion. But then when it goes on and on and on and on with the curses, it actually feels almost like torture porn. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think
small
before we
reward
continue, you need to
for
acknowledge the
plenty of
nation
punishment.
and the new member.
I'm sorry, say it again.
I think before we continue, you should acknowledge the donation and a new member.
Yeah. So I thank you for calling it out because I was in a long reading thing there. And plus, we have some. I'm probably gonna cut you guys off just because we have some other callers too that I'm gonna get to. But I definitely want to absolutely acknowledge and say thank you here to P Implies, although it says that's on behalf of Malevolent Alabaster. So thank you for that, brother. I appreciate that very much. And then, like you said, we had a new member there as well. Although I don't have those in my history, so like where? Oh, well, it says then P Implies, I guess, became a member, and then they sent in this this super chat on behalf of Malevolent Alabaster. So thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you, friend. I shouldn't say brother. I don't know if it's male or female, but thank you, friend. Thank you. Appreciate that very much. So I know I've sat here and babbled, but I also want to. I have another caller here. Well, I have John here, which we can get to, but John's already been on once. I have another caller that doesn't have a name in, but I want to see if they want to get in on the call. So let me mute you guys. I'm not going to hang up on you, but let me mute you guys and then see if... Oh, I have Faye. I'm sorry. I have Faye's coming up next. Let me see if I can get to Faye here. So, Faye, are you with us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you for calling. Are you at least 18?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you at least 18?
Yes, I am 29 years old.
Okay, cool. And sorry, I see you had chatted here too, saying you were muted. So when you first call in, it kind of puts everyone in the room, but I don't unmute people until I get a chance to actually talk to them. So I wasn't ignoring you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be like pushy or anything.
No worries, no worries. Are you a believer?
No. I'm actually Malevolent Albaster.
Oh.
I'm a conversion therapy survivor.
Oh God.
Oh.
Jeez, I'm sorry. That's wicked.
Yeah, so I actually wanted to come on your show because you made me really happy that you I know that you used to be Christian and that you learned so much and that and I'm sorry that I'm crying.
No, it's fine.
I just thought it was really amazing what you do for my community. Like, I know there was that one pastor. I actually found you because of his video. I saw his video, and I thought it was disgusting because it was like, oh, okay, so me loving another man is like a wrong note. Like,
yeah, the wrong note. I mean, I'm glad you bring that up because, his video, it's in my humble opinion exactly the kind of video that when I was a Christian I probably would have at some point maybe even been drawn towards his video, not because I necessarily believed in his message, but because he gives you this demeanor like he's trying to just talk to you nicely, like, well, we don't hate gay people, but we don't hate trans people, we don't hate anyone, but here's the logic for it. And then he tells you these things like it's just simple logic. But of course, thankfully now I look at this and I'm like, to tell anyone to even say that this is a wrong note, I don't think even he understood when he made that video just how disgusting that sounds.
And the other thing that bothers me, that makes me just like my head is just ready to explode, is they'll try to say something like, God doesn't hate you, he just hates your sexuality. Or they'll say something like, God doesn't send queer people to hell. And it's like, but you literally say you want us to leave our sexuality. So you say, oh, okay, me, the person, he doesn't want in hell. But unless I'm willing to suppress my sexuality and stop being interested in someone that I'm naturally, innately interested, I'm going to hell.
Right. Yeah, it's disgusting, isn't it?
They my parents actually sent me to a place that they didn't do shock therapy, but they did something to where they would show us images of heterosexual couples, and we would get candy or snacks. And then when they showed us people of my sexuality, the snacks and candy was taken away.
Oh my God. I mean, you know what that really harkens back to? Yeah, I know this is fiction, but it's a lot like Clockwork Orange. This idea that like
I don't know what that is. Maybe you could tell me more about it.
Oh, I'm sorry. So maybe I'm proving my oldness here, but Clockwork Orange was a famous movie that came out in the 60s. It was by Stanley Kubrick, and it's fiction. So I'm not trying to say it's directly analogous to what you're doing, but at one point they experiment with the protagonist, if we want to call him that. He's definitely. I don't want to sit here and try to describe the whole movie to you, but let's just say that a very interesting movie about a very interesting group of people and individuals. So the protagonist is definitely not a typical protagonist. He did horrible things, and he's a abuser and all this type of stuff. But then they have this idea that they're going to retrain him and fix him. And there's a famous scene where he's being forced to watch all these things, and he has these like little hooks in his eyes, and he's made to watch it like this. And at first they're showing him like things that he likes, like sexual stuff, and all these things he likes, and then they start interspersing all of these images of horrible things, and basically trying to brainwash him into associating the things that he liked before with terrible, horrific imagery, and thinking that was
Right.
going to cure him. So even though that was fiction, and what you went through unfortunately was not fiction, it definitely rang that bell in my head for A Clockwork Orange.
Yeah, it was really bad. People keep like trying to tell me like I was impressive or something, but I have to be completely honest with you. I wasn't. The only reason I got out is because I was able to get into the medication cabinet at the place, and I was trying to commit suicide,
Oh God.
and I failed though. They found me, and I was rushed into a hospital. And thankfully, one of my best friends was actually my emergency contact. So she actually got into the hospital with me, and when I told her everything, she was like, "Yeah, no, you're not living with your parents anymore. My parents are adopting you," and that's what actually happened. I live with them now. I work a job at Massage Envy to help take care of rent. But yeah, I don't live with my biological parents anymore. I kind of basically became their child as well.
Well, I mean, a couple thoughts. First of all, thank God you survived. And yes, even as an atheist, I can say thank God. It's I don't believe in God, but thank goodness you survived. And I mean that sincerely, because I just know that even for those who aren't, even if you go to one of these conversion therapy camps where they don't physically assault you, which there are ones where they do, even if you survive that, the suicide rate amongst those who are either in these, I hate the fact that we even use the term conversion therapy, because it's not therapy. It's religious hacks who have convinced themselves that they can fix this in you by providing this this kind of torturous idea of reprogramming you. So thank God you survived
Right.
that. I don't want to traumatize you too much, but I'm sure you know that unfortunately our fucking Supreme Court has just reversed the bans that were starting to
Oh, I'm aware.
proliferate.
I spoke to the Kaylee Childs that won the case. I pretended to want to be a client for her, and I just started like crying as I was videoing with her, and I said, "I know exactly who you are, and you are absolutely disgusting." And I told her what I went through, and she just said, "I'm sorry you feel that way. God bless you," and she hung up. And that just really pissed me off, because I thought Christians are supposed to be loving, and yet you didn't even care what I actually went through, and you just still think that this works. And what really just pisses me off is that they're not even trying to call it conversion therapy anymore, so that way it doesn't continue having the bad stigma it does. They're trying to now call it reparative therapy, and it's where, oh, you get talked to, you get told of like how God is supposed to have you be or something. So like, okay, sure, yes, me as a 29-year-old, maybe people aren't going through the stuff that I went to, but that doesn't mean it's any less detrimental.
Well, I'll go a step further. I mean, I know that you and I are in agreement on this, but I'll even say it in a stronger way and say that the result of that Supreme Court decision is people will die. And I know, like the hardcore Christian assholes, they will say, well, if somebody commits suicide, that's not the fault of the people that reversed the decision in the Supreme Court. And no, it is. It absolutely is. You're taking people that are already in a marginalized community that have already been, many cases abused in their homes, sometimes abused in their workplaces or at their school, etc. And you are now putting them in an environment which is custom made to drive them to suicide, as your experience illustrates. And for anyone I wish this wouldn't happen, but for anyone who gets dragged into that torture cell in the future and ends up ending their life, I believe this 100%, and I will not apologize for it, that their deaths are on the hands of those Supreme Court justices who reversed these bans on so-called conversion therapy.
Oh, absolutely. And the other thing that I found out that really disgustes me as well, I'm hoping it might get overturned. You probably heard of it, but public schools in my state, Texas, will now be inducting the Bible into its curriculum by 2030. And I am very disgusted by this, not even just being someone who used to be, I guess, technically Christian by malleable mind, but also I don't think any religion should be taught in a public school. This is supposed to be just of history and art and language. You're indoctrinating and trying to brainwash people. So I really do hope that it gets overturned. I hope a lot of people boycott, but it just really frustrates me because I even looked it up further, and it doesn't even matter if a queer child is like, this hurts me. No, it's the parent or guardian that gets to say if they get to be opted out of the classroom. So now the child will have to either get detention or go to the principal's office or run away from the school. I mean, this is incredibly just disgusting.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I had, it was like 3 weeks ago, I was doing a live stream, maybe 4 weeks ago, I can't remember, but there was someone who called in.
Low battery.
I apologize for that. I keep forgetting to put my phone on the charger.
No worries. I was like, wait, what's that? There was someone who called in.
Low battery, and I just keep deciding not to put it on the charger yet.
Okay.
I call it procrastination. I don't know.
Will you be able to put it on the charger and stay on the call, or do you have to get out the call to do that?
Oh, no. It's I'm talking to you on the iPad. It's my home phone.
Okay. But there was this guy who called in. I actually made a clip out of it that'll be on the channel. But he wanted to. I think he was like a debate me, bro. I don't even know if he believed this shit, but he wanted to make this whole argument about how we should. He was trying to make an argument in case of, in favor of being against LGBT, the queer community, and it was just disgusting on every level. And these people don't realize that. I remember what I want to say here was that at one point he actually had the nerve to say to me, well, what is this administration doing against the LGBT community? And when you ask a question like that, there are a lot of things where if you challenge me on a given verse in the Bible, I can give you an intelligent response. I can say this is why this is being misread, or here's why I think that you're not reading this properly or whatever. But when you ask me, what is this administration even doing that you claim is against the queer community? It's like asking me to justify why water is wet. I mean, it's so obvious, and there are so many points that I don't even know how to start the discussion. And I'm saying this as someone whose hobby is to sit here on a microphone and talk, whether it's recorded or live stream or whatever. You think I would be able to intelligently engage with even stupid shit like that, but it was so stupid that I actually had to go back after the call and come up with some notes that I could talk about, because sometimes you can just ask someone a question that has so many obvious retorts to it that I don't even know, you don't even know where to start. It's like, why do we even have to have this conversation that you're asking me how the administration in any way has done anything to hurt the queer community,
Or the other thing that frustrates me is like you'll get people that are like, they'll say, oh, it's Pride Month. Well, why can't there be a heterosexual month, or why can't there be a heterosexual awareness? And I'm like, that's literally 24/7 every day. Like, you don't see families being like, if you say, oh, I'm attracted to the opposite sex, you don't see them stopping eating their food and being like, okay, how do we handle this? No, they're just, oh, okay, what's their name or something. Like, you have that literally every day, and all we're asking for is a month to actually not feel like we should just die.
Well, it's also such an obviously blatantly juvenile, toddlerist kind of approach. You know, it's no different ideologically than you have a bunch of kids sitting in a room, and I walk in and I say, well, Joey over there is, you know, he's done really good today. He's been a good kid. We're giving him a gold star. And then the other kids go, well, what about me? Why don't I get a gold star? Well, maybe you'll get a gold star tomorrow, you know, or maybe you've had nothing but gold stars. Maybe you should shut the fuck up and just be happy that Joey got a gold star. Now, I realize that doesn't work with toddlers, right? I mean, with toddlers, you say, okay, I get it. You can't acknowledge Joey without acknowledging all of the other toddlers because they're toddlers, because they have no intellectual or emotional maturity. You can't ever acknowledge one of them without at least on some level acknowledging the rest of them. And that's okay when you're dealing with fucking toddlers. But when you're dealing with adults who should understand the way that adult societies work, I shouldn't have to even explain to you why I can't just say it's Pride Month and why you don't get a straight month. Why I can't just say Black Lives Matter and no, I'm not going to sit there and tell you that all lives matter. When you tell me that all lives matter or white lives matter or blue lives matter, you're proving
you're literally erasing Black people.
Yeah.
Because like for me example, I am a white individual. And whenever I see someone like going about the racism that is being done to a white person by a Black person, okay, yes, I get it, but you're not also considering the fact that, or it's like how the white community will say, oh, the Black community is more violent or crime related, and by factual sense, you're not wrong, but what you're not getting is they're more violent and crime related because of the economic stature they're in, the racial discrimination they're in. Like if we reverse time and we had white people actually being what Black people go through, you would see more white gangs. You would see more white poverty areas. It has nothing to do with their ethnicity.
Well, and I know that this is, you know, this is territory that's been tread before, so I don't want to pretend that I'm the one coming up with these. But one of the best retorts that I have ever heard to these things, and I'm sure you probably heard this as well, is like when Black Lives Matter became a thing and a bunch of, you know, butthurt white people started bitching about it. A great analogy for this is like saying cancer survivors matter. And then imagine sitting in that room when we're having an event to, you know, acknowledge cancer survivors, and all you can say is that, well, damn it, I have cystic fibrosis and I survived. Why don't I get acknowledged too? Like, do you hear what that sounds like? That sounds so disgusting. Yes, you matter as a survivor of cystic fibrosis, but that doesn't mean that we have to acknowledge you when we're saying, hey, we're having an event today to acknowledge survivors of cancer. And it's the same thing with the queer community. It's like, why do we have to, you know, if we have a Cancer Awareness Month, and I know there is one, but if you have a Cancer Awareness Month, you don't sit there during Cancer Awareness Month and say, well, why don't we have Cystic Fibrosis Awareness Month? But, well, maybe there is one, but who fucking cares? That completely misses the point. It's not pie. You know, just because we are acknowledging cancer survivors today, or just because we're acknowledging people of color, or just because we're acknowledging the pride of the queer community, doesn't mean that you don't get to have your white pride this month. It doesn't mean that, you know, because we acknowledge that Black Lives Matter, that we're saying,
I won't be attending.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm never going to be attending a white pride event, but I will say that just because there is a pride event for the queer community doesn't mean you can't sit around with all your white friends and talk about how proud you are to be white. I mean, it's kind of gross, but you can do it. No one's stopping you from doing it.
Exactly. It's like, I feel like if people took it more like they could even just say, hey, that's awesome that we have a cancer month. Could we maybe add this illness into that month? Or could we maybe have it tomorrow or something? Because then you're letting cancer people feel like, oh, we're not being erased. They just want to be included as well. And that's okay. Like, I've actually even said to myself, as being a white gay person, because I know Juneteenth is during June month and Pride. Why don't we call it Pride Team? Happy Pride Team. Like, why don't we merge the two? I have no issue with that, because there is
Right.
queer POC. And I think that queer Black and queer POC should definitely be represented, because they're even less represented than I am as a gay white.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I mean, and I know this isn't a contest, but I'll say this anyway. You know, I consider myself to be hopefully a very strong ally of everyone in the queer community. But again, it's not a contest. But man, if you think it's hard to be queer, you know, like I've heard from Black friends of mine who are Black and queer, they're like, yeah, it's like they get it from all sides. And then more specifically, I've heard from female Black queer friends of mine who have been like, some days they feel like they're just getting bombarded on every level, you know, because it's like they like I often say that I won the genetic lottery, right? But if you're a Black queer female person, you almost kind of lost the genetic lottery. And I say that knowing it almost sounds like I'm saying you're a wrong note.
No. I agree with you completely, because the thing is, what really just pisses me off is, like, it's almost like when I see more white queer representation, I'm just like, oh, lovely. So society was able to find a way of, oh, we have to become desensitized to gay, but at least it's still white. I mean, it's like, it shouldn't matter if it's two Black men getting married in a show or movie. It shouldn't matter if it's two Middle Eastern men. It shouldn't matter if it's a Middle Eastern man and a Black man. It shouldn't matter of anything. It should just be that these people exist. It shouldn't be like, oh, well, she's female, but at least she's heterosexual female, so we'll give her a little bit more points than a queer female. It's like, I'm really hoping that someday, before we die, like our species, that we just obliterate racism, sexism, and homophobia, because I'm just so fed up with it. Like, I don't know if you saw it recently, but there was 5 Black teens at a park, and police were actually called because some bystanders were uncomfortable. And I'm just like, this was literally 4 days ago. I'm like, what is going on here? Are we going backwards? Has history classes and stuff not told us enough to not repeat what our ancestors have done?
I don't normally spend a lot of time monitoring the chat, because especially if the chat's going well, sometimes I can't even keep up with it. But I want to acknowledge really quick. So, like, this person says, the host sounds racist, saying you won a genetic lottery. And a couple notes on that, and I think you'll probably agree with me, but if you don't, feel free to jump in. But, you know, first of all, I'm not saying that I'm better, but I can acknowledge that I have, you can call it the genetic lottery, you can call it the privilege lottery, you can call it, you know, like, it depends on how you want to label it. But I was born as a straight white man who for most of my life identified as the majority religion of Christianity in America. I mean that is, you know, it's genetic lottery, and I acknowledge absolutely that it is a ton of privilege that has been foisted upon me in my life, and I have not always, you know, been as they say. Sorry, I was only addressing other people. That's okay. I wasn't taking it. I wasn't taking it personally.
No, honestly, I love what you're saying, because the thing is, what you're trying to say is, and it's right, that you are not compelled to show emotion to other people because you don't face anything yourself. You won all 3.
Right.
So you're actually wanting to be an ally to all these groups, and I think that's incredible and amazing, because the thing that bothers me is, when I see a white person being racist or queer, I'm just like, oh, okay, it sucks and it's terrible and I hope they stop. But, you know, I'm not really that shocked because you've had privilege points. But when I see like a POC person or a female being homophobic, I'm like, you've experienced discrimination yourself. So you actually should understand that you didn't like that discrimination. Why should someone else? Like, I feel almost like, in a weird way, I feel like I have more excuse for a white man calling a black person the N-word in a store. It's disgusting, it's horrible, but I have excuse for this person and the fact that they're a disgusting human being, because the only way that they're going to learn to be different is exposure and willing to be around exposure. They have nothing of themselves to ever know what discrimination is like because they've never experienced discrimination. They have to be willing to see the discrimination of others. But if I saw a black man trying to say to Latinas, oh, go back to your country, I'm like, I'm sorry, what? You literally face discrimination for your ethnicity, which is disgusting and never should have happened. But you know what discrimination is like. You have no ignorance on this.
So I will say this, because sometimes I generally consider myself to be fairly optimistic about people in general. But sometimes when I look at society, I feel pessimistic. And I know that may sound like a contradiction because society is made up of people, right? But with people, I feel like, okay, you know, even with gross people, you can find a lot of good in them. But when I look at society as a whole, I look at the trends, and where I'm going with this is that I would love, you know, if racism and homophobia and all of the and misogyny and all these were gone. I also, though, feel, unfortunately, that even if somehow I could wave my magic wand and make homophobia go away and racism go away, I feel that there's at least a certain percentage of the population, at least in society today, that would just find a new set of parameters to other
Oh my goodness.
people.
I've been saying this as well. I've literally been saying that. I've been making a joke with some of my friends. I've been saying to myself, if we eventually do get rid of racist, sex, and homophobia, what's the new thing gonna be? Oh, I hate you. You're a tree hugger. Oh, I hate you. You like
Yeah, you have brown eyes, I have green eyes, she has blue eyes. You know, like, oh, we're different tribes now because of eyes or something.
It's almost like our species just is not incapable of not being intolerant.
Well, that is part of it. I think part of it is human condition. Part of it is some of the problems that come from our evolutionary brains. But I'll give you a different reason for this as well. Because some people do this consciously and some people are doing it subconsciously. But there is political motivation in othering people. So I've said this on my channel on my pre-recorded videos when I was talking about like queer issues. And I said, make no mistake about it. Christianity, at least, you know, a large portion of it in this country, at least, of course, I'm talking from the U.S. Christianity, whether they want to admit it or not, they benefit from being able to other the queer community. It serves a serious political purpose for them. Now, I'm not saying that every Christian actively, consciously thinks that, okay? I think that there are some Christians, many Christians, who have just been following their church leaders, and they've been fed the lines, and they're just following them now. They don't realize the agenda that's being followed there. But being able to point to another group and say that group bad helps your group. Sadly, this is a part of human psychology. It helps your group create cohesion, right? So, for example, if I said, you know, I represent the Union of New Orleans people, and we love New Orleans, right? So, even if you live in New Orleans, you might think, whatever, like, I like New Orleans, but I don't need to join the Union of New Orleans people. But then if I started saying, but dude, there's people in Biloxi that want to come here and take over. Like, people in Biloxi are bad people. That, whether people want to admit it or not, starts to create more of a psychic buy-in for my proposed union of New Orleans people. Because go ahead.
Oh, absolutely. I was going to say to you that the interesting thing for me is I know, because I'm actually someone of science, I have studied zoology and entomology for quite a while now. I know that racism, as sad and fucked up as it is, it did one time serve a purpose. Because in ancient times, we didn't have technology. We didn't have any information. All you could use, like, for example, let's say you're a cave person and your rations were just stolen by other cave people, but they who have bone noses on their noses and you don't. You just took that as, oh, okay, those type of cave people, be worried of them. And racism was born because it was a way for our primitive brains to make reason of the things around us. But what we've learned from so many years and decades and centuries is it's extremely flawed, because when you see racist people in stores watching black people to see if they'll steal their clothing out of their store, guess what? It's white people stealing your clothing. But you didn't realize that, of realizing, hey, maybe I should monitor everyone, because you tried to use a system that is extremely flawed, that, hey, they're black, they're going to steal. So I get it that it was a purpose originally of human nature, of Homo sapien, Homo erectus, hominid, but it's not anymore. It's not been for decades.
So, of course, I'm agreeing with you, but I'm also going to kind of add another layer here and say I can get a little more specific for you about how I believe this actually came about and came to, at least on some level, this is relative, benefit people for a certain period of time. Because if you go way back in history, before we had evolved or, grown out of our purely hunter-gatherer phase, when we were all in hunter-gatherer groups. Hunter-gatherer groups, by definition, the way a hunter-gatherer group works, you can't have a hunter-gatherer group of 10,000 people or 100,000 people. It doesn't work, because you constantly have to move across the land and try to get resources. And it only works to have maybe at the upper level of hunter-gatherer groups, maybe 100 people. That's about, and even then, most hunter-gatherer groups were smaller than that. Most of them topped out at about 50.
Competition and resources.
Right. And when you're in a hunter-gatherer group, you don't need these, and I'm not saying this is I'm not saying, oh, we should go back to being hunter-gatherers, but I'm just tracing for you the ideological lineage here. So when you're in a hunter-gatherer group, I don't need those false delineations, because I know everyone in the whole group. Like, everyone is related to you. Everyone, even if you don't like them, you deal with them every day. And if there is a threat to your group, like another group that's going to maybe raid your camp or kill your people or whatever, it's very easy to rally everyone together, because you can see that, okay, here's our little group. We all know each other. And there's another group that is threatening to kill us or steal our stores of food or whatever. And it's very clear and obvious to understand why we need to band together against them. But when society started becoming agrarian, which meant that we were now settling down into civilizations like city groups, and you had people that were specializing. You had people that did nothing but grow crops all day, and then other people that did nothing but sell stuff in the and then you started to get, the point of this is that then you started to get groups that weren't 50 people or 100 people, but you might have several thousand people living in the city. Granted, they didn't have metropolises back then like we think of today, but let's say that a top city, the biggest city in the world, 4,000 years ago, might have been 20,000 people. Okay. That's still small by today's standards. But the point is that with 20,000 people, hell, even with 1,000 people, you can't know everyone anymore. Now you're living in this society where you don't actually know most of the people that are around you. You see people walking by you on the street every day, who some of them you may have never seen before. You don't know their names. You don't know what their intentions are, etc. So what does that have to do with what I'm saying? Well, then when they get threatened by an outside group, it's not as obvious to everyone why we need to band together and defend ourselves or counterattack or whatever, right? It's not as obvious because you don't know everyone around you. Like even like if I live on the east side of town in a city that has 10,000 people, let's say, and some group on the west side of town is getting raided at night by, vandals out in the countryside, it's easy for me to think, I don't fucking care. Like that's the other side of town. I don't know those people. So the way that you kind of combat that, the way you create cohesion between much larger groups, is you find other bases upon which to say, this is the in group, that's the out group. Those bases become things like skin color, okay? But they also become things like religion. All right? So maybe I don't know those guys in the other side of town because there's 10,000 people in this ancient city, right? So I don't know who they are, but I know that we all worship Dagon or Yahweh or whoever. And those horrible people that are attacking, they worship some animistic god or some other god that I don't believe in. So now if I start rallying this cry about, hey, but what about they don't follow our gods, they're not one of us, it becomes at least a touch point that you can use to rally a larger population that doesn't otherwise know why they should fight for each other.
I see what you're saying. So basically what you're saying is you do agree with me that racism was a way of registering data, but it's also a way of a tactic of power. Right,
exactly. I'll give you another example. Like I live in New Orleans right now. Right now, let's say that I know this, we're not in any danger of this happening anytime soon, but let's say that the Japanese start attacking Seattle, right? Well, a few thousand years ago, if that was the case, I wouldn't care. I mean, first of all, a few thousand years ago, Seattle would be so far away that I could barely even get to it. And then the idea that that my tax dollars should go towards defending Seattle, or even worse, that I should go join an army so that I can put my life on the line to defend Seattle, would sound ridiculous, right? Why am I going to go off and put myself in danger or put my money in danger or my family in danger just so I can defend Seattle? They're half a country away. They're half a continent away. Why do I care? But if you can tie this to other aspects that artificially make us feel like we're all one, like in America today, even though I don't have a ton of patriotism at the moment, I do understand that in America, if Seattle got attacked by Japan or by anyone, most of America, even people on the East Coast that don't know anyone in Seattle, would say, what the hell, dude? Like, how dare you come attack our country? And a whole bunch of people in America would volunteer for the military or send supplies to help the people that have been attacked. Like they would band together based upon a whole bunch of societal constructs that we have created that don't naturally exist, merely for the sake of keeping us together. And last thing I'll say, I know I'm going on a diatribe here, but then
I'm enjoying this.
Imagine then you have a religion that doesn't have the boundaries of a country, right? So we can't sit here and say, well, the Christians need to bond together because, those dirty people in Dallas might mess with us. Well, no, there's Christians in Dallas too. So it doesn't work to pull that card. But what does work is this. Christians en masse, not all of them, but most of them claim to be straight. Now, a lot of them are. We also know that some of them are not, even though they claim to be. But generally speaking, they're straight, right? So if you have a whole congregation of people that you want to rally, you want to get them to circle the wagons, right? Used to be 100 years ago, you could give a bunch of threats about like those black people that want to take away our rights. And I know some people still do that today, but in most parts of society, even the really bad racist parts of society, it's usually not acceptable to say the quiet part out loud. You're not, you know, most people don't want to hear you say.
Yes, and I do like that. At least, like, I know, like, I'm aware that these corporations, they don't actually care about me being LGBTQ, but they're too scared to ever want to do anti or never do anything of us. And that's what I feel like my community needs to realize is don't think they're your friends. They're not.
Oh yeah.
But realize that 20 years ago, someone could say marriage is only between one man, one woman, no one would care. Today, you basically cause social suicide to your career.
Right. Yeah. So now, like, imagine you're sitting at some mega church as a pastor of some mega church in Dallas, right? And I can't stand up in front of my mega church and say, hey, we can't, you know, we have to rally against the Japanese people. Well, that doesn't work. I can't stand in front of my mega church and say we have to rally against the black people. Well, that doesn't work. But what I can do is I can look around my mega church congregation and I can see a whole congregation of people that almost every single one of them swears that they are straight. Now, I'm not saying that they're lying, because most of them swear they're straight because they are. But we all know some of them really aren't. But that's another discussion, right? But they almost all of them, because very few openly gay people are going into the mega church in Dallas. There are some,
exactly,
but very few. So I can sit there as a pastor in my mega church in Dallas, and I can write up a whole sermon about how gay is bad, okay? You don't need to be don't be gay. And even for the people that aren't terribly comfortable with it in the congregation, which most of them will be comfortable with it, but even for the ones who aren't, they're just going to kind of nod because it doesn't really affect them, right? You are othering a group of people who pretty much are not admitted to be in your congregation. Now, again, we know that some of those people in the mega church actually are bi or gay in the closet
absolutely.
or whatever.
It's like, it frustrates me when they say ex-gay or ex-lesbian. No, they're not ex-gay or ex-lesbian.
Yeah.
They're living a denial life.
Or what I've seen too is, we're kind of saying the same thing, but what I've seen too is there's a lot of people who are, you know, there's the scale. Most people are not fully straight or fully gay, right? Most people are somewhere in the middle. So if you're somewhat bi, either you're right down the middle bi, or you're bi straight leaning, or you're bi gay leaning, well, then it's easy to at some point make a choice to say, okay, I'm going to be straight presenting now, because you always were kind of a little straight to begin with in the first place, you know, versus compared to the people that truly are just, because there are some people that are just gay. Like, some people don't have any desire to be with anyone of the opposite sex, right? But even if you have a little bit of desire for the opposite sex, at some point, some of those people make strategic choices in their life to slide into the straight lifestyle, right? You know, to just be like, well, you know what? I experimented in college or whatever, you know, but now I settled down with an opposite sex partner, and we squeezed out 3 or 4 kids, and, you know, we go to church every Sunday, and now you can kind of just mentally erase that part of your life when you were actually acknowledging the many different aspects of your own sexuality.
Oh, absolutely. Because I know that in my my zoology classes, it makes us laugh when Christians will try to say it's not natural, and I'm like, then why is it in every single species? And we actually have information on this, that when it's actually really interesting, I learned about it, that, and what Christians don't seem to understand is they try to say something like there's no gay gene, but the thing is, you actually wish there was a gay gene, because if there was a gay gene, then you could just try and make every one of us queer people sterile. You could make us incapable of being able to procreate with another queer person, of like artificial insemination or something, and boom, you did it. Queer people don't exist. But because we're not a gay gene, we're actually 1,000 variation of, I'm trying to remember it in class, polygenic. Since we are polygenic genes,
most traits are polygenic, but go ahead.
Right. And hormones of the wound of the female individual through becoming conceived from fetus to embryo, there is no way to get rid of us unless you made every woman never give birth again.
You know, I'm sure you've probably heard this before, so I don't pretend. I don't want to pretend I'm giving you new knowledge. But you know, the best answer to "there's no gay gene."
Oh, feel free to tell me.
Where's the straight gene?
Exactly, because it's like people don't seem to understand that no allele, no gene does one job.
Right. They have never found a straight gene, and I'm sure they never will. You know, so yes, you're right. There's probably not a gay gene. Although I do think that as time goes on and we get better and better and better at our research, I think that we will start to find, just like with breast cancer, and I want to be careful here because I know it's gross to compare a disease to to sexual orientation, but in this case, I'm just saying, like, some people will say, "Oh, I have the breast cancer gene" or whatever, but really, even when people say that, what they're saying is there's one gene in their DNA that has been shown to statistically make them somewhat more likely to get breast cancer over time. It doesn't mean, oh, I have the breast cancer gene, ergo, I am now going to get breast cancer at some point in my life. It just means that they are statistically a little more biased towards it than the general population. On the same level, I think that probably in the next, not in the next couple of years, but maybe in the next 50 or 100 years, we may find, I don't think we're ever going to find a gay gene, but we may find that, well, there's 2 or 3 or 4 different genes, that if, depending upon other factors, if they all fall a certain way, it might double your likelihood of being gay or triple it, which, by the way, would mean that you go from being 2% likely to being 4% or 8% or something. Actually, that's being a little pessimistic, but the point is the majority of the population, of course, is not gay. Most of the population is naturally straight or straight leaning. And for whatever is the percentage of the population that is naturally gay or, queer, it might double your odds of being queer or triple it if you have these certain combinations of genes. But I don't think it's ever going to be like, we found the gay gene. Like, I don't think that'll ever happen.
Yeah, no. We've talked about this in my classes. Our professor actually has gone on to it, that we definitely believe that genetics does play a part, but it is not the entire aspect of the DNA and the chromosomes, because if that was the case, then your 2 heterosexual parents would defaultly always make a heterosexual child. And we know that's not true. And we know that if a lesbian gets artificially inseminated by her queer best friend because she doesn't want a spouse, but she wants a child, well, there's no guarantee that child is going to be queer, even though those 2 individuals are queer. Right. Because what people don't seem to understand is that it plays more into a hormonal aspect that we've talked about in class, and polygenic genes that, yes, are traceable to other fractions, but they're not traceable enough, like the point of your dad having red hair, you might have red hair. It's not like that. It's traceable in the sense of why our sexuality still exists since the beginning of anything not asexual. It definitely has a traceability of that, but it doesn't have a traceability of you, one individual, tracing it to another. It's more in a sense of the whole species, not asexual, is going to continue tracing this.
I want to acknowledge here, Demented Engineer says, indeed, hormones greatly impact development in utero. Color is right. So kudos to you, Demented Engineer. Of course, I totally agree with you and with Faye here. And I think that is a very complex soup of factors. And here's where, this may sound funny, here's where I'm going to sound almost like I'm agreeing with the Christian bigots. Because while I don't think that you become gay because we let you see 2 dudes kissing on TV or some shit like that, right? That's stupid. I do think that for a large part of U.S. history, at least, there have been a lot of people who had at least some percentage of gay in their spectrum, right? Like whether they were 10% gay or 50% gay or even 90% gay. But because if they had even a little bit of an ability to kind of tell themselves, no, I can get with someone of the opposite sex, they would through most of our country's history, they would have chosen to stay or go back into the closet because the societal cost of it was so great.
Oh, absolutely.
So
absolutely.
now you have something like Pride, and you have people coming out and people saying, I'm not going to be in the closet anymore. And yes, that will result in a higher percentage of self-identifying queer people in
Oh yes,
the
absolutely.
country.
We've. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I was just gonna. I guess all I was gonna say on that is just that. So, to the ignorant observer, or to the observer that knows what's going on, but they just don't want to deal with it, they would actually prefer that there's no pride and that there's no open anything, because they would prefer that everyone who has anywhere from a 10% gay proclivity all the way up to a 90% gay proclivity, they would prefer that you subconsciously feel bullied into presenting as straight. That would make them happier.
Oh, absolutely. Because I was going to actually tell you, we talked about this in my psychology classes as well, that it really pisses us off when people try to say, well, if you're not recruiting the children or spreading this thing, why are more people being queer? And it's like we have to explain to them, as an environment becomes more accepting to what you are, it is the likelihood that you will express as you naturally are. It has nothing to do with that individual going, oh, hey, it's more accepting to be gay, I'm going to become queer. It was that they were queer, but they suppressed that until they saw more acceptance around.
Absolutely. I mean, and that was really, I mean, going back to like Stonewall and everything, a lot of the original slogans and original cries were about, we've always been here. You know, whether you knew it or not, whether you wanted to admit it or not, we've always been here. It's just now we're going to, you know, be proud about it. We're not going to be in the closet. We've always been here. And that's the part that's, of course, I don't agree with the bigots, but that's the only part where I can sort of understand their beef. Like, oh, I saw two gay guys, you know, kissing on a TV program. I mean, that should never bother you. But I do, on some sad sort of level, understand that what they're reacting to is that by showing it, I'm not going to say by normalizing it, but by showing it as being normal, you are giving license to the young kid who's just coming into his sexuality, you know, his or her sexuality, and they're just realizing for the first time that, you know, whether they're completely gay or whether they're bi or, you know, any part in that spectrum, they're starting to realize I have feelings for other people. And instead of feeling like I need to suppress this as vehemently as I can, instead they feel the freedom to actually fucking be themselves, you know, and to not slide into this trauma pit about denying what is a key part of their own personality.
It's the other thing that we were going on in our psychology classes too, because what frustrates us is, I'm sure you're aware, unfortunately, more queer females come out than queer males.
Right.
And people try to sometimes say, oh, well, maybe that's just because there is more queer females or there's more sexually fluid female. I, someone of science, do not believe at all that females are more sexually fluid or more queer than males. That makes no logical sense. What I do stand on is that there is less stigma on females innating to their sexuality than males innating to their sexuality.
Here's what's really sad about that too. There's more stigma for bisexuality in men, even in the queer community.
Yep.
So I only bring that up because like that blows my mind to think that even amongst the queer community, sometimes they will admit their stigma, and other times, like, you can just tell by being around queer people, like the way that they treat a bi woman versus a bi man, that, like, dude, you're not treating these people the same way. Like, wow.
Exactly. It really frustrates me. And it's not even just that, but there's even people of gay or lesbian that think bi doesn't even exist. And it's like, yes, it does exist. How can you want zealot idiots to accept us when you're not even accepting one of our own? I mean, like they exist, okay? Like, and it just frustrates me because you'll get people saying, "Oh, well, females are more tender and they're more motherly." Do you think that still would have happened if we didn't live in a patriarch, misogynistic decade world? Do you think that men would still just be like, "Oh, the hug can't be too long. Oh, the bromance can't be too long"? Do you really think that biologically? I mean, we've literally seen it. We have seen male lions cuddling with other male lions. So we're the only species that's wanting to just have this affection only be on female.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it just frustrates me because the thing is, what people don't seem to understand is that we've always existed. Like, you'll get people trying to say, "Oh, this is a new thing." No, it's not. We've been here through history. If you look at the most ancient scrolls of ancient Asian culture, you will see emperors having lover boys. You will see kings having male knights. You will see, like, it wasn't even.
You will see David and Jonathan in the Bible.
Exactly. Like, I mean, it's like, yes, okay. Yes, acceptance to homosexuality was not that great in ancient times in some aspects. Like, I will be honest with this.
Well, it was amongst the Spartans, but I know what you're saying.
Right. It was, they didn't mind if you were with men, but they wanted you to always be the giving it role, not the taking it role. And you had to make a family. You could have secret lovers. You could have, like, they didn't care. You could be public that, hey, I got 20 men I'm with while having a wife and kids. They did not care. As long as you had a family and continued your heir, they did not care what you did. So yes, it was not accepting in the sense that two men could get married. No, two men were not allowed to get married in most ancient cultures, but you were allowed to experiment with men while married to a woman. So there were aspects of it that was like they didn't care.
My sense, and this is very anecdotal, I will admit, but my sense about ancient cultures, anytime you make the broad statement ancient cultures, we know we are speaking in very big generalities, right? But my sense that is amongst ancient cultures in general, homosexuality, well, first of all, they didn't even understand the concept that we
just two guys interested in each other. That was pretty much it.
Yeah, but I think that they looked at things more as on a practical level. Like, I made the joke about the Spartans before, right? And I think that most Spartans, and I'm getting way over my skis here because I'm not a historian, but I don't think that most Spartans would have seen themselves as being queer.
Oh, absolutely not. It was just it was honestly just, it had political stance, it had a religious stance, it had, like, it was normal that you please the emperor. So here's your lover boys, do whatever you want with them or something.
And part of the reason I say I think for a lot of societies too, it became practical is because, like, again, going with the example of the Spartans, I don't think they saw themselves as being queer, but I think that they knew very clearly that if you're in a battle, you're going to fight harder when the guy next to you is the same guy that you've been fucking. You know?
Yeah, I agree with. Yeah, no, I agree with you completely. It wasn't even the aspect that queer existed. It was just, this man may fuck a man. This man may fuck a woman. This man may fuck a tree. Like, this woman may fuck a tree. This woman may fuck a rock. This woman may fuck another one. Like, it was just, you were allowed to do whatever you want. But I have noticed ancient Mesopotamian was the only one that did allow same-sex marriage. I don't know if you saw it, but Charlie Kirk was trying to lash at Harvard University Yale University that, oh, we've never had same-sex marriage.
I think it was Cambridge, wasn't it?
Oh, it was Cambridge. You're right. It was Cambridge.
Yeah.
And Charlie Kirk is correct. Most of ancient society did not do same-sex marriage, but what he doesn't understand is it had nothing to do with it was wrong. They did not think that you would continue a child if you were in a relationship with the opposite sex, but they did not care if you were with same-sex people while married and had children. You were
Right.
You were good. So he was incorrect on that aspect, but what he was also incorrect on, we did have one ancient society that did do same-sex marriage, and that was ancient Mesopotamian. And so what I was trying to say is that we've never had an issue with the aspect of you. Like I can promise you, there was nowhere on the ancient Earth globe saying you can only have sex with a woman. There was never.
Well, and I will say this in the interest of being, as fair as I can to any people who are trying to justify their homophobia with history, that I talked about the process of going from hunter-gatherer societies to agrarian societies, which allowed us to have larger groups, right? But even then, even though it allowed us to have bigger settled groups, for most of early human history, it didn't take us from being a hunter-gatherer group of 50 to a city of 500,000, right? It just took us from being a hunter-gatherer group of 50 to most villages had 100 or 200 people, and most big cities had 10,000 or 20,000 people. And the reason I point this out is because back in those times, being able to crank out a bunch of kids, both for your family and for your whatever group you were a part of, it wasn't a luxury. It was more of a survival technique. You needed kids, first of all, at a practical level, to man your farm or your to shepherd your flocks or whatever. You needed them as labor, okay? But also
absolutely. It's like Christians don't seem to get like okay, yes, marriage today is ceremonial, but back then it was 100% political.
Right.
It was not romantic or sexual at all. It was literally like there would be men marrying off their daughters. By the way, not with consent.
No, not all. But to be fair, in a, trying to slip into my grossest old timey hat that I can understand that if, let's say, you're in a small village of, I don't know, a few hundred people, and at the time you had raiding parties, you had you had war chiefs, warlords going throughout, trying to see what city that they could overtake and rape and pillage and burn down. So having as many kids as possible, as fast as possible, was an important survival technique. And I do think that at that time, back in ancient history, I could understand how it would be seen as a threat to our society if you had too many people who were openly gay. Now I say that knowing that, of course, gay people can have kids. It happens, right? Even if two men are totally into each other, they still sometimes end up fathering children with women. But the point is that, in general, if you had a much higher prevalence of gays throughout society, you will probably, in the long run, have a lower birth rate. Not a zero birth rate, but it'll probably be somewhat lower, right? Because
no. I totally agree with you on that, because the thing is, when you get Christians that try to say, if all of us were queer, we would die out. No, you're correct. If all of us were queer, we would die out. But what you're not understanding is, if all of us were heterosexual, we would also be in problems too. Because what you don't seem to realize is that, what do you think happens when a species overpopulates? We have to relocate them. You know why? Because of competition, resources, fighting. What do you think is going to happen if every single human was heterosexual? We would also be in a danger spot. So I personally think, as someone of science, and my fellow colleagues have also agreed with me this in class, we think that nature knew exactly what it was doing when it made a variation of strictly heterosexual people, not completely heterosexual people, and queer people. We think it knew exactly what it was doing, of trying to make a good line of, hey, we're making enough of our offspring to continue our species, but we're not making too much that it goes into a danger.
I'm going to do something here real quick, Faye. I didn't hit the restroom. I also have two other of our regular callers have been hanging out, and they're on mute. I don't know if they're still on the line or not, but I'm not going to hang up on you and go to them. I'm actually going to, I don't do this a lot on my calls because normally I have like me and one other person talking. But since we're all kind of, I think, of similar minds, I'm going to, you know, I think I can take us all off, unmute, and see if, you know, see if the conversation flows. But I'm going to do that.
That's fine.
I'm going to do that right after I hit the restroom. So while I head off and do that, I'm going to put on the music. You can pray for us.
For those saying he did not unmute us, though, I believe he said he was going to mute everyone when he gets back. Oh, absolutely. Black lives definitely matter. I saw someone saying Black lives do matter. Absolutely, Black lives definitely matter.
All right, I'm going to assume you said a beautiful prayer for all of us.
No, I figured you were just trying to be comedic. I have been reading the chat, and wow, a lot of people, I mean, there's been a few not supportive of me, but I think that's because they are Bible zealots, but the majority has been very supportive of me in the call.
So, I think you're probably right. I mean, I don't get a chance to, especially if I'm in a conversation with someone, I definitely don't get a chance to always see the chat. Every once in a while, I'll see something that pops up there if I get a chance. But I will defer to someone who's kind of a hero in this space. I think I was watching Deconstruction Zone, Justin, one night, and there was someone he was talking to, and this person was not happy with something that was in the chat, and Justin just said to them, you know, he said, don't worry about the chat. The chat is not. Now, to be fair, sometimes there's beautiful things in the chat, right? But the flip side of that is, if you're going to talk live on a live stream or a call or whatever, you can't be too worried about what's in the chat, good or bad, because it'll just consume you to, you know, just sit there and start reading through all the chat stuff.
Oh, absolutely. Especially when you're doing something that's, I will say, it's very controversial still. God is imaginary, prove me wrong. But you will be happy about this. I think you will be. And for the Bible zealots in the chat, I don't care if you're not happy about this, but for the majority of you, you'll be happy to know Christianity is 100% dying in the United States. They have done a study showing that only 36% of Gen Z actually affiliates as religious. And of that 36%, they've even found that only 14% would say they are devoutly religious. So I'm not surprised at all that Christianity is dying because, oh, sorry, I didn't mean, I will let you speak, but I just wanted to say as well, when these religious organizations found out, which, by the way, for the Bible zealots, they'll say, "Oh, that was a left-leaning site." The Public Religion Research Institute is not a left-leaning site. It is definitely a right-leaning site, and they're unhappy with these numbers. And they ask these Gen Z individuals why, and the major factor was how LGBTQ classmates, co-workers, employees, employers, relatives, friends are being treated by people of Christianity. That was the major factor of why a majority of Gen Z does not affiliate as religious. And what's even sadder is that while the Public Religion Research Institute admitted to this. They did not try to say, oh, let us Christians change our ways. No, they just went, okay, yes, this is really bad numbers, but maybe we can get it good. Maybe God will get into people's minds. And I'm just like, yeah, you'll get more numbers when you stop being bigots. Because I have no problem. Oh, sorry. I'm sure you want to speak right now. I'll let you laugh.
No, you're good. I'll just say a couple things real quick. First of all, so John and Anka know, and I don't know if you guys are still actively listening or not, but I've unmuted you guys. Normally I try to
sleep in.
Oh, okay. Normally I try to do just like.
Gonna say,
Go ahead, John.
and I was just gonna say, it is in the Torah that two men can't do it. It's like the 600, one of the 600 laws.
Ish. It's in the Torah
Yeah.
that a male may not sleep with a male as with a woman.
Right. It's one. Yeah. It's just one of those laws.
Right. Now, I mean, we can get into lawyering this, and Dan McClellan, for example, does a great job of diving into this, because if you take the Torah literally as it says it in Leviticus.
Is he part of my community, by the way, or is he ally? I've always been curious. I've seen his videos before. I know he wears an LGBT wristband, so I would say he's probably part of the community, because even our allies don't usually wear things of our community. But is he an ally, or is he one of us?
Dan McClellan?
Yes.
Well, I mean, of course, I don't pretend to be able to speak for his personal proclivities. I will tell you that he's in a heterosexual marriage, with kids. He identifies as a Mormon, although the extent to which he's actively involved with the Mormon church is at least up to some debate, because he doesn't talk about his own faith much at all on his channel. But I will tell you this. I feel very confident saying that he is very strongly an ally. He has done many, many videos, not just, of course, he breaks down the biblical text, right? He talks about what the Bible says or doesn't say about gay and straight and lesbian and everything else. But he, especially during Pride Month, he has made a point of putting out a number of videos where he doesn't just say, this isn't what the Bible says and you should learn it better. He specifically, on many of his videos, and I pretty much watch every one of his videos at this point, he specifically tells people that when they come out with all this hateful shit that misreads the Bible, he says, you need to grow the fuck up. And he says this repeated. Some of his videos, in fact, over the last month, I think have gotten particularly spicy in a good way. Like, he's telling people, stop this shit. And he's also recently, in a few of his videos, talked about how he believes that one way or another, as a society, we're going to get over this shit. And he's talking about this queer hatred, this trans hatred, this, all this homophobic shit. He thinks that we're going to get over it. And maybe we will as a society, although, like I said earlier.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Because I was going to say that I have no problem with someone believing in this holy deity. I don't believe it. I don't, even not talking in the queer sense, I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see this Jesus. I don't see it. But I'm not going to take you from wanting to believe in this deity. So I have no problem with when Christianity becomes a minority, which they've already predicted in 2040 or 2050. I don't mind after it becomes a minority becoming a majority again, but it's going to have to change its ways. It's going to have to 100% change its ways if it wants to come back on top. And what I've actually also found out is the Christians who actually are against us, they're actually in the minority. Majority of Christians are actually accepting of LGBTQ to an extent, but they're definitely not to the, you're a sin, you're going to hell. No, they've gone to gay weddings. They've pasteurized for these gay weddings and stuff. So the good news is, even of the Christians you get of American Family Association or Mass Resistance, they're a minority already in their religion. And what's even more funny and interesting is, even though they're a minority, Christianity is predicted to become a minority. Even though their hatred is a minority of the Christianity group, it's still predicted to become a minority because of those minority aspect individuals causing just too much detriment to LGBTQ. The majority of Gen Z is not for.
So let me throw in a few thoughts here, and of course I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm going to at least temper what you're saying with maybe a few counterpoints, just because I think they're important to bring out.
Okay.
One is that there was this, huge euphoria amongst apologists over the last several years, like, oh, they have these studies that show that Americans are going, especially young Americans, are going back to church in droves. And as you pointed out, that's been debunked. All right. The Christian faith, at least in America, and probably in many other places, but especially in America, is not growing. There are far more people today than there were 20 or 30 or 40 years ago who no longer go to church on a regular, no longer specifically identify with a denomination. And there's even a larger percentage who no longer specifically identify with any denomination at all.
Mm-hmm.
The caveats I'm going to throw out here, though, are these, not as a correction to you, but just kind of, food for thought.
Uh-huh.
While I believe that Christianity as a dominant force in this country may be receding, I also think that's what's happening in this country over the last 20 years especially, or 30 years, is that those who are left are becoming more ardent and polarized. So while the percentage of people who gleefully identify as Christians may be far less than it was than when I was a kid in the 70s and 80s, the percentage of people who are militantly adhering to dogmatic Christian positions, I feel, I don't have numbers to give you, but I feel is larger than when I was young. So Christian influence in the country down, but extremist influence, I personally feel, is up. And
absolutely.
Well, one other thing I want to throw on this too is that while I absolutely can at times take some enjoyment in seeing these reports of new Christian faith in America being debunked, I will also say that sometimes these studies or reports or whatever that talk about religious affiliation in America can be a little misleading, because what I personally see happening is that there are a lot of people who feel abandoned by, or they feel burned by the alt-right Christian nationalist bullshit, right? That's great. I'm glad that they don't feel like that. But a lot of those people now identify as the nuns. So I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but I'm saying that it's sometimes those nuns get grouped into like, oh, look, they're atheists now, or oh, look, they don't like Christianity anymore. And I think that the more pragmatic way to view this is that a lot of times you have people who grew up Christian, probably in their heart of hearts still want to be Christian, but because they are so offended by what they see in their local, denomination or whatever, when they take these surveys, they identify as none, because they don't want to be identified as a Baptist or a Presbyterian or whatever. Like they're just like, you know what, put me under none. And I'm only bringing this up because while I agree with you that Christianity in America, like it is almost every place else in the world, is at least on some level receding, I also think that it's easy to overstate how much it's receding and how helpful that is to us in the short term. Because in the short term, the extremism is going through the roof.
Oh, absolutely. What I was going to say is I don't doubt at all. What I just do know is that, and I'm perfectly fine with this, what I do know is that even if those individuals on the survey are issuing none, They're issuing none because maybe they are Christian, but they just hate what it has done to their queer friends, queer relatives, queer family. And like, I have no problem with Christianity if it just takes us out of the negative. If it takes us out of the negative, I have no problem with it. So what I'm basically just trying to say is that I definitely think Christianity is first going to have to become a minority because of how much damage it has done to so many groups, not even just LGBTQ, but Black, POC, like, etc. I think there is no inevitable stopping it becoming a minority, but if it leaves its incredibly racist and homophobic ways, I can see it go back to the majority. I can absolutely see that, but it's got to do that first. And it's interesting that you brought that up because I was looking up that if majority of the United States is pro-LGBTQ, which it is, why are mega churches a majority still against us? And then I found it out. Christians are actually in a pickle because if they leave their policies and go into same-sex marriage is legal, is good, or blah, blah, they'll lose their older generation's donations. So they have no choice but to stay where they are. But they know that once they die, we're done. I mean, I've actually looked up and we have only 900 mega churches in the United States, and not even counting cities or states. I'm talking the whole entire country, only 900 mega churches. That is terrible. And, well, not terrible to me, but terrible for them. And when you look at the data, they don't even have that many attendees. In fact, one of the biggest mega churches in the United States still does not even have close the number of attendees to the biggest pride parade in the United States. So they know they're losing, but they're in a pickle because too many people have left this faith. Too many people said, nope, sorry, I'm done with this. So they have no choice but to just stay where they are until their donations go into retirement homes and die.
That's fair. Although I will say this, I'm going to be 53 really soon. At this point in my life, I have unfortunately become very jaundiced with the demographic ideas. Meaning, for example, Democrats in the 90s were dancing around at their parties saying, you know, it's only a matter of time till we own this place, because they would always look at young people, people in their teens and 20s and even 30s to some extent, and they'd say, look, our numbers are overpowering for the Democrats in these demographics. And then they would look at it and they say, you know, it's only a matter of time until the old fuckers will age out and these young people come into their own, and then look at that, the Democrats are going to own the country. And I'm not trying to make this a political conversation, but I'm bringing this up as an analogy because, of course, Democrat or politics and religion, especially in this country, get wrapped up a lot, right? But what's happened? Well, the Democrats have not taken over the country, and we could get into a lot of, you know, long political discussions about why that is. But one of the reasons why is because people who are very liberal when they are 20 sometimes stay very liberal as they become 30 and 40 and 50 and 60. But a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them, unfortunately, become more conservative as they get older, especially if they were raised in a conservative household. So if your parents were like hardcore Republicans, right? You may have been this hardcore Democratic liberal when you were 20, but it's not a given. But a lot of those people will, as they get older and they have kids and they settle down, they become more like their parents. They will become more like their parents, not just in their TV viewing habits. They will also become more like their parents many times in their voting habits. And I bring this up not because I'm trying to make this a political discussion, but because the same thing can apply to religion, unfortunately. You can have a family where maybe the parents or grandparents or whatever are very hardcore conservative Christians, right? And they have you know, some younger kids and grandkids who are, you know, teens and 20s or whatever, and maybe they're very non-religious. Maybe they're outright atheist, you know, but then they have kids and they settle down and they start feeling this, not everyone, but they start feeling this kind of pull to like recede back into this conservative mold that their grandparents laid for them. And too many times those people who seemed so promising because, oh, they're shedding the shackles of religion when they're 20. Unfortunately, too many of those people when they're 45 are deacons in their fucking churches. So I'm not trying to be depressing, but I'm just saying that it can be.
Oh yeah, no. I totally see what you're saying. It's just the thing is, I have no problem with conservatives or Republicans or Christians as long as they stop being discriminatory to POC and queer. And the good news is you are seeing that, because even of Gen Z, while yes, there is this vocal group of like vocal anti-queer Gen Z men, they are outnumbered by the independent, moderate, and conservative but not devout Gen Z men. Because the good news is majority of Gen Z, even of its conservative side, now while granted, unfortunately, most of those conservative men are still against queer representation in children's shows, they are perfectly fine with queer on adult shows, TV 14, they're fine with gay marriage. So it's not great because the majority of Gen Z women are still more accepting of queer on TV, of kids shows, but it is progress. Because I mean, years ago, it wouldn't even be, oh, you could be on a TVMA show, you could be on a TV 14 show. I don't know why it is specifically Gen Z men of conservative that are still like, hey, you can get married, you can get kids, you can be the next TVMA big series, but no, you are not to be on Bluey, you are not to be on SpongeBob. I don't know why it is being more male of against that than female, because when you look at female, they're 100% for it. In fact, they have shown that while there is some females that are conservative in Gen Z, it is men severely more of their small niche being conservative than females. And I think, I don't know for sure, but I think the reason is because, well, look at Christianity. Where does it actually diss men? Where does it actually diss heterosexual men? But it diss women many times, many times. So to a heterosexual white male, oh, this is wonderful. I'm seen as a praise to God. To a woman, oh, you're property. You belong to me. You're not allowed to speak unless allowed to. So I guess I can actually see it in that sense, yes. I guess I just don't understand why even the conservative or even the non-conservative, well, actually, it's been more the conservative, I think, but I don't even know why the conservative Gen Z men who are for gay marriage, are for same-sex adoption, are for the next Queer as Folk reboot, they are still not okay with Bluey, SpongeBob, or, I don't know, Winnie the Pig having queer characters versus the Gen Z women. For some reason that is happening, but I don't know why.
I mean, I can't tell you for any one of those particular ones why it happens, but I can tell you in general sense why it happens. These are things that we've already been talking about. This need to define others, and also there's an additional aspect though that we haven't really talked about, which is that Christianity as a whole is a doctrinal system that is dependent heavily upon victimhood and martyrdom. So, to be fair, I'm not saying that that's only Christianity. I mean, other religions have this problem too, but
a lot of other monotheistic religions definitely do.
That's the big thing. So like you know, I've learned after doing this channel for more than a year now that I'm not anti-religion per se, but I definitely have far too many problems with theism, because theism in general and I'll fight people on this. Theism is inherently a bigoted model. And I know that sounds, accusatory. It sounds very combative to say, but here's the deal. People who are in theism, especially monotheism, to your point, in most modern, religious traditions are monotheistic. Even Hindus, I used to always think that Hindus were polytheistic, but most hardcore Hindus will tell you that they're monotheistic, but that's another discussion. So, but when you're monotheistic, your whole belief system is not just dependent on believing that I have the right answers. It's also dependent on believing that everyone else has the wrong answers. Meaning, for example, like in old polytheistic days, when you were a Greek and you worshipped, Zeus and Athena or whatever, well, under that model, it's easier to believe that if we already believe in a bunch of gods, then when I encounter a new civilization that has different gods, well, we already believe in a bunch of gods, so maybe they just are aware of more gods.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that. That makes sense, because if you're entitled to just one deity, then you're like in the aspect of this is right. But if you believe in like 18 or 10 deities, then you've already actually opened your mind to variety.
But when you're monotheistic, and I think that Christians are especially bad at this, although it's not just germane to Christianity. When you're monotheistic, it's not just good enough to think that I'm right. Everyone else has to be wrong. And let me give you guys a little story, okay? Indulge me for a minute. I'm going to go in story time for a second, because I think you'll appreciate why I'm saying this.
Are they muted, by the way, or are they just choosing not to speak?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Just choosing not to speak.
Oh, okay. I just didn't know if you muted them or unmuted them or not.
Yeah, they're welcome to chime in. But
her story's interesting.
Here's my story time. I used to have a business partner. I used to have a business that was centered in Chennai, India, and I had a business partner of mine who was Belgian. He was a really great guy, good friend. I haven't talked to him much in recent years, but he's still really cool. He's a Christian, okay? But he lives now in Chennai. He's married to an Indian woman. He's very much integrated into Indian Chennai. Actually, I should call it Tamil culture. It's Indian culture, but it's specifically Tamil culture.
Tamil or Tamil?
Tamil, Tamil. The Tamils are the ethnic group that is in Southeast India. They're dominant in Southeast India. And he's also a huge fan of or participant in the Masons. He loves being a Mason, all right? I've never really cared about Masonry either way. Not positive.
What is that?
Masonry, Masonic lodges. It's a fraternal organization, and honestly, what it really does is it's an excuse for guys to get together and have dinner or barbecues or whatever.
Sorry to interrupt, but I'm gonna have an interview with a Mason. We didn't we didn't specify the time yet. But he will join my stream sometime to talk about like masonry and how they don't actually run the world and stuff.
Okay, but that's a great point, Anka, because like if you're not familiar with the Masons, there are people in the world who are convinced that the Masonic lodges are like this big conspiracy thing, like it's a secret organization that it has their tendrils all in society, right? Which is stupid. It's
actually just a bunch of guys who like stone.
Bingo! Like they get together and they have cookouts and they have drinks and they hang and sometimes they do these silly rituals that they love to do, like to initiate new members or whatever. But for the most part, it's very benign. But the reason I bring it up is because Masonry.
Oh, so basically what you're saying is, I'm sorry to cut you up, but you're saying. So it's kind of like Satanism, because what people think Satanism is like worshiping Satan, but no, it wasn't. It was actually his idea of he wanted angels to be worth more than humans, And so what Satanism about is that humans matter more than anything else, but yet it still gets a bad rep by people.
Well, I mean, I understand the connection that you're making there, and you're not wrong. Although I would say I wouldn't glom onto that just because, you know, Satanism. Even though I agree with you that Satanists actually are not worshiping Satan, and it's actually a pretty cool organization a lot of times. You know, with Masonry, any connections to religion, positive or negative, are far more tenuous. At least with Satanism, you can say, well, the symbol of your thing is, at least on some level, overtly a bad thing. Whereas with Masonry, it's all comes down to conspiracy theories. It was founded in Germany like 300 years ago or something like that. But my friend George, he was confused. Here's why. Because Masonry is all over the world. It's all over the U.S. Although in America, I'm calling it Masonry, but they normally call themselves the Freemasons. All right. So Freemasons in America, although it is absolutely established as an organization here, they don't have nearly as much popularity or acceptance as they do in other countries around the world. And I was talking to my friend George, and I also know that Christians, a lot of, especially evangelical Christians, evangelical fundamentalist Christians, they will talk about Freemasonry like it's of the devil. They will talk like, "Ooh, that's horrible. You can't be a Freemason. That's horrible." And being from America, although I don't agree with them, I know what their argument is. All right, so I'll get to that in a second. So I'm in Chennai with my friend George, and we're at the Freemason Lodge. He's like for that year he was like the head of the lodge, which for him was like a big thing of pride. He was so proud to be the head mate, you know, for whatever the title is, like the Grand Poobah or something, that, you know, top Freemason. And we were visiting the lodge. It wasn't during one of their formal meetings, but we were just visiting the lodge, and he was talking to me about Freemasonry, and he said, you know, for some reason we have a hard time having, you know, growing the organization and growing the membership in America. And I said, yeah, I know. I said, because even though there are Freemasons in America, I said, in general, Americans, and specifically American hardcore Christians, are really bothered by Freemasonry.
So it's very closeted.
Well, and George said to me, well, yeah, but why is that? I don't get it. And I explained this to him. We were literally, there wasn't a meeting going on, but we were in the Freemasonry Lodge, right? And I said, because American Christians they're not just happy to be following their God. And this is why I'm bringing this up, because we're talking about monotheism and you know, being inherently bigoted. They're not just happy following their God. They don't want any mention of any other religion or any other God around them. It offends them. They feel like if you even acknowledge someone else's religion or someone else's God, that on some level you are somehow committing some heinous act. And George, God bless him, George was this wonderfully, he's a good friend. He's on some level, he's like this wonderfully naive guy, right? He said, but how can that be, Adam? And he showed me the podium at the front of the Freemason Lodge. He said, look at our podium. First of all, if you become a Freemason, it's not a Christian organization. It's not a Muslim organization. It's not a Jewish, it's not affiliated with any religion, right? But to be a Freemason, in the vows of membership, you have to acknowledge some higher being. Okay? You don't have to acknowledge Yahweh or Allah or Zeus or anyone. You just have to acknowledge that there is some higher being, right? And then when you look at the Freemason podium where they normally have their meetings, there's a Bible, there's a Torah or a Talmud, one of the two, you know. There's a Quran, and they might even have, you know, some other books. They might, you know, depending on where you're at, They might have a Bhagavad Gita there or something, right? And he says, my friend George is so lovely and naive. He said, what's wrong with this? Like, we acknowledge everyone's beliefs. You know, we don't have a problem with you worshiping the Christian God. We don't have a problem with you worshiping Yahweh. Well, like, why is this a problem? And I said, George, you're not understanding. For American evangelicals, it's not enough that you acknowledge their God. You also have to deny, overtly deny, all of the others. The fact that you have a podium, and on that podium is a Bible and a Quran and a Talmud, is for many evangelical Christians enough for them to say that your organization is evil.
I think I get what you're saying now, because that actually makes a lot of sense, because it's like, I've never heard of Masonry, but I've heard of, you know, atheist, agnostic, because I'm that. But it makes sense now, because when you think about it, atheists are just worrying about science. So Christians just need to worry about, okay, they're on science. And agnostics are just thinking about, oh, anything can be, but they don't really spend their time on it. So it's like, okay, we got to deal with their brains. But when you deal with these people, they're like, oh, Celtic, Egyptian, Jewish, Hindu, this. Like, they're actually like investing themselves into all of these religions. And that actually threatens a Christian more who's very devout, because I thought I only had to deal with one obstacle. No, I have to deal with many obstacles.
Tom, can I chime in?
Yeah,
Is
by
that
all
what I'm
means.
getting?
Do the Freemasons do anything with prophecies?
I mean, they don't have any of their own prophecies, if that's what you mean.
Well, I'm talking about like Revelations.
Well,
They
do
don't
they do
really
anything
care
with that?
about this stuff. They don't really care about this stuff. They're mostly like, they're also like, they're a lot about like charitability. They're about like creating stuff, like working, especially if it's stone. They really love stone. Like, they really love architecture. Like, they don't really care about like religious rituals and stuff. They do their own rituals, but it's mostly like a show for them, like to make a special moment.
Okay,
Yeah.
so they don't do anything with prophecy. Okay.
Am I correct, by the way, or was I wrong? It seems like to me why maybe it's even more stigma than atheist or agnostic or other religions is Christians just need to focus on that one thing of that person. But when you have this group, they have many obstacles that's being with these individuals. Or am I wrong? Because I thought maybe that's the reason it's more stigma. Because with atheists, okay, their obstacle with us is their science. With agnostic, okay, their obstacle with us is their brain doesn't care enough. With a Celtic or a pagan or Wiccan, okay, their obstacle is their religion, whatever. But when you deal with that group that you brought up, it's almost like we got all these obstacles to deal with of these people.
No, it's more like there is no real obstacles, because they like, oh, you believe in this God? Okay. You believe in this God? Okay. Like, we don't really care. Like, and we don't understand why you would care that much, because you can just acknowledge that like other people believe in different stuff. So it's not really that important for us.
Is that why the evangelical Christians are so stigma to it? I just thought maybe that was the reason, maybe because there's more threats with these people being open to all different types.
Well, so for an evangelical Christian, the mere idea that you would have a podium at the front of your meeting that has a Bible next to a Quran offends them.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
So it's more of atheists don't add Christianity with their science. I mean, atheists don't add Christianity with their science. Agnostics don't add their boredom to any religion with Christianity. And Wiccans and pagans, they don't bring Christianity up. So, okay, I think I get it now that they're still offended, but they're not as offended as this group who's being like, hey, let's bring Christianity with Wiccan and pagan and Hindu and Muslim and
Because to an evangelical Christian, and I'm not saying this is all Christians, but especially to those who are fundamentalist, evangelical, etc., those types of labels, it's not enough that you acknowledge to them that, fine, you follow Yahweh, I don't have a problem with it, it's cool. They don't just want to hear that you're acknowledging their God is, fine or might exist or whatever. They want to hear that you are also openly denying any other God. And if you won't do that, at least for the evangelicals, they find it to be deeply problematic.
I think that makes sense, because I could probably see logically that if atheists today started trying to put science with God, which they don't, but if they did, that would probably eventually make people be like, oh, what's an atheist? Because it's getting so stigmatized by other people. So I see what you're saying, that it's like, we're still offended that you think science. We're still offended that you're just wanting to do no religion. And we're still offended that you do a religion. But at least you didn't really associate our thing with your thing to even just insult us more.
Well, so I agree, but also let me give you another historical example to take it even before Christianity. Because yes, I spent a lot of mental capital happily taking pot shots at Christianity. I will admit that. But remember, we started this thread of the conversation by saying this is really about monotheism being inherently bigoted. So let me give you this example. Before Jesus was born, or at the time Jesus was born, all right? So meaning, obviously there was no Christianity,
which they
in
haven't
place.
even proven of what date it is.
Well, yeah, exactly. But at that time, you had Judea. There wasn't an Israel anymore, but there was the province of Judea. And let me be clear, no country liked being conquered by the Romans. But there were a number of countries that, after they got conquered by the Romans, got along with it. Like, they managed to keep going, and it wasn't that big of a deal for them. But Judea, which basically means Jews, right? As far, practically speaking, meant the Jews. They always chafed under Roman rule. Now, of course, some of that's just because, well, no one likes being ruled by another power. Okay, I get that. But there's a very specific reason why the Jews under Judea chafed badly under Roman rule. Because the Romans, of course, famously, over time, conquered essentially the entire Mediterranean basin, right? And of course, in some respects, their empire went even farther than that. But generally speaking, they had ruled the entire Mediterranean basin. And when they did that, or when they were in the process of doing that, of course, they conquered a bunch of other cultures that had a bunch of other gods, a bunch of other religions, which on some level you might think, wow, how do you hold together an empire when all of these people that you've conquered have all of these different, deeply felt religious beliefs about all these different gods, which, religion, regardless of what we say about it, it has a big effect in society. It does that now, it did then. So
Right.
how do you keep these people together without them constantly revolting? Well, one answer is a lot of the cultures did constantly try to revolt. The Romans had to keep suppressing revolts. But the other answer is that the Romans, as a polytheistic people, had a very common or a very regular policy in place, which said, once we have conquered this province or country or whatever, we will now acknowledge all of their gods, whether they had 2 gods or 30 gods or 500 gods. At least on some official state level, all of the gods of the country that they had just conquered became part of the Roman pantheon. Now, I'm not saying that every Roman worshipped those other gods, right? But they would at least acknowledge that, okay, you've got your gods, we acknowledge. Your gods are real, they exist, it's fine. In return...
Well, that is so nice that you conquered us, but at least you acknowledge
other... It was a way of trying to keep this social peace, right? Now, in return, they expected you, once they conquered you, to at least acknowledge their gods. It doesn't mean that you had to put an altar to Jupiter in your capital, but they at least expected you to officially acknowledge their gods, and they would officially acknowledge your gods. It was like this social trade that went between them and their conquered countries, right? It was like a what's the word I'm looking for? Like a student exchange program. It's like, okay, I'll learn about your...
Judaism didn't like because
Right.
it only worshipped one deity.
And with the other polytheistic societies, that worked. Because like we've already talked about, when you have 20 gods in your pantheon, which means you've already existed, there's a bunch of gods, and then you are exposed to a new culture that says, well, we have 20 more gods. Of course, sometimes they would recognize these are the same gods. Like when you have two gods that are the god of war, okay, your god is named Joe and my god is named Mary, but they're both the god of war. So that most people would say it's the same god. But even if this new conquered society had another god that hadn't been accounted for in the Roman pantheon, they would say, fine, I guess that's another god out there. But here's the problem in this long point I'm trying to get to with Judea. Because Judea, by this point, had long considered themselves to be monotheistic, which meant that by Jewish tradition, there's no way in hell that they were ever going to acknowledge that there was any other God except for Yahweh. They didn't want to hear about any other gods. They didn't want to be told that we have to accept Jupiter or Mercury or Mars as other gods. They didn't want to have to accept Greek gods or Babylonian gods or Carthaginian gods because they were monotheistic. And in their mindset, we have the one God and all the rest of you are fucking wrong. You're all wrong. We have the one true God, and we will never, ever, ever even acknowledge that maybe your other gods exist. Now, I'm not trying to say that this is the only reason that Judea chafed under Roman rule, but I am saying that it was not inconsequential in the frictions that were caused between Judea and Rome. I mean, compare this to Egypt. Egypt, even though they were in decline at the point that the Romans conquered them, okay, but they were still an ancient, proud, major world power. So why is it that the Egyptians were not constantly trying to rebel against Roman authority? Well, one of the reasons is just societally speaking, they could still just be themselves. Like, sure, you kind of had to acknowledge that the Roman gods exist, but they could still also follow their own gods and no one cared. You could follow
Oh, so they
Ra.
weren't trying to do like enslavement.
What's that?
Oh, so they weren't trying to do like enslavement. I mean, it's still not okay to colonize, but they weren't trying to do enslavement.
Well, I mean, the Romans famously or infamously had a ton of slaves, and they got slaves from all over the place. But they didn't conquer Egypt and turn everyone in Egypt into a slave. They didn't conquer Judea and turn everyone in Judea into a slave. But Rome in general was a massive slave owning society.
Right.
The estimates I saw were that in some of the major cities, the slave population was as much as 40% of the overall
I guess
population.
what you're saying actually stems a lot of making sense of the Egyptian because okay, I mean you're doing slaves, we got slaves. You're not making all of us be slaves, great. You're letting us still have our polytheistic deities of Isis, Ra, and so on. Okay, great, let's join the party. But and actually you make a really interesting point because I've always wondered because I know this. Sorry, Christians, but this is the truth. If we continued as a pagan species, we would have obliterated racism, sexism, and homophobia ages ago. But I was wondering why. I was wondering why did this group was able to get rid of it sooner, but Christians could not, even though they're both worshiping a deity. And you made an interesting point. Monotheistic, you're believing in one deity, but in polytheistic, you're believing in many. So it makes more sense to be open to different types of people because when you look at ancient pagan culture, you had women who were ruling clans, you had POC people in power, you had people able to have sex with the same sex, and now it makes sense. They weren't monotheistic. They weren't thinking of one thing as the thing and nothing else as the thing. But polytheistic was fine with variety. But so yeah, that makes sense to me because I know, and sorry Christians again, but if we stayed a pagan world, we would have been way past race, sexism, homophobia much faster. It has just been proven multiple times, but I never knew why. And now you just informed me why. And it's just so interesting because yeah, like if I believe already 8 deities, how can I not think, oh, Black people should exist, Latina people should exist, queer people should exist.
Well, and to be fair, I think we're on the same page here, but I want to be very, very clear. You know, like Rome would be considered by most people to be a quote unquote pagan society. And Rome absolutely had horrible power, dissimilarities. I mean, imbalances. I mean, they had a horrible record of, massive enslavement and classicism, etc. Castes. But so I'm only bringing this up because I don't think we're arguing about this point. But I mean, paganism, at least in the ancient in antiquity, was not by default associated with just greater egalitarianism. I mean, I think I understand your point that I think moving through time.
No. I was just trying to say that we found statistically, while yes, absolutely, paganism still had sexism, it still had racism, it still had homophobia. Statistically, it had less than Christianity.
Maybe. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying I don't know where I could possibly get any numbers to back that up.
And they actually say, I was reading somewhere, they say that ancient Christianity tried to be very not anti-POC, queer, and female. It actually did try, but then what turned out is when it got very church-oriented, then that went all out the door. Because they actually found some studies that in ancient Christianity, women were actually treated not perfect. It was still patriotic, yes, but not terrible. They say that when it got into church related, then it went all out the door unless you were a white heterosexual male.
Well, I don't know if this is where you're going with this, but I will say this. The very early, and I'm not even going to say the Christian church, but I'm going to say the proto-Christian church. The first inklings of Christianity that were blossoming in the Levant and in the Eastern Mediterranean around Greece and such, they, from what I understand, I think were impressively egalitarian. And I'm very willing to be shouted down on that because this is not like my area of expertise. But I think that they were surprisingly egalitarian. But the problem there is that even as these proto-churches were just finally, were just starting to spread roots, you also had the teachings of the incredibly powerful early church fathers which of course includes the ultimate powerful early church father, who was Paul. And while I think that some of the early practices of the proto-Christian church were very egalitarian, some of the early church leaders, including, of course, Paul, had some ideas that were not very egalitarian.
Oh,
And
yeah, absolutely. It was very interesting to find out that when the idea was just coming into place, it wasn't very bigotry related yet. It was when it became very church.
Right.
Then things started to change. And what's actually really interesting to me is you get Christians that are like super of white and everything. And it's like, do you not even understand that your religion is not European? Your religion is Middle Eastern. And yet you still keep doing this blue-eyed Jesus, or I see these white God like things online. And it's like, do you not know that your religion comes from Israel?
Okay, Faye, we've had a good conversation, but I have to step in here. Are you claiming that Jesus didn't look like me? Because if that's what you're saying, I'm going to feel very offended.
I'm sorry, we're doing
how
a
could the
joke,
visage
right?
of God not look like all of this?
I'm sorry, we're doing a joke, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm actually autistic, so sometimes things.
That's fair. I'm
don't-
sorry about that. I was being
No,
silly and sarcastic.
No, it's fine. It's fine. But yeah, I never understood it, because it's like you get these really devout Christians who are like, white only, white only, white only. And it's like, your religion comes from Israel. I don't think your deity would like to hear that.
Nope.
I agree.
Like it just doesn't make sense to me. Like I don't get it. Like you got this one Gen Z guy who like is like some like rapper or something who's Christian, and he shows all these Jesus as like white little thing on his nose or something, how much he loves Jesus and going live and stuff, and then he's God stuff, and it's like, I'm pretty sure Jesus wasn't white. Like, I'm sorry, but there was brown pigmentation in Israel. I highly doubt he was a white person.
And on top of that, they don't even have the letter J.
Well, to be fair, no one in Jesus' time called Jesus Jesus. And like I know you're kind of joking around, John, but I will say this: there are times when I will run into, not saying you, John, but I will run into sometimes people who are atheists, agnostics, skeptics, whatever. And like my sister, for example, I mean, she's not even an atheist, but she knows what I do on my channel. So she sent me this text that I could tell she copied and pasted from somewhere else, that was trying to make this case about how we know that all of these, accounts from Jesus's time and all the Gospels, are, and all this are all wrong because they have all these westernized names, names that we recognize today. And I had to, I wrote her back. And I realized she was sending me this from a good place, because she kind of thought she was sending me a meme that would play into my beliefs about, atheism and such. But I actually sent her back a long text, and I said, well, actually, first of all, a lot of those names have Jewish origin. So like in America, for example, we hear Michael and we think that sounds like a Western name. It's Michael, and the L in Michael means El, or Elohim, meaning God. And this is why a lot of Jewish names end in El, because El is God. So first of all,
It's
there's
even
a lot of
worse in
names
Russia,
that,
because
go ahead.
Mikhail in Russian is Mikhail, so it's literally like really close, but people think it's a Russian name.
Yeah.
I did not know that. I did want to also add up, though, it's interesting because going into, because the interesting aspect is they don't even not worship their religion and the depiction of Jesus or God, but they also don't do it in their angels, because I can't tell you how many times I will see female angel like statues or little art thing, and I'm like, can you point me to one female angel in the Bible? Because last time I checked, they were male and they were not like benevolent. Like, I think we can remember that there was a time period in their books that if you didn't put goat blood on the threshold of your doors, you were going to meet the angels. And it's like they seem to not want to go in this aspect in two reasons. One, they're trying to be like the Victorians and be like, oh, let's make fairies benevolent and kind. Let's make unicorns benevolent and kind. So they're in that aspect, but it also is like, wow, a female can't be tough? Like, what are we doing here of doing a female angel? Like, you have to do a female angel to show, oh, nice holiness, nice caring. Like, what is this? What like, females can't be tough? Females can't be warriors? Like, I mean, you make it seem like, oh, your angels are supposed to always look very benign and benevolent. Oh, then why is it always a female? Like, a female's just dominantly. I mean, it's like when you see on the news and you see someone being a sniper, you think, oh, it's instantly a male. And then people get shocked when, oh, it was a female sniper. Yes, morons, females can be tough. It's like,
Let me share with you this thing that I got from my sister. It says, is this meme of this guy saying, me trying to figure out how Jesus met dudes named Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John in the Middle East. And again, you know, my sister's sending me this, not she's just sending me because she's thinking Adam's going to totally, you know, feel this sentiment, right? So I responded back and I said, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were common names in Jesus' day. To be fair, those are anglicized names. So, for example, the common names would be Mattiyahu, Marcos or Marcus, Lucas, Loukas, or Yohanan. All right? But it would be unfair to hold this up as a critique against the Gospels because almost no Americans read the Gospels in the original Koine Greek. So in other words,
no, they don't.
When you read the Gospels today, of course it's been translated into English. And of course, when you translate it into English, we anglicize some of the names. But that doesn't mean you can't then anglicize the names in your English translation and then try to hold that up as evidence against Christians and say, gee, I don't know, you know, there's no Matthew in the ancient Levant. No, but there is a Mattiyahu. And Mattiyahu got translated into Matthew when they translated it into English. So that's not a really good point to make. And then I also said, although the entire New Testament was written in Koine Greek, the language of Jesus and his disciples was almost entirely Aramaic. In this vein, Jesus' name was not really Jesus, it was Yeshua. And according to language scholars, it was probably pronounced something closer to Yeshu, given the accents that can be surmised by Jesus' presumed heritage. That being said, it's assumed that nearly anyone in the first century Levant would have known at least some Greek, or at least Koine Greek, because it was the lingua franca of commerce in that day. So, of course, they probably would have also understood basic Latin phrases too, at least some basic Latin, because they were conquered by the Romans. But then I told her, I said, onomastics, I don't know if you guys have heard that term, but onomastics refers to the study of biblical names. Unfortunately, it can tell us little with regard to the historical accuracy of the Gospels, either positive or negative. Some apologists have tried to make hay from the fact that the names represented in the New Testament are actually very accurate to the day. So like I've seen some apologist videos where like, no, we did these studies and we found out these names were actually very common in that day. Okay, unfortunately, you can spin this either way. On one hand, you could argue that this is a case for gospel veracity, right? Like, oh, it must be true because these were common names. But on the other hand, this is also a strong case for verisimilitude, meaning the writer might have known. Like, if I write a story that's supposed to be based in 2010 New York City, well, as an American, I kind of know the names that are common in New York City. So just because I write a text about New York City and I use a bunch of names that sound like they fit in New York City in the year 2010, it doesn't say that my text is accurate. It doesn't say that it's inaccurate. It just says that the writer of the text probably knew what common names existed in New York City in the year 2010. That's all it says.
And it's interesting that you point that out, because even of not just going into the sense of, I don't want this Bible, these books to be saying anti things about my existence. It's not even just in the emotional aspect. I go into the logical sense that how do we even know we got correctly what these ancient Hebrews were saying? How do we even know? Because I've been watching like language videos of like Spanish speakers of now generation with older, and they don't all the time understand each other. So if they can't all the time understand each other, then how can we even say today's Hebrew speakers can be able to go, oh yeah, that's exactly what those ancient Hebrews were saying? We have no idea what ancient Hebrew people were actually saying about anything in that book or anything about homosexuality.
Another funny
the
thing with
language.
names. Oh, go ahead, John.
Oh, I was just going to say that we didn't know the language.
Yeah. So another funny thing with names is in Russian, Jesus is not Jesus, he is Iisus. And it's a 5-letter word, Iisus, as well. And you know how some people saying that Bible is a basic instructions before leaving Earth. It's like a code name. It doesn't work in any other language. It's like specifically to English, because Bible in Russian is Biblia. It's a completely different word with different letters. But in Russian, Iisus, they try to put it on artificial intelligence. If I say it in Russian, it's искусственный интеллект, система управления сознанием. So it's first letters of the word Iisus, and it translates to artificial intelligence mind control system. So there's like a small cult of people who believe that AI is the second coming of Jesus. And it's so funny because it's like a specific thing only for Russian-speaking people.
Well,
Also, sorry for changing subject.
I'm gonna piss off our good friend and buddy in the chat here, Matthew, because one of the fun little, and when I say fun, I mean annoyingly ignorant, but one of the fun little myths that some hardcore Christians try to pull up is about the first word of the Bible being Bereshit, and they claim that this somehow says something about Jesus, and it's completely fucking made up. It has no basis in reality. There is no biblical scholar anywhere who will actually acknowledge this. The only people who believe that Bereshit somehow in some desperate way points to Jesus are people who are just reading tea leaves. They are just pulling shit out of their ass. Like, look, I think I found this connection. And it's like this secret language that they look at and they feel like when they see it, they feel like, oh, look, I found this secret message from God. And it makes them feel like they're in a special club. And like, look, I have the
Monkey
secret
brain
knowledge.
found connection. Yay.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me, because I have learned that there is actually, thankfully, most Christians today are saying, oh, they think it was figurative, but there are still Christians today that think there was an actual global flood. even though that makes no logical sense in any form of science, for there had been a flood that covered the entire earth.
Oh, me and my daughter talked about that the other day. It had to be a bowl for that to work, or a dome, instead of all over the world.
And it should be like local and on a plane, because if it wasn't a plane, then the water would just like spill from the sides.
Well, John, you said dome, but you do understand that for those who are the most fundamentalist, literalist types, they absolutely believe that we are in a dome.
Even though we're
No
not.
way. There can't
There's no
be
dome.
like any passages in the Bible that refer to that.
There's literally people that still think the earth is flat.
Bible is so
Yes, they do.
scientific; it can't possibly say
I know,
that the Earth is
like
flat
the
and
Bible
under
can't
the dome.
possibly be wrong on any science, could it?
Yeah,
Like, I
Science
mean-
is wrong.
Like, I mean, the thing is, what really frustrates me is that, like, when we get discoveries like the Ark actually existing, okay, yes, I can believe that the Ark was actually made. You know why? Because we have boats today. I can believe that. Does that mean I'm going to go, oh, there actually was a global flood? No! All it just means is these people, for whatever reason, thought this, and let's make a giant boat. That's the only thing it says. It does not say that this Noah's Ark prophecy actually happened. It just means that if there really was a boat, which they're trying to say they might have found some actual like evidence of it or whatever, it just means those people went, oh no, there's a giant flood, let's make a boat.
And the
So-
water was only 15 cubics.
What?
The water is 15 cubics.
Deep?
Yeah.
Does it say that?
Yeah, it says it in the Noah story. It
Also,
gives you the
sorry,
it gives
Adam.
you the
Go
yeah,
ahead,
it
Faye.
gives you the cubics.
What was that, Faye?
Also, sorry, Adam, if I don't know if it did or not. I guess this might be my autism taking effect, but when there were some parts that you didn't respond, I was worried that, oh God, was it bad for me to change the subject?
No, although I appreciate the fact that you've explained that you're autistic, because while anyone can be misunderstood, there are some times when I'm thinking I'm so obviously joking that nobody could miss this. So the fact that you said that and then said, okay, I'm autistic, I'm like, okay, now I get it. Now I totally get it. That makes a lot of sense. And I forget sometimes that no matter how over the top I am with my laughter and joking, that still sometimes people just honestly won't see the connection. So I mean, I'm saying this with love. Like I'm glad you point that out, because otherwise it would be like, how can you not understand this? But yeah, if you're autistic, I get it.
Because I was just worried of like the depiction of the female angels and stuff. You didn't comment, so I was like, oh God, was it bad for me to bring that up? Like,
So I have on the screen here, because we were joking about it. One of the docs that I have in here, and I realized like when I pull these up, I'm putting in I can put the links in the chat too, because each one of these you can actually just go to the website on. But the place, I mean, these aren't the only places, but the places where the Bible just in Yahweh just doesn't seem to know what science is. So there's a solid dome. That's reference from Genesis 1. There's the fact that the sun, well, the claim that the sun halted, but no other civilization on the face of the earth actually noticed it. There's the fact that they claim that badgers and rabbits chew the cud, but they do not. The fact that they claim that bats are birds. Now, to be fair, some of these I can actually be reasonable about. Like, I will laugh about some of these, but I do understand that in ancient terminology, anything that flew was a bird, right? I get that. But, of course, we realize now, like, if we're going to classify things, a bat is not a bird. Come on. And then four-legged insects, because the text specifically calls out four-legged insects. There is no such thing as a four-legged insect. There are insects that only walk on four of their legs, but there is no such thing as a four-legged insect. That is not a thing. It doesn't exist. And then the fact that the Bible tells us that you can actually change the color of your sheep by having them fuck in front of different colored rods. That's how you determine the color of your sheep, by ensuring that when they're fucking, there's a different colored rod in front of them. That is so stupid. It's funny because when I was doing God-Free Bible Study, and I was, obviously this is in Genesis, right? So this is early last year when I was doing this. I had to go back and read that passage like 5 times because I couldn't even figure out what they were trying to tell us. Because in that passage, Jacob essentially gets more of the sheep that will be his by having them fuck in front of rods that are of different colors. And I was like, what does that even mean? What are we implying? And then I had to Google it, and I was like, oh, they're implying that the sheep that are produced from this will actually have different colors based upon the rods that their parents were looking at while they were doing the nasty. Like that was crazy. I couldn't believe that. We can cure leprosy by cleaning a house and spraying around bird blood. We can tell whether or not a woman is a virgin by whether or not she bleeds on her wedding night, which basically means that you don't know anything about women at all, and you don't know anything about female anatomy or biology. Yes, obviously there are some virgins that bleed when they first have sex, but there are all sorts of reasons why this can, in many cases, be completely erroneous. And yet, even though it's not scientifically accurate at all, the penalty for violating it is death. I mean, it just
honestly, to me, I feel like the Bible and all its books, I feel like they were nothing more than just ancient pamphlets of ancient Hebrews being like, this is what it is, but we don't actually even fucking know. It was their way to explain everything around.
Well, to be fair, I'm not mad that an ancient text has ancient, outdated ideas. And I do know that there are Christians out there, believing, faithful Christians, who read these passages and they shrug them off and they say, yeah, I get it. Like, that shit's not accurate. This was written by old, ignorant people. Of course, they didn't know. But in this respect, I love pointing these things out just because the people that I dislike the most in all of Christianity are the fundamentalists, the evangelicals. Like, if you're a pragmatic Christian who is just trying to think about the best way to get through life, and you think that Jesus was a good dude, and you're trying to be a better person, I don't have a problem with you at all. I mean, I still don't think that your God exists, but, I get it. You're trying to be a good person, and you think that Jesus was a good example, and you think it's a good religion. I don't have a problem with that. But for the fundamentalists, the assholes that want to teach us that evolution never existed, I love this shit right here, because it just shows you in such a blatant, obvious way that if we are to take this as literal truth, then what it proves is that your supposedly omnipotent, omniscient creator God of the universe doesn't fucking understand how his own universe works. And that should be embarrassing to anyone who wants to take the Bible as literal truth.
Oh yeah, because like even me and my zoology class, we laugh about the thing about Adam and Eve because it's like, okay, if they were the start of humans and they only had 2 sons, what happened?
Oh, that's fun too. So for example, not only do you have the question of massive interbreeding going on and incest. But one of my favorite passages from Genesis, in fact, you know what? Fuck it, I'm going to bring it up. Why not? Is Cain being cursed to wander the land. And it's so hilarious because it's so immediately contradictory. So, let's see. So Cain kills his brother.
Didn't Cain kill his brother?
You're right. He killed Abel.
Yeah.
So, all right. So God, of course, finds out, and he's not happy. Of course, he says, "Where is your brother Abel?" And then first of all, I love this line. This is the first. This is the second instance of the Bible of someone massively passing the buck. The first one comes from the fall, but in this case, he's saying, "Where's your brother Abel?" And Cain says, "I don't know. Am I a member of this keeper?" Which is hilarious to me. Like, dude, I don't know. It's not my turn to watch him, you know? So the Lord says, "What have you done? Listen, your brother's blood is crying out to me from the ground. And now you are cursed from the ground when you till the ground." So this is it. This is God, Yahweh, talking to Cain. "When you till the ground, it will no longer yield to you its strength. You will be a fugitive and a wanderer on the earth." You will be a fugitive and a wanderer on the earth. Which, first of all, is hilarious because fugitive from who? I mean, at this point in the narrative, if we were to take it literally, at this point in the narrative, the only people on the earth are Adam, Eve, and Cain. So unless you thought that Adam was going to kill his son, like a fugitive from who? But then, notice this here. It says you will be a fugitive and wanderer from the earth. A few sentences later, it says Cain knew his wife. Where did his wife come from? No one knows. She just popped out of the ether. He just magically got a wife. But then it gets better. Cain knew his wife, and she conceived and bore Enoch, and he built a city. If you build a city, are you a fugitive and a wanderer on the earth?
Not even just that, but what you just said, that, oh, this person just appeared, which I didn't even know about. Wait, then why do Christians care so much that I can't reproduce a child with another man if apparently this woman is just appearing from the nothingness? I mean, basically, you just showed that reproduction isn't the only thing valued to you of bringing something into existence.
I mean, to be fair, so the Christian apologetics for this go a couple of different ways. The Christians who want to be hyper literal will tell you that Cain's wife must have been a sister. Just because we weren't told in the text that Adam and Eve bore a daughter at this point, if you want to take the Bible as hyper literal, then the only answer for who Cain's wife could have been is a sister that has not been named yet. That's one way to address this. I'm not saying it's a good way. I'm just saying this is one of the apologetics. Another apologetic, which I think is, I think it's a minority even amongst evangelicals, but some Christians embrace this idea that Adam and Eve were like there were other populations on the earth. There's a whole different theological discussion on that, and I'm not going to sit here and try to recreate it on this call. Not only because I'm not an expert on it, but also because it gets into like a whole bunch of rabbit holes. But some hardcore fundamentalists will say like, no, they think that there was other populations of humans, but Adam and Eve were like God's humans. You know what I mean? And that's
so Adam and Eve were Homo sapiens, and other were Neanderthals.
That is one way to look at it too. Yeah.
The thing is, it just doesn't add up to us in zoology, because it's amazing to us when they say Adam and Eve started humanity. You can literally ask anyone studying zoology. No species can continue if it is just two of them.
No. You need a much wider gene pool. Otherwise, it's just not going to work.
So it's like, why do these Christians value so much that it was Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve? Like, I mean, how did Adam and Eve even make every human? Because it's been proven too many times. If you only have one male rabbit and one female rabbit, well, say goodbye to the rabbit species.
Well, I can tell you why, though. The answer, I believe, is this. And yes, I'm going to, again, fall back on my decades of Christianity here. The answer is this, that if you assume, you can think simplistically about procreation. You can say, well, I came from two parents, and they came from parents, and they came from parents. And if you just keep following that line back far enough, there is a certain type of logic, which I think a lot of people who haven't thought about this very deeply just assume is the only logic, that says if you go back far enough, eventually there had to be the first two, right? So, we can sit here and keep going back generation and generation and generation, but if we assume that every human that we know came from another human, and that human came from another human, and came from another human, this is all part of the whole set of Christian God arguments that come from this idea of following consequences back to their root, right? There's a whole series of theological and philosophical God arguments that are based on causation. Like if one started here and then it had to be triggered by something before it, which had to be triggered by something before it. And in theory, if you follow this far enough back in your head, it leads to a semi-logical conclusion, which says, but there had to be a first. So in some respects, the idea of Adam and Eve is very similar to or tangential to the idea of God himself, because just as Christians will tell you, but there had to be someone there to start the whole process going, they will also tell you from a species level, there had to be some couple there that started the whole process going. Now, that being said, the big problem with this, and I'll be honest with you, I don't think this dawned on me until my 30s. The big problem with this is that if you look at evolutionary systems, and yes, I know fundamentalists don't like that word, but I'm going to say it anyway. If you look at evolutionary systems like language, I love this example with language, because I speak English. 1,000 years ago.
What?
I know. 1,000 years ago, there was no one in the world that spoke English, at least not in any way that any of us would even recognize it today.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
And 2,000 years ago, there wasn't even anyone who would claim to speak English. So if you follow this back far enough, my parents spoke English, their parents spoke English, their parents before them spoke English. Well, then a certain type of logic says, but there must have been the first two English speakers in the world, right? But we know that's not true. There was no person or two people in the world who were the first English speakers in the world. That does not exist. And yet...
No, and I can actually... Oh, sorry, Adam.
Oh, and yet I speak English today. So if there was not a first English speaker in the world, then how is it that I can be born today and raised speaking English? Of course, the answer is...
I can actually...
Well, the answer is that it's not a hereditary system. The answer is that the language, or all of the languages for that matter, evolved and have been constantly evolving over time to where every language and every language speaker in every generation speaks a slightly different version of the language from the generation that came before them. And while each generation, nominally speaking, speaks the same language as the generation that bore them, over a period of 50 or 100 or 1,000 or 10,000 generations, the languages that we speak end up being radically different. But there was never anywhere in history a single person who was the first English speaker. That person literally does not exist.
Yeah, no, because you make an interesting point, because we've learned this actually in college, and you're correct. The real reason that it exists is not because someone spoke English, but because as we continue going on, tiny little different variations occur. It's the same thing of like how it's actually really interesting, because people don't seem to get this, that like you'll get people that'll say, oh, black people are less than white people. And it's like, if you actually did your history, you would realize black people exist because in those ancient times, we had high ultraviolet rays where we were located, and we needed a way to protect ourselves.
They needed melanin.
Yes. So as of the next generation and next generation, it wasn't just, oh, immediately black. No, it started slowly occurring to eventually becoming a solidified, able to protect you amount by each generation. The plan was definitely to find a way for our species to survive when we're in high ultraviolet rays, but it wasn't, poof, you got melanin now. No, we're going to slow you there. We're going to start adding different proteins.
Well, I'm sure we're probably saying the same thing, but I will just point out that more than likely the first beings that we would recognize as being humans were almost certainly black to begin with, and white is an adaptation from migrating into more extreme northern climates.
Yeah, no. I agree with you 100%. We've actually found this out in my zoology class. That's why racism makes no sense to me either, because no. We were definitely brown of ancient times. Absolutely. We weren't black yet. We weren't of the darker brown because ultraviolet rays were not as high yet. But we were definitely not white. And the reason is because we required so much protection of our skin in the form of melanin, but we didn't need as much protection yet of our skin of melanin. And then as we got into like colder areas and stuff, we had some people in those areas, okay, you don't need this much melanin anymore, so we're going to make less of it. But yeah, no, absolutely. White did not come first. Brown came first, and white happened because there were people in other continents that the proteins in your body didn't need to make as much melanin anymore. So through each generation, you were losing melanin. That's why you and I have the pigmentations that we do, which is really a pink or a peach or something. It's because we actually have a depletion of melanin, not to the point of albino, but a depletion at all.
I would like to make it clear that my official skin tone is pasty as fuck, and I would appreciate it if you would refer to it in that proper term.
We're joking again, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hit the restroom, and I have had a request from Michael, which I think I want to honor because I have a ton of great comments to get to tonight. If I don't have callers, the base thing that I do is I go through comments from readers over the last week, or viewers over the last week. So I'm going to hit the restroom. I'm not hanging up on anyone. You guys are free to hang out with me here on the call, but I do want to kind of redirect here and get to some of the comments that I've gotten on some of the videos over the last week, because some of these are fun to go through. So I'm not pushing anyone off. Hang with me if you like, and I'm going to be right back in a second. I'm going to put on the music, and Anka, I'd like you to say a good prayer for us while I'm out of here.
Окей. Отче наш, же еси на небеси, да светится имя Твое, да приведет царствие Твое. Is that good enough?
So I'm confused. Are we going to be moved to a different room, or or after?
No. It's still the same
No.
room. It's just he's going to take a little break, and then we're gonna continue probably
Oh,
reading some
okay.
funny
Also,
comments.
I apologize.
Yeah.
I don't know how many of you there are. I think he said there were 2 of you plus me. I apologize. I didn't
Yep.
want to at all make it seem like I'm dominating the conversation. Like, you both are more than welcome to intervene as well.
Hey, it's good. Dominate.
Hey, it's a great
Lady.
conversation. It's a great conversation.
Oh, I mean, well, thank you, but yeah, please both feel free to intervene as well. I just didn't want to make it seem like I'm overshadowing you or making it seem like you shouldn't talk or something. No, like, absolutely, please do talk if you feel like it.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been in here before. I've been here before too many times already. We have great conversations.
Same.
And getting to hear other people in this conversation too is great, because usually I get off the phone and let somebody else talk, because I didn't know how this line worked, and now I'm learning that, hey, we can have more complex conversations.
Right. Yeah,
And
usually when you're dealing with these live things, it's with like religious people or something. So I'm really glad that I found him, and I'm glad that he does lives, and I'm glad he does call-ins, because I have to be honest with you, this is the first call-in that I'm not being confrontational.
It's
Right.
also we need to be like a little bit careful when we intervene, because there's a little bit of delay because we're in a different countries, some of us and stuff. So we need to be like a little bit more cautious when we talk and stuff. But it's okay. We're managing it okay.
Oh, yeah.
I have to give mad props here, because when I walk away, and I said half jokingly, I put on the music and I was like, Anka, give us a prayer. And I'm walking away, and I hear this motherfucker came in with the Russian singing prayer. And I'm like, first of all, kudos to you for going all in. Second, I couldn't help but chuckle as I'm walking away, because I'm thinking, in the odd chance that some random person in the YouTubosphere is just literally clicking on the video at that exact moment, they're going to think, what the fuck, man? I thought this was like some atheist channel I'm clicking on,
It's just the start of a Russian prayer about it's basically called Our Father or something like this. I
Yeah.
learned it long time ago because we had a role play game in our school, and I was playing the role of a monk, and that was my casting ability. So I read this prayer, and then I can cast shield on my allies.
I love
Are
it.
you Russian yourself?
Yeah.
Oh,
So Anka's in Moscow, right, Anka?
Yep.
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah,
actually,
Mother
then
Russia.
I'd love to ask you a question then. Do you think, because there was a gay guy on YouTube that was saying, at least for here, it is changing, and I thought maybe to ask you as well, since you are part of that atmosphere. Do you think Moscow is changing its views towards people like me?
Kinda, but Moscow is completely different country from Russia. You can say it like this. People in Moscow are way more acceptive, in general. And younger generation is way more acceptable. So it's okay. But the further you go from Moscow in Russia, the harder it gets. And also, the older the people you're talking to, the harder to get them to accept anything like this.
That's what he was saying too, is that the younger generation and the more embodied cities of Moscow are actually becoming more accepting to LGBTQ, but then the other areas are still going really in their devoted ways.
Well, and the government is so openly anti-LGBT.
It's really weird because it's not really openly anti-LGBT people. It's they are trying to make it like they are, but everybody knows there is half of the government are gay or bisexual. So
That's a great point, Anka, and I'm glad you chime in and correct me on that, because when I say the government, I mean, as a Westerner, you know what I'm saying? I'm actually saying Putin. right?
Yeah, like you're more like not even. I don't think Putin even cares about this stuff. I think it's mostly just like for like a
A
electorate.
political power move.
Yeah. It's like like they gotta put it in the laws for sure. It sucks, yes, but like like we all know if they actually wanted to do anything with this, they would start with the Russian church because like I think like 90% of all the priests in Russia are homosexual or bi.
You know, you make
That's
a
hilarious.
really interesting you make a really interesting point because I remembered there was a show of mine that I was watching, and it was showing this really like a devout religious group, and it was showing this person who's part of the devout religious group, and it was a satire, so I don't know if it's accurate, but the guy, when he was no longer on camera or anything, he was just popping up a drink, doing whatever he wanted, and he wasn't actually even thinking devoutly of this religion. He was just looking at more as like, oh, I got all these people on my side and stuff. But he's popping a drink, watching adult material, doing all the things the Bible's against. And it was a satire thing. But it does make me wonder, do those really big individuals, do they really actually go by this? Because if they really did go by this, I'm sure Adam would agree with me on this, is that if you really go strictly by the book, the Bible, then you're living a very boring life. Like I would say maybe the Amish are actually following that book to a T.
Oh, I agree with that. I think it's funny that you mentioned that because although of course I don't theologically agree with the Amish or the Mennonites, I have said for a long time that at least the Amish and the Mennonites are theoretically consistent. I say theoretically because if you
Even
know enough
Jehovah's
people in
Witnesses
the
are more
Amish or the
consistent.
Mennonite societies, there are still, of course, a lot of people who don't properly follow all the rules. But at least theoretically, they have a consistent mindset.
Yeah, it's like I feel like I almost hate the Amish less than evangelical Christians because like they are homophobic, yes, and they are racist, but hey, they're living a shitty life. They did no technology or anything. But then you get these evangelicals that are like, oh, I'll never do masturbation again. Yeah, right.
I have to highlight Michael here, a good member and friend of the channel, says priesthood leads to be gay, LOL. I mean, I know he's joking. I don't entirely agree with that, but I do think that priesthood in most sects attracts a higher percentage of gay people than in other professions that you could have. But
yeah, it just amazes me that you get these evangelicals, and I guess that's why I think I hate them more than the Amish, because they say things like, oh, masturbation is bad. Pretty sure they're still doing it. Adult content is bad. Pretty
well,
sure
also
they're still doing
the
it.
Bible never mentions masturbation at all. The Catholics will refer to it as the sin of Onan, but Onan was not killed for masturbating.
I think they are in a how it is in English. Is it the Book of Job?
No.
Let me Google it. Wait.
I mean, to be fair, I'm going to be a little self-confident and arrogant on this. I mean, so feel free to prove me wrong. I mean,
it's John. It's Ioan in Russian and John in English. Really
okay,
nice
but what part
name.
of John?
So I think there are some, like, it's not specifically like forbidden, but it lists a bunch of like immoralities.
So
And,
that's just it.
yeah.
Every time that like a hardcore conservative Christian / Catholic or whatever tries to tell you that masturbation is a sin, they'll usually point to two different places. One is they'll pull up the same sad reference of the sin of Onan, which is not about masturbation. Onan did not masturbate.
Yeah,
that's
that's
not
the
why he was killed. But also then they will just, in lieu of that, they will just refer to general passages about sexual immorality and or fornication. But, you know, masturbation is specifically never mentioned in the Bible. And I don't just mean that the word masturbation never comes up in the Bible. I mean, there's not even a verse in the Bible where, in good faith, you can say, I believe that this verse is talking about masturbation. The only time that they try to tie things to masturbation is when they are making inferences from other very broad verses.
But you know where is masturbation in the Bible?
Where?
In a synodal version of the Bible, they specifically put it in one verse where it actually
Synodal?
talks.
What is that?
Yeah, it's a one of the Russian translation. It's like it's basically like a little bit better than KJV.
Okay.
But it's most popular Russian translation of the Bible.
So in that translation, they put the word masturbation
they specifically put masturbation in.
Yeah.
When the passage itself talks about like how it's called, like when you're basically like fasting and stuff.
That makes sense.
Yeah, they specifically put masturbation in, and it destroyed a lot of lives of normal people because then they can go to priest and priest gonna put them to the Bible and he gonna say, yeah, masturbation is a sin, here it is, but in actual like Bible verse it never mentioned.
Right. That makes total sense. Makes total sense.
It was actually interesting what you were saying, Adam, about they misinterpreted it, because I don't even know if this is actually even true or not. I mean, part of my brain is hoping it is actually true, but I mean, Christianity is going into minority, so I guess I have that silver lining as well. But there are scholars that try to say the text that says, oh, a man shall not sleep with a man, it is an abomination. They're saying it actually had to do with like incest or pedophilia, and that it wasn't actually about two consenting adults.
So, unfortunately, I will tell you, and this may sound funny, coming from someone like myself who is a very hardcore avowed ally, but I will tell you that a lot of my, queer friends who are into the Bible, who want to do the best that they can to read the Bible and say, look, no, this isn't what it says. Unfortunately, that's not really supported in the text. And I'll give you a couple reasons for that. First of all, when they talk about this, like there are verses like from Romans where they use the word, the Greek word is porneia. And porneia, and yes, it sounds kind of like pornography, but it's not exactly the same as pornography. Porneia just means...
to watch some porneia.
Yeah, exactly. Porneia just means general sexual immorality. I mean, that's really what it... I mean, I'm not a Greek, coiny Greek speaker or anything, but I can tell you with confidence that that's what porneia means. It just means sexual immorality, which is fine. I understand why they would have something in a holy text that forbids you from general sexual immorality. The problem with that is, what does that actually mean? And anyone who tries to tell you that, it means, it only means pedophilia or something, like, no, that's not an accurate statement. The bigger problem with this is if we pull up Leviticus, Leviticus 18.
I think 18:20.
Yeah, 18:22, I think. So Leviticus 18:22 pretty much, if I'm being honest, blows that out of the water. So let me pull it up just so you guys can see what I'm talking about. I know you guys probably know the verses.
Isn't it funny how me, a gay male, exactly knows what text that probably is that is the most known about us?
Yeah,
That's
could be
based.
too. Yeah. But when we
also one thing before you go into the text, it's my priest Alexander, ex-priest. We had a talk with him about this specific problems in the Bible, and mostly like how church seen it for a long time. It was immoral to receive it. It was not immoral to give it. So being dominant always seen as a okay thing.
Actually, I think that's kind of the opposite of the way the text reads.
But that's how church understood it. Maybe text is a
Well,
little bit different.
okay. So actually, let's pull this up here. Where am I at here?
It
Sexual
was actually
relations.
interesting you said that, Ianka. Oh, sorry to cut you off, Adam, but I was just going to say real quick that I don't know anything about that in Christianity aspect, but yes, majority of ancient culture, you had no issue with a man inserting it into another man. You just were seen as the beneath if you were the one getting it, and you were also seen as the beneath if you were the female. So it really wasn't even anything to do with sexuality. It was more of sexism.
No,
More like to
unfortunately,
show power
that's
and
kind of
stuff.
the opposite. So, let me show this to you here. This is from Leviticus. This is the first reference in the Hebrew Bible to anything that we would recognize today as homosexual or queer sex, right? It says, "You shall not lie with a male as with a woman." How does a man lie with a woman? He penetrates her. So the statement here, now I want to be very clear here because I love people like Dan McClellan. I love his knowledge on this, and I love that he is a very strong ally, and I think he does yeoman's work in pointing out the many problems with this passage and many others from the Bible. But I'm also going to be clear here in stating that, you know, he's very clear in pointing out that this is talking about the man taking the penetrative role in sex with another man. So there's a reason for this, if you think about this. Now, I don't think that means, as a quick aside, I don't think that means that these ancient, old-ass Hebrew men were cool with gay sex as long as it was not a man.
The bottoms.
Right. I don't think that they were cool with the bottoms, okay? But I am saying, because I think that they were generally pretty bigoted people, okay? But I am saying that the text, as it reads specifically, is talking about a man taking the top role, the penetrative role. And now, when I first heard this from people like Dan McClellan, admittedly, even as someone who's an ally, I thought to myself, what's the fucking difference? Because if someone's on top, someone has to be on bottom, right? So, like, either way, aren't we condemning the whole act, right? But if you think about this in logical terms, there's a lot of subtext to this, because the person taking the top role, the penetrative role, is performing an act of domination. Now, I know, you know, in modern terms, if we're trying to be egalitarian, we can say, well, you know, two men who love each other, you know, who cares? One guy's on top tonight, the other guy's on top tomorrow. Like maybe they don't care about who's dominating the other one. But in the context of the way this probably would have played out in ancient times, a man penetrating another man was not just considered to be some act of homosexual love. A lot of times it was an act of degradation. A lot of times men who didn't even, and I'm not going to say this is just ancient times, because this even plays out in some respects up to this day. Okay. Sometimes a man who dominates another man to the point of sexually penetrating him, we could even argue, I know some people don't believe this, but we could even argue that's not even a sexual act. Now, of course, between two consenting men who are getting it on in their bedroom, yes, it is a sexual act, right? But the point is that there are documented cases from history of, hey, we conquered these guys, and then as a way of thoroughly humiliating them, we publicly mounted them. I'm not saying that every man in the conquering army did it, but my point is these acts could very well have been seen as a way of ultimately more, pridefully destroying your opponent. So, like we see this even today, like, unfortunately, like when people are incarcerated, for example, I mean, it's not funny, but, like, unfortunately, there are sometimes that the dominant man in the incarceration ends up owning some other man. And it's not necessarily what we would call in normal terms a sexual act. So the fact that they specifically called it out as you shall not lie with a male as with a woman, that has nothing to do with pedophilia. That has nothing to do even with just general male on male gay sex. It really, if you read it literally, has a lot to do with you shouldn't be denigrating other men by, humiliating other men by forcing them to submit to this sexual act.
I think you can interpret it, and it's not even wrong to interpret it that way. But if you, like, Bible is really, like, God of the Bible is really specific when he gives this type of stuff. Like, like, he never said, like, slavery is bad, of course, but for this stuff, he's, like,
no, God loves slavery, by the way, but go ahead.
Yeah. Like, he only alludes that slavery is bad sometimes. But
I would argue. I mean, I'm not trying to pull you off your topic. I would just say later on we'll talk about. I would challenge you to show me where he alludes to the idea that
I would not even accept this challenge. I don't like losing, if I was an apologist, yeah, for sure I can.
Yeah, but go ahead. I wasn't trying to drag you off course there.
Yeah, I understand. But slavery is a funny topic in the Bible, so yeah, I understand the need to do this.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! I can't tell you how many times Christians will try to say, and it's amazing to me. They'll try to say, "Oh, well, I mean, sure, yes, it was still servitude, but I mean, it wasn't like slavery that happened to blacks." And it's like I can literally say to them, "Did the people in the biblical time have free will?" No, but you just said no. So it's still slavery. I don't care if you're calling it servitude or they were a servant or they could eventually later own their own servant or even get some it's still slavery.
But Faye, I mean, I'm sorry to interrupt you, and I apologize for doing this, but I really wanted to hear Anka finish the point he was making there. So
yeah. It's just if you read like the next thing, like not the next exact verse, but I think 2 verses after it, it specifically says like do not do it with like animals,
right?
And it specifies the reason, like
you shall not have sexual relations with any animal and defile yourself with it, nor shall any woman give herself to an animal to have sexual relations with it. It is perversion.
So it's like it's way more specific with the animals.
Yes.
And in Russian synodal version, it's even worse because it literally talks about like they change stuff a lot because they don't really fucking care about it. So it literally talks about how you need not to like spill the sperm in animal. So like yeah,
which
like,
that sounds really badly specific.
Yeah,
that makes it sound like as long as you don't bust a nut, you can have bestiality.
Yeah, and also it sounds like they had like specific problem they tried to allure here too. So like but that's kind of the thing. So it's like it's more specific here for animals, but it's not that specific for humans. So like
but that's what I'm saying. I feel like it is pretty specific here. There is no mention here of lesbianism at all. Okay, there's no, and I know I'm being a little lawyerly here, but there's also, according to this text, no problem with a man being in the receptive role. Now, let me be very clear again. I said this earlier. I'm going to repeat it because I want to make sure that no one walks away from this conversation doubting what I'm saying. I don't think that any ancient Hebrew man in Israel, Judah, whatever, or Judea or whatever, I don't think any of them were cool with any type of same-sex relations. Okay, I think that they were probably all pretty bigoted people, because I'm not trying to say that these people were enlightened individuals that were just trying to ban one certain form of male dominative sex with another man. That's not what I'm saying at all. But I am pointing out that since you're talking about very specific, I mean, I think the verse I have highlighted on screen is more specific than most Christians give it credit for, because most Christians read that verse and they say, there you go, gay is bad.
I can
right?
be more loyally than you here. Do you want to?
Go ahead.
It's because it's talking about men. And boys, before they grow up, they wasn't considered male. So,
True.
So it doesn't speaks about like lying down with a boy.
Well, there is nothing in the entire Bible that even remotely bans pedophilia.
Yeah, and you can even say it's in some parts it promotes it even.
Right.
So wait, Adam, would you say that scholars might be correct on that aspect then? Because they are saying that it was actually a man shall not lie with a boy, not a man shall lie. Which, I mean, I don't even know.
No, it's the other way around. Men should not lie with the man, but man can lie with the boy because they're not men yet.
Right. So if
And
anything,
it's also, like,
this
it's
verse
also
not only
plays
does it
into
not ban lying with a boy, but it's almost like being very specific. Like, hey, you can lie with a male if it's like you're lying with another male, and you can lie with a woman, but it doesn't say anything about lying with a boy or girl, which is sad.
Yeah, and it also plays into this understanding of like dominant relationships and stuff. Like if it's a man with the boy, it's okay because man is dominant and boy is submissive, blah blah blah. Like he is showing the power. But man with the man should not be, because it's abomination.
Right. Wait. So the ancient Hebrew individuals, which if this is true, then I'm going to be like, well, it doesn't shock me. I mean, they did slavery and other things. They were cool with pedophilia.
Well,
yeah. Have you read Numbers 31, 17, 18? My favorite part of the Bible.
Let me pull this up.
I try to never reread what I've been indoctrinated with as a teen.
Yeah, so 17 and 18 from Numbers 31 says, now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman who has known a man by sleeping with him. But all the young girls who have not known a man by sleeping with him, keep alive for yourselves.
Yeah.
That is very disturbing.
It is.
Yeah.
And it's also like you can keep them for yourself. It kind of like you can take them as a bounty, or not the bounty. What's the right word? Like
there's they're literally referred to as spoils. You know, like
spoils of war. Yeah. And later, like they're taken into captivity. And in the Bible as well, it specifies what you can do with women in captivity. So if you see a woman, I don't remember where it is.
She's supposed to shave her head, and then you can give her 30 days to mourn whoever it is that you killed to take over her people. And then after 30 days, it literally says, it doesn't even just say like, oh, you can integrate her into your society. It says something along the lines of like, you can go into her and make her your wife.
Oh my goodness. Is this the reason priests do what they do of stereotypes? Because now I'm thinking, are these priests?
Well, I don't think that's the reason why priests do it, but
I mean, I'm just thinking now. Are they thinking that I'm actually doing God's work Because here's these texts saying, like, I'm really wondering this now.
No, to be fair, so these texts, as disgusting as they are, and they are incredibly fucking disgusting, these texts, like the one that we have up on screen right now, this is telling you what you were to do. Notice the heading, return from the war. This is telling you what you are to do after you have slayed the enemy and pillaged
This one
everything.
is for a specific enemy. Like
Right.
This one
So,
refers to a specific.
This
enemy.
isn't telling you, I mean, I'm not saying this as a defense of Christianity, of course, but this isn't telling you generally how you're to treat everyone in your society. This is telling you, hey, you've conquered these people. You've generally, if you follow the commands, you've killed almost everyone, but you can keep the young girls who haven't known a man because, hey, you're going to want to mate with them, which is absolutely disgusting, but I'm just saying that it doesn't really have much connection to what priests do with choir boys. You know what I mean?
So basically, what you're saying is, and this is very disturbing because that is not any way of I want Christians to embrace homosexuality. Basically, what this is, hey, if I'm a man and I'm with a boy, oh, the ancient Hebrews are fine with it. We just don't like it if it's a man and a man.
Well, so I want to be very clear in what I'm saying here because, I don't have many flattering things to say about the Bible, but I'm also very adamant that I am
Adam.
Anka, you're on fire, man. But the only thing that I hate more than a bad argument against my position is a bad argument in favor of my position. In other words, I don't want anyone who is in theory ideologically or theologically aligned with me to put forward bad arguments as a case to somehow bolster our position, because ultimately it makes our position seem worse. So here's what I'm saying to you. The Bible is ultimately, sadly, tragically, incredibly silent on, they don't even codify anywhere in the Bible the idea of pedophilia. And I know I've seen on other channels where like you're supposed to never say the P word or whatever, like it's gonna lower your hits in the search algorithm or whatever. I don't give a fuck. We're talking about pedophilia, and the Bible never actually even mentions the idea of anyone being underage.
There is one verse that you can kind of like. It's something like do not harm the little ones or something like this.
Yeah, that's an incredible stretch. I mean, I know what you're saying.
It's like the only one.
Right. I mean that's the same verse that you could argue says don't beat your kids, but we know that the Bible promotes beating your kids too. So
yeah.
I hear what you're saying, but my point is the Bible. The best thing I can say about the Bible is that the Bible, despite all of its grossness, never tells you to go out and find a little boy or a little girl and have sex with her. So damning it with faint praise, I guess. The bigger problem is it also never tells you don't go out and find a little boy or a little girl and have sex with her. I mean, it never even mentions anything about someone being too old or not too old, but never mentions anything about someone being too young. Now, to be fair, if I'm trying to be as reasonable as I can be, in the time period especially when the Pentateuch was written, we're talking about a time period where if you had your period, you were a woman, right? If you had hair on your nuts, you were a man. I mean, this was, back then, that was the time, the framing that if you had gone through your blossoming, so to speak, you were a man or a woman. So nowadays, of course, we would look at a 12 or 13-year-old boy who's gone through puberty, and we'd say, well, yeah, you've gone through puberty, but you're not a man, and you're not in a place to make adult decisions for yourself. And of course, we would say the same thing about a girl as well, right? But back when this was written, manhood or womanhood was pretty much just a biological term that was tied to, have you gone through puberty? So if you had gone through puberty, there was, I think, no assumption at that time, whether you're a man or woman, or girl or boy, I guess, that you should be, that anyone should put any limits on sleeping with you. But, I mean, that's not a compliment to the Bible, but that's just an acknowledgement to the time that they're talking about. Now, as far as prepubescent people, meaning kids, the Bible is silent about whether or not you ever should have sex or touch or lust after or whatever anyone who is prepubescent. It never says, like Anka said, I guess the only thing that you could sort of twist into this is to say, you know, don't hurt the kids. But that's such an incredibly vague, tangential verse.
It's not really descriptive of what that even means.
No.
And it's literally like the only place.
Yeah. But to your original question, Faye, because I don't want to lose that thread, because I think it's important. You know, I have so much empathy for people in the queer community who want to point to these verses and say, you know, these verses aren't even talking about adult queer relationships. They're talking about pedophilia. But the problem is, no, they're not. I mean, you could infer that they say something about pedophilia, but that's a stretch in and of itself. And the sad part is that a lot of them seem to be, well, I say a lot of them, there's only a handful of verses in the entire Bible that really, truly talk about anything related to this. And every time that they do, it's pretty hard, I think, under a honest reading of the Bible to come away from it saying, oh, it's only talking about pedophilia. No, it's not. It really isn't. And the deeper issue that I would bring up with this, you know, I did this video on this, I don't know, 6 months ago or something. I'm going to try to pull it up in the search, although I probably won't find it in time. But this is one of the reasons why I did this video a while back, where I said, you know, when it comes to queer relationships and any kind of, you know, homosexual or any kind of queer sexual contact, this is one area where I actually don't like to do too many internal critiques. On most of the other parts of the Bible, I think internal critique is fun, because it's fun to point out how, to Christians, how your own holy text is problematic, it's contradictory, it's immoral, etc., right? But the problem with doing internal critique when it comes to queer issues is this. Anytime you do internal critique of any text, on some level, you are ceding at least some amount of moral authority. So, here's what I mean by this. If you read the Bible and we say, I'm going to go through the Bible, and I'm going to show you why the Bible doesn't ban queer relationships. And then on the other side of the table, there's an apologist who says, I'm going to show you where the Bible does ban queer relationships. The problem with that discussion is that ultimately we are both, whether we want to admit it or not, kind of conceding the idea that we should defer to the Bible about whether queer relationships are acceptable or not. Because you're both saying, look, let's dive into the Bible and see what the Bible says about this topic. And let's argue about it and let's debate it until we come to some agreement on what we think the Bible says about this topic. And my much deeper point on this is that even if you could somehow pull up a secret code, let's say we found a secret code that's clearly, unquestionably embedded in every page of the Bible, and once we decode it, the secret code in every page of the Bible says that every gay relationship is evil and bad. My stance on that is still, I don't fucking care. I don't care what your old ass book says about what grown ass consenting adults do in their bedroom. And more importantly, if your fucking old ass book says that grown ass people doing consenting activities in their own bedroom is somehow a sin, then that to me tells me that your old fucking book is a piece of shit and should be thrown in the dirt pile and burnt. So I think it's instructive to go through these texts and say, what does the Bible really say about these things? But at a certain point, when we get into deep human rights issues, I start to get a little bit uncomfortable with the internal critique, because I'm not willing to admit to any Christian or any religious person whatsoever that I should ever look to what ancient Hebrew men decided to tell me that I can or cannot do in a bedroom with another consenting adult. Fuck those people. I don't care what any of them say.
So basically, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
So basically what you're trying to say is, and yeah, I mean, this is kind of why I'm in the stance myself, like I will never go back into Christianity. I have noticed that there's people in my community who say they are LGBTQ and Christian, which I'm going to be honest with you, I think that's kind of ludicrous. I feel like you're being a masochist. But like, I don't know. I mean, there's been scholars and stuff trying to say that, oh, it was actually about pedophilia, or it was about pagan ritual, or it was about incest, or I don't know. But I guess what you're trying to say is that it definitely was, condemning of same sex no matter what. But in the same sense, maybe that's actually okay, because it was perfectly okay with this really fucked up stuff.
It was perfectly okay with pedophilia.
So it's making me feel like, why do I even need to care with this old book if it really does say I'm an abomination? When,
Bingo.
Oh, it's okay with you beating your child. It's okay with you raping. It's okay with this. It's okay with that. Like,
it's okay with you taking war brides to marry them. So if that's okay, then why do I want to listen to anything that they have to say about what I may or may not do in a bedroom, in a private bedroom between me and one or more consenting adults? I couldn't fucking care less.
It's almost making me feel like I need to thank the Bible, because in a way I feel like I need to say thank you, Bible, because if you hate me, then I must be a really decent person, because you have some very shitty stuff. So if you're saying I am horrible, then I have just shown that I am the absolute opposite of everything you stand by.
And
I mean,
also, that's why
I couldn't agree with that more.
Should do what I do. I usually, I'm okay using Bible to prove Christians wrong because they believe in this book, but they can't use Bible against me because I don't believe in their book. So they need to use something else. That's the stuff that you can just establish at the start if you're having conversation about it, and then they're gonna have a really bad time trying to prove biologically gay is wrong or whatever.
But yeah, basically my issue was that, like I told you, my best friend, Queen, she picked me up from the hospital and I was adopted by her family. They are Christian, but they are not like my family. They keep telling me all the time, God loves you the way you were. He supports you in your relationship. Like, her parents have interviewed guys that I've gone on dates with to make sure I had best intentions, and they're adoptive child or whatever. And it's like, I'm glad they feel this way and stuff. That's great. But it has always made me wonder, are they actually incorrect? And I mean, even if they are incorrect, maybe they're just wanting to take some parts out of their book. I mean, when you say all the stuff you've said to me, why does that not make any logical sense? They don't beat Queen. They don't rape Queen. So what if they actually do think that, hey, we're not taking that, so we're also not going to take that Faye is an abomination? And I could agree with that. Like, maybe the reason more Christians nowadays are becoming pro-queer is because maybe internally they do think, hey, sorry, my book is against you. But don't worry, I don't follow everything of that book.
So, I'm kind of repeating myself, but I'll say, I mean, my flagship series is called God-Free Bible Study. So clearly, I get a certain kind of joy sometimes from reading the Bible and just pointing out all the fuckery that's in the Bible. And it can be really gratifying at times because just to pull up one example out of 1,000, right? We've already mentioned it before, but Christians just, the hardcore apologists will twist themselves into rhetorical knots trying to convince you that somehow the Bible does not endorse slavery. And that is so fucking wrong. It's devoid of reality. The Bible doesn't just talk about slavery. It endorses slavery. It codifies slavery. So from that perspective, I will admit that it is fun sometimes to talk to a Christian who is so stuck in their dogma that they want to try to assert to you that no, my holy text doesn't endorse slavery. Bullshit. Let's pull it up. Let's read it right in front of you. But the deeper issue that we're talking about, especially when we talk about queer relationships, is this. Even if the Bible, even if everyone agreed that the Bible in every single page endorses slavery, loves slavery, even if the Christians agreed with it, I would still say I don't care because slavery is wrong. I don't care what the book says. I mean, I care as far as sometimes just having a fun time pointing out the inconsistencies to Christians. But at the end of the day, I don't really care what the book says because I know that slavery is wrong. And therefore, even if you could show me that every single page of the Bible endorses slavery, I'm still not going to endorse slavery. So on a similar note, when it comes to queer relationships, I don't care if every fucking page of the whole book says that you should never even look at someone of the same sex. And this is coming from someone who's straight. You'd think that I would just, I would say, I don't care, or I would, just clap along and say, but morally, ethically, I find it to be repulsive. I find it to be repulsive that any supposed deity watching me from their omnipresent and omniscient viewpoint would care what I do in a bedroom with another consenting adult. So at the end of the day, I don't fucking care what the book actually says about queer relationships, even if we can unequivocally state. Go ahead.
So, do you remember the question I asked you a long time ago?
Oh, that one? The one?
Yeah. Yeah. That if the Bible is an idol, why are we even bothered having the book?
I do kind of remember that. Although I don't remember exactly what I said to it. So,
yeah.
Well, but John, this comes down to the internal critique thing. Okay. So meaning, here's what I mean by that. I totally believe that the Bible should not be an idol for any of us. And I don't want to lose sight of hopefully the central ethical fact that I would like to present at any time on this channel, which is that no, don't look to the Bible for any of your guidelines. But That being said, because I know that many Christians do pretend to look to the Bible for their ethical guidelines, because of that, it is still fun sometimes, many times, to do internal critique. So I don't know if I'm answering your question, John, but my point is we should not make an idol of the Bible, but on more tangential issues, I'm still happy to dive into the Bible because it's fun to point out to Christians how their own supposed morals and ethics are in direct contradiction with their own holy text.
Oh, Adam?
Yes, because
Oh,
Go ahead, John.
sorry.
no, you
I
go
was
first.
going to say, yeah,
You can go first, John.
I'm sorry.
Or John.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was going to say, I was ready to toss the book out the window a long time ago after I read all this stuff.
Yeah.
I was ready to toss it
Yeah,
out the window. Heck with it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say to Adam, I was wondering, so what do you particularly think, Adam, that like, I mean, I guess I could see it in some logical sense because we never met this deity. Everyone who claims they met this deity, I don't buy that bullshit. So what do you think of the aspect that Queen's parents, we don't really go into it too much. Like they've offered to let me go to their very LGBTQ affirming church. And stuff, but like, what do you think of the aspect that they always just let me remember that God loves you as a gay person? And I'm wondering what you might think of that aspect, and I do think of my aspect of that too, that actually could be logical. I mean, we don't actually know what this deity is, where this deity is. We don't even know if the ancient Hebrew men that say they worship this deity even know what this deity's true likeness are.
What he even looks like. We don't even know what he looks like.
I'm sorry. Say that again, Faye, because I'm not sure if I quite got the question.
Oh, sure. Sorry. It's just they just always like remind me that God loves me as a gay person. God blesses me and my boyfriend or whatever. And like, I'm wondering what you think on that aspect, because I guess that could be possible. I mean, I don't know for certain if it does, but maybe it does, because all we have is an ancient book written by ancient Hebrew. It wasn't written by this deity. So, like, I'm wondering what you think on that, because they do say that to me sometimes.
So, a couple thoughts there. One is, I mean, obviously, as everyone knows, I'm an atheist, but if we want to work from the assumption, let me grant you the assumption that there's a God out there, whether it's Yahweh or whatever, okay? So, yes, I do believe that there is not a single human on this earth, including Christians, who knows or can say with absolute confidence what that God believes or says. Of course, Christians will point to their holy text and say, look, this tells us what God says. But that is all what other humans have written, and it's also what other humans have interpreted repeatedly over time. So even if we assume that, Yahweh is there, or any God for that matter, nobody actually knows, despite however confident they might tell you otherwise. Nobody knows what the God actually believes. I mean, there is no way, Dan McClellan says this very well, like, there is not a single word that you can read that is not interpreted. Even if we assume that God himself, I know that the Christian doctrine doesn't claim that God wrote the Bible, but they claim that God inspired the Bible, right? So let's assume that I'm essentially a pen in the hands of God, writing what he wants me to write. Even then, even if I wrote it perfectly as he wanted it to be written, it still has to be interpreted by every single person who reads it. So, even if every page of the Bible says I hate gay people, you still don't definitively know what God, if he exists, what he thinks. All you know is what is on the pages of the holy text that is purported to be from God. That's all you can ever know.
Yeah,
no matter,
and it's interesting. And it's interesting that you make that point because I was watching a YouTube video and it was really cool. It was people speaking like English, but they had these headphones on for the next person, and they would whisper to the next person what they heard, and they were getting it wrong. In the
Of course.
end, it started off this, and then
it's the old
on
telephone
last
game
person-
or Chinese whispers game. It's called a couple different things.
and
but
it's really
I-
interesting. And it's
Let-
really interesting because. Oh, sorry. What were you gonna say, Adam?
Well, I was going to say one more thing on that point, though, too. While even as an atheist, I will admit that, okay, if a God exists, if we play this game, of course, I don't know exactly what he thinks or what he wrote, and neither does any Christian for that matter. But there's something more insidious, I think, in what you said earlier. I don't think you meant it to be insidious, but I want you to think about this. If anyone ever tells you that, according to our beliefs, God loves you as a gay person, or even if they say, here's a worse way to say it. If they say, well, we think God loves you despite the fact that you're gay, although that may not be what they said. But imagine, you there, Faye?
I mean, that's not me, but do we have a third person?
Okay. I wasn't sure if that was you. Okay, but imagine. Let's change the context for a minute from sexual orientation. Let's, for example, change it to race. Let's say that I said to someone, I know you're black, but God loves you. Even though that may sound good in my ears, anyone with a reasonable, rational perspective around them would go, ooh, that doesn't sound good.
It's almost like they'll accept you.
Right, exactly. Like it's like me trying to tell you, oh no, God accepts you despite the fact that you're black. But of course, anyone who's black, or for that matter, anyone who's not racist, would say, ooh, why is that even a factor? Why do we even have to discuss whether you're black? Can't we just say God loves you? And so the same equation should come into effect if we're talking about your sexual orientation, right? I mean, whether you're gay or straight or bi, whether you have some weird orientation we haven't even defined yet. I mean, why does that even have to come into the sentence of God accepting you or loving you?
I guess because her parents are just, they know what I've gone through and stuff. So I guess they're trying to reassure me that, I don't know. They've tried to have me go to their LGBTQ affirming church, and they tell me what they say sometimes, that God loves you, God blesses your relationship. I guess what they're trying to do is they're not even, I think like what you said, I think they don't even maybe know they have inadvertently gone to, oh, there's something wrong with you, but we still love you. I think they're just trying to make me feel not horrible.
That's fair. So they're probably coming from a good place. I'm just saying that normally for me, and I'm saying this as a white, Anglo-Saxon Protestant straight, even though I'm not Protestant anymore, but I'm saying this as a dude who, like I said earlier, kind of won the genetic lottery. Even for me, I feel like in certain conversations, like around theology, for example, it can be gross to even bring up ancillary factors. If my God loves me, then we don't even have to mention the fact that I'm white, do we? If my God loves me, we don't have to mention the fact that I'm straight, do we? Like what does that have to do with it? If my God loves me, then there are all sorts of ancillary factors around my life. Like, do we have to mention that I'm a software engineer? He loves you.
It's almost like we're doing a reassuring where
Right.
there shouldn't even be a reassuring.
No, I understand what you're saying. Okay, so if your partner's family is trying to reassure you because they would like you to be part of their church or something. I don't think that it doesn't sound like they're being malicious, right? It sounds like they're trying to be accepting and bring you into the fold. And I don't want to make it sound like
Oh no, it's actually my best friend. It's not.
Oh, okay.
My boyfriend.
I'm sorry. Okay, got it.
No,
Okay.
you're fine. You're fine. It was my best friend Queen. She and her family adopted me, and yeah, they don't push it though. They don't push it though. They just say that because my best friend Queen, she is Christian, but she is like very, I guess you would say, progressive. Like there is parts of the Bible she does not go with and stuff. And her church is very LGBTQ accepting. I have seen it before, but I am not ever comfortable stepping into a church, even an LGBTQ.
Well, I don't blame you.
One.
Yeah, I also have to acknowledge here really quick, and this is a joke, Faye. So, but I love that Demented Engineer put up this quote from George Carlin. It said, "God doesn't hate you for being gay. He made you gay because he hates you." I don't know if you get that joke, Faye, but that's
I don't really, but I'm assuming it's a
wonderful
Christianity.
And
it's a good joke.
It is really good. I mean, it's basically just a way of showing the horrific hypocrisy of religion and Christianity. So that's what's meant by that. And Faye, you may not be familiar with George Carlin. Being someone of a certain age, I can remember when George Carlin was alive and well and pissing off people all over the country. So that's a wonderful quote.
I might have heard of that person. I'm not sure. I know that I'm technically, you could probably correct me again. I believe I am millennial because I was born in 1986. So I believe I am millennial or like.
I don't know exactly where they put those lines at. I mean, I was born in
X.
73 and I thought I was, I guess I'm Gen X. Born in 73.
In that case, we're all Gen X right now.
But, well,
Gen
I'm.
Z,
They say that
technically.
I am. They say I'm a millennial something because I'm 29 years old.
You're probably millennial.
Oh, yeah, 29 I think is even, well, I guess that is millennial. Yeah, because we're talking
So
about
Gen Z starts at 98, so I technically Gen Z, but
I can never keep
it
this
is
shit
what it
straight,
is.
man. Like, it's too much for me to keep straight, you know?
I think what they're saying is
fighting.
that I think what they're saying is that right now we are Gen Alpha, which is the youngest generation, Gen Z, the next youngest generation, Millennial, Gen X, and then Baby Boomer. I think that's all we are right now. I think.
Yeah, I think so. It doesn't make it only makes sense in America because like baby boomers and stuff, it's like depression and shit. Like this separation doesn't mean anything in Russia because basically everyone like younger than me is Gen Z here. We basically don't have alpha.
So this is probably one of the more famous quotes from George Carlin, which the majority of his career was as a stand-up comic. I mean, he did other things too, but he says, "Religion has convinced people that there's an invisible man living in the sky who watches everything you do every minute of the day. And the invisible man has a list of 10 specific things that he doesn't want you to do. And if you do any of these things, he will send you to a special place of burning and fire and smoke and torture and anguish for you to live forever and suffer and burn and scream until the end of time. But he loves you. He loves you. He loves you, and he needs money."
I remember that one.
And see, the other interesting thing is, like, even when you go into like Christians who say, God is against me, well, you say that God made everything. So if he's against me, why did God make me? And you could even try to argue, like some of them will try to say, oh, well, you see, the thing is God gave everyone free will, and he realized that not everyone is going a free will of the way we want it to be, so they diverted. And I could say, okay, you could have a possible argument, but if that was true, then that would mean of the 8 billion of us, that it would be like probably 7 billion is like LGBTQ and heterosexual, but that's not the case. So many studies have shown that it is, since we're 8 billion, LGBTQ is probably around 2 to 3 billion. Everyone else is just heterosexual. So that means that it wasn't an argument you can use of, oh, too many people are just diverting this way and diverting that way. No, you can't use that, because there is distinctually LGBTQ people. So you can't argue that it was free will and some shades decided to stay with God and some shades went against God. You can only use that argument if we were 10 people and like 5 were queer and 5 were holy. Yeah, you could use that. But of this 10 people, you're seeing maybe like 4 being LGBTQ and 6 being heterosexual. Well, if that was the case of some are going to fluctuate that way and fluctuate that way, then it wouldn't be a distinguished divide of one sexuality of another.
So I have been doing this long enough, and by doing this, I don't mean this channel. I've been doing this channel for a year, but I've been doing this life thing for long enough now that there are certain trends that I have been able to track even over the course of my lifetime. One of the trends that I've been able to track is that when I was much younger, even before I considered myself to be an ally, even long before I considered myself to be an atheist, there was a very, very strong push amongst the Christian community to blatantly deny the idea that anyone is ever born gay. It's a choice. You chose to be gay because whether they want to state it this way or not, most Christians who have even a modicum of morals or ethics about them understand that it is demonstrably gross to imply that someone may have been born gay, and yet, because you were born gay, now we're going to send you to hell to burn in eternal conscious torment. Even not every Christian, but a lot of Christians realize, ooh, that doesn't sound good. So for many, many years, there was this common talking point amongst Christians. You brought it up earlier, Faye, about, that you're not born this way. It's a choice. And then one of the things that they would say is that it's not natural, right? Because ultimately, not natural was one of the talking points that fed into the bigger argument that you couldn't have been born this way because you can't be born into something if it's unnatural, right? That's their thinking. And therefore, if you chose this, well, now they have moral freedom to say, well, it's your choice. You chose to be gay. You just wanted to be with someone of the same sex, despite all of the moral, warnings that you were given. Therefore, you deserve whatever punishment has come upon you. And to be fair, even to this day, of course, there are some Christians, apologists especially, who will stubbornly hold to this antiquated idea. But I have noticed in my lifetime, at least, that there have become fewer and fewer of the hardcores that will stubbornly hold to that viewpoint, because every time they try to latch onto this natural argument, it continually gets disproven. For example, when I was growing up, I do remember actually sitting in a church and hearing the pastor say that humans are the only people, the only species or beings on earth that ever do gay stuff, right? Like this doesn't exist in nature. Of course, that now has been not just disproven by 1 or 2 stray crazy examples. It's been disproven badly. That it's been disproven across multiple species, across multiple observed instances. I mean, almost any way that you want to define the word natural, and natural is a very ethereal term, but almost any way that you want to define it, now we can actually show no, it's absolutely natural. Like it happens in nature all the time. So they've had to retreat off of that. Doesn't mean that they've become more open-minded, but it means that at least
they know this isn't a good argument anymore.
Right. But the reason that they even started latching on it in the first place is because of that they won't say this, they won't admit it, but it comes down to that central tension, which is, well, if we're condemning people for doing or being what they were born with, well, even bigots, even avowed bigots, usually understand, ooh, that sounds gross. It sounds like saying we're gonna send you to hell for being black. It sounds the same way, right? Because it's an inborn trait that you had no choice over, and it sounds really, really gross to say you're going to condemn someone for something that they were literally born with.
It's like how intersex people still get stigmatized by people, and it's like, I didn't choose that. I didn't get all the XY chromosomes to be a female. I mean, to be a male, and I didn't get all the XX chromosomes to be a female. Like that's just how they were made.
I agree. I want to acknowledge, because I saw this person coming in earlier and then they seem to have dropped off. So I'm going to mute you guys for a second because I want to see if Sam is trying to come in. I saw them come in earlier and then I think they dropped off before I could get to them. So I'm not hanging up on you guys, but I'm going to mute you guys for a second while I see what's up with our other caller. Is that
That's
cool?
fine.
Okay. So Sam, are you there? Cool. Can you hear me? What's that? I don't understand what you're saying, Sam. Sam, are you hearing me? Are you hearing me, Sam? Okay, I'm going to put Sam back on mute. So,
hello, what's up, brother?
Okay, can you hear me, bro?
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yes, I can hear you.
Sam, are you
I
at
am
least
Sam.
18 years of age?
Yes, I am here to debate with you.
Are you a believer?
Yes, I am a Christian.
Okay. So, what would you like to talk about tonight, Sam?
So, God is not an imaginary thing. It is a real thing. Okay.
Why would you say that?
Because even if you don't see something, that does not mean that that don't exist. Do you believe in aliens? Alien?
I do think that aliens are highly probable.
Why?
Why?
Yes, why? You don't see them, but you believe that aliens exist. Why?
Because,
Why do you believe that aliens exist?
well,
I can say that it is an imaginary thing.
Sam, let's be very clear here about what we're talking about when we say belief, okay? I said I believe that they are highly probable because of math. There are trillions of stars in the universe. And those trillions of stars contain, each one of them in their own solar orbit, somewhere between 2 and 12 planets, okay? So we're talking about tens of trillions of planets out there across the known universe. So out of tens of trillions of planets, the math tells me that it feels highly likely that somewhere else in the universe there is not only alien life, but probably intelligent alien life. But I want to be very clear here, Sam. Even though I believe that it is incredibly likely that there is alien life in the universe, I will also tell you that as a species, we have right now, it pains me to say this as a sci-fi fan, but we have right now no empirical evidence whatsoever that actually shows us that there are any aliens, intelligent or otherwise, in the universe. So I believe that there are probably, according to math, intelligent aliens in the universe, or at a minimum, at least some kind of alien life in the universe. But the simple fact is, I have no empirical reason to tell you that, and I would never argue with anyone to say, I know that there are aliens in the universe, because I do not. We have no evidence for it whatsoever.
So, can I ask you a question? Do you believe that there is a probability God exists?
Do I believe what?
Do you think that there is a probability of God being uh, God exist?
I'm going to be frank with you, Sam. I'm having it really hard to understand your accent. I'm finding it really hard to understand your accent, so I don't want to be disrespectful, but I'm not sure what you're asking me.
I mean, you said that there is a probability that there will be an extraterrestrial life out there. So, I am asking you whether uh, do you think that there is a God?
I believe that there is no God.
But you believed that there is a probability of and my voice is echoing to me back. I don't know why.
I'm still having a really hard time understanding you here. So are you comparing my belief in the probability of aliens with my belief in the probability of God? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So
Yes.
I can explain this for you very clearly, Sam. So even
So
though
mathematically, brother, mathematically there is a probability of God being existed. Do you know that?
no, not at all.
So there is a mathematical formula that says there might be a God out there, like alien.
No, not at all. So
Yes, there is.
no, there's not. So let me explain this to you very simply. All right. Right now, we know without any shadow of a doubt that life exists in the universe. We know that life exists abundantly on our planet. So this isn't a matter, when I talk about whether or not aliens exist in our galaxy or in the universe, this isn't a matter of me positing something that we have no evidence for. We have evidence for life, because here we are. We have an incredible abundance of evidence for life. We know that life exists. We know that it exists in abundance. The only thing that we don't know right now is whether it exists outside of this planet. And again, I will freely tell you that I don't know that there is life outside this planet. But knowing that empirically life is abundant on this planet, and knowing that at least in one example, we can show what conditions are required to foster life, then it's very easy to run some basic math and say that given the trillions of stars that exist in the galaxy, it is almost unthinkable to believe that through the entire galaxy, in all of the tens or hundreds of trillions of planets that orbit other stars, it's almost unthinkable to think that none of those other planets have fostered life. I'm not saying it's impossible. It's possible that we are the only life in the entire universe on this earth. But it seems logically and mathematically illogical. But when you say God, I have not seen a single planet. I have not seen a single instance on this planet, in this solar system, in this galaxy, or in this universe where I can point to a single piece of evidence that says, oh, God is here. So when it comes to life on this planet, we're talking about whatever the likelihood is of life is on this planet and multiplying it by trillions of stars and trillions of planets. But when it comes to God, we're talking about empirically, evidentially, right now, no evidence whatsoever. And with no evidence, that means if I take a 0% chance and multiply it by trillions of stars multiplied by 0 equals 0.
So, do you know the meaning of the word believe?
Do I know what?
Do you know the meaning of the word belief?
I know the meaning of the word believe, yes.
So it means that I mean you have to imagine things that there is which does not exist.
So
You know.
you can believe. So there are many different ways to believe. I know what the word belief means. And you can believe based on 0 evidence, if that makes you feel good. For example, you could believe that there are magic pink unicorns orbiting Venus right now. You could believe that if you want. But there is no evidence to support that. You can believe in a God, but there is no evidence to support that. I believe that there are probably aliens out there in the universe, and I have evidence to support that because we know of one planet that is overflowing with life right now. And if even one planet in our galaxy has life, that means that statistically speaking, there almost certainly are other planets out there in the universe that have life.
Do you believe that human can become immortal after like thousands of years? After thousands of years, do you believe that
Well,
human can become
I don't
immortal?
think a human could ever even get close to a couple thousand years. But even if we could live for 1,000 years, no, there is no reason to believe that a human could ever be immortal.
So, do you think that AI will take over human? Do you believe that AI will take over human?
What's that?
Do you believe that after many years, AI will take over human?
Do I believe that after many years something will take over humans?
Artificial intelligence.
Oh, so it sounds like you're not asking about the immortality of a human. It sounds like you're asking about whether I think that humans in general will live on forever. Is that what you're asking?
The first question was like immortal, but now I am asking you whether artificial intelligence will take over human. Do you believe there is a chance?
I mean, I don't really know. I mean, I could see a future where we create our own obsolescence. I could see a future where we end up being taken over by our own tools like AI. But I'm not going to say that I believe that would happen. That's a very different statement. I think it is possible for humans to create their own extinction episode, whether that extinction is by AI or by nuclear warfare or whatever else.
So my conclusion is that if you don't see the evidence or any scientific proof, You are saying that you won't believe, but it is not the case. There are many things out there which you can't see or experience, but humans can't provide evidence. Like for aliens, extraterrestrial life. Humans don't have any type of evidence, but there is a possibility that there out there is exists any type of alien or some kind of extraterrestrial life. So you have to believe that there is a possibility of God's existence. You should not completely say that God is an imaginary thing. You should say there is a possibility of God's existence.
I'm going to do this, Sam. I mean, I don't agree with your points, although I don't entirely understand all of what your points are. And I'm going to be really frank. It's hard to understand you partially because of your accent, but also because there's modulation coming through in your connection. So it's not a very clear connection. So here's what I'm going to do. I hope you take this in the best possible way. I think I'm going to end this call, but it's not because I'm hanging up on you as some act of aggression.
Hey
but
brother, if you do this in a Discord server, it will be very clear because you are creating another website and you doing this. I think there might be some internet problem. But if you do this in a Discord, it will be very easy for and network problem will be very less. I think.
yeah, I don't know what you just said. So, Sam, I'm sorry, man, but I'm gonna hang up on you, and I hope you call
Okay.
again. But
Jesus
I'm
loves you. Okay, God bless you. Thank you for letting me speak. Thank you for everything. Jesus loves you. God bless you.
all right,
Bye.
and I would love to talk to you again. We have to have a clearer connection. Okay,
Okay, okay.
thank you.
Jesus loves you. Okay.
Okay,
I actually completely understand where you're going by because I
That
have
was,
two neighbors of mine. They are South Asian, and I try to be very respectful to them, but their accent is very hard to understand.
well, to be fair, I mean he had a very thick accent, which of course is like I mean, no matter how much you travel or whatever, at some point some accents are hard to understand. But also, it wasn't just the accent. There was like modulation going on the line, which made it even harder to understand. I was literally watching a video earlier today from. He didn't sound Asian to me. He actually sounded African, but I don't know. I could be wrong. He may have been Asian. But I was watching a video today from. It was a documentary from Africa, and he actually sounded a lot like some of the people I was hearing on that documentary. But they were easier to understand because, despite the accents, it was very clear audio. So anyway, I didn't want to cut him off. It sounded like he had some interesting ideas, and I appreciated where he seemed to be trying to take the conversation, comparing alien, versus God. But at the end of the day, it's like if you can't understand a question that someone's asking, it's hard to have a conversation.
Oh yeah, no, of course, absolutely.
Oh, he's saying, I think this is him in the comments, Wada Wada, saying, I am from India, bro. So if you're the one who just called in, if you're Sam, I apologize for not for misrepresenting where you may have been from. So I wasn't trying to ascribe you to a certain place.
Yeah, I also thought you're talking to like Microsoft support.
Anka.
Is he Spanish?
Okay,
Was
so
he
I
Spanish?
know.
What? I'm Russian. I can make these jokes. We don't have.
Anka, you're a
racism here.
racist, man. You're a horrible
We
racist,
don't have
man. Like,
racism here.
Okay, so I know what you were doing there, and I know you just meant it lightheartedly, but with how politically correct I am, you really made me cringe when you said that.
yes, I know. Anka, you horrible person, you. I
know.
To try to, I know he's not on the line anymore, so it's a little bit unfair to, fully respond to someone if they're not talking anymore. But what is this bro trolling? That's so true.
And Michael just said sounded Indian. Like, come on, please, can we not make assumptions here?
No,
Like,
no. I think the person in the comments, Wada Wada, I think that was Sam. So I think they're saying I am from India, bro. So I think that's what they're saying. I could be wrong on that, but I do.
Oh, it was just that Michael said sounded Indian. I guessed correctly. And I'm like, okay, we get it. He definitely had an accent, and it definitely was not a European accent. We can agree to that. But let's not assume what accent it was, please.
Well, Demented Engineer called you out, Anka. Says Anka trolled.
Yeah,
But-
I trolled too close to the sun.
To be fair, I liked his question because I have thought about this before. I'm not just an agnostic. I'm not just an atheist. I have kind of come to the point in my life where I am, I guess, what you would call a strong atheist, meaning I am comfortable. I know not everyone is. Not everyone that watches my channel is comfortable with this, but I would say that I am comfortable saying that there is no God. Now, I know I can't prove that. I can't prove there's no God, just like theists cannot prove that there is a God, right? But I am comfortable saying that there is no God. But
and you know what? Oh, sorry. And you know
well,
what?
I was going to say, so the flip side of this is no one's brought this up, like, you know, in my comments or on my live streams before, but I do understand there's a certain tension that you could pull from this because, like, for example, I'm a sci-fi fan, right? And as a sci-fi fan, I absolutely believe that there's almost certainly other life out in the universe, and I would even argue there's almost certainly other intelligent life out in the universe. Now, I don't think we'll ever, in my lifetime at least, make contact with it, but that's a whole different discussion. But through the entire freaking universe, I believe that there is other life in the universe. But you could argue, if I'm making fun of Christians for having this blind faith or belief in this unseen God, then why is it that I have belief in aliens, or especially intelligent aliens, right? But I think it's a reasonable question, but I also think I have a reasonable answer, which is that, first of all, like I said to Sam, I don't assert that there is intelligent life in the universe. I don't even assert that there's other life in the universe, because in terms of evidence, we have no evidence, at least at this point, for life anywhere else in the universe. No direct empirical evidence. But aside from that, I still feel comfortable saying I really, really believe that there's other life in the universe, just because it's a function of math. We know that we have one planet right now in the universe, at least, that is replete with life. Life is just oozing all over this planet, in bugs and in single-celled organisms, and of course in higher forms of life as well. It's just all over this planet. Does that mean that we couldn't be the only planet in the entire fucking universe with life? No, I guess we could be the only ones, but when you realize how vast the universe is, because this is something that 100 years ago as a species, we did not know how vast the universe was. 100 years ago, when we looked up in the night sky, we thought all of those stars were in our own galaxy. It was only, I think it was Hubble. I could be wrong on this. I think it was Hubble that discovered that we're not even, that there are other galaxies, that it's not just one big
Hubble.
plane, right? And then once you realized that, oh, there's other galaxies, then you started to realize, especially once we got more powerful telescopes, like the Hubble telescope and like these other ones we put into space, we started to realize that a lot of these little points of light that we can even see with our naked eye aren't a star. They're galaxies. In those galaxies, which to our eye just look like a single point of light, those galaxies have billions of stars in them. And the billions of stars all have, somewhere between like 2 and 12 planets around them. You just start to think about the sheer mathematics of it, and it's like, wow, unless life is this incredibly unique thing that was, well, I guess you could say created by God, right? Unless that's the only reason why there's life on this planet. But if there's any logical, natural basis for life to arrive, then it's almost inevitable that life has to be somewhere else on other planets.
I think it's our friend from Russia.
What's that?
Me? What?
I think it's our friend from Russia typing.
Oh, yeah. Me and Anka kind of became friends on Discord, and we were actually, I could just bring this up to you, Adam and John, that I just find it amusing. Studies have shown that the most prevalent places Grindr notifications go off is extremely conservative events.
Yeah, like Republican GOP national conventions.
They literally
Because Democrats have
they,
brains and they turn off notifications.
Right, exactly.
They have done studies and found out that Grindr and other gay hookup apps are the most accurate in anti-queer areas.
Okay, but to be fair, I mean, and I don't have numbers to bring this up, so I'm literally asking because I don't know. But is it not fair to say, like, at Democratic national conventions, is there not also a bump in Grindr, hookups at Democratic national conventions?
It could be, but I think what the studies were showing, because they were wondering why this is happening, they are saying that the Grindr studies, they believe, is showing that when an area is more queer friendly, you don't always have to resort to a gay hookup app because you're not having to worry about being in secret.
That's a good point.
Whereas if you're in an area that is very anti-queer, you have no really any other way to enjoy your sexuality unless you do it secretly. In fact, studies were showing that they think this is great news because this means that, like, literally the CEO of Grindr, because the founder, he actually sold it to a company.
Right.
She's the CEO now, and she said, "I think this is great because this is showing, like, don't get me wrong, I want us to still stay afloat of a business. Trust me." But if people are able in the non-anti-queer areas not having to be as high numbers of us, then that means they're able to just go to their grocery store. They're able to just go to events and be like, "Hey, I think you're really cute. Would you like to go get coffee sometime?" Like, she actually said, "This is great. I love this. I love that the queer community of male is not having to resort to just our app to find love."
All right, but Faye, I have a hypothetical question for you here. All right.
Okay.
While I, in general, am a full supporter of anyone using Grindr or any other app that works for them to make any other connections that are queer or otherwise, right? I also have a certain deep animus towards those people who would use these apps and then advocate against the same community in public. So the question that I would ask for you is this. I'll get to you in just a second, John. I see him kind of raising his hand there. So the question I would have for you is this. Given that these GOP people, like at a national convention or whatever, are potentially then going into power meetings and advocating against their own community, if you could push a button and expose the GOP community who is clandestinely using those apps, would you do it? Do you think it's wrong?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Because no, let me be completely honest with you. When you refer to yourself as an ex-gay or ex-lesbian, which I know does not actually exist, it just means you are suppressing. I don't see you as part of the community anymore. I see you as disgust, because I literally, if anyone should be going ex-gay or ex-lesbian, it should be me, of what I have gone through. And yet I'm still going, because like people don't seem to, like the people who are super anti-queer, they think that I regretted my suicide because God could have saved me or something, or they also try to say that my sexuality is the thing that wanted me to end my life. No, it was nothing of that. Even when I was in that horrible facility, it had nothing to do with I think anything's actually wrong with me. It was that I'm not going to be accepted in this world, so I might as well just leave it. And the thing is, what amazes to me is that you, like, literally, there's this one guy who was in a relationship with a man, and he left it because it didn't go well, and he cheated on him, and now he works as the CEO of a conversion therapy place.
Oh God!
And I just kind of feel like, really?
Yeah.
If anything, I should be the CEO of one of these facilities.
That's horrible.
I should be like, I mean, the fact that you went, oh, he doesn't love me anymore, so sexuality of gay is wrong. Like, no. Like, so no, trust me, I would out them in a second. Now, okay, if you are in a hostile environment and you have to be closeted, but you're not attacking other queer people, then I'm fine with you because you're trying to be safe. But if you are closeted and you're doing this of, oh, they shouldn't be allowed to get married, or no, I will out you in a second, because you are the most disgusting excuse for our community.
I want to hit up because John was asking to chime in here. So, John, what are your thoughts?
Actually, I was gonna let y'all go because it's 11 o'clock for me. I gotta get to bed. So I will catch y'all later on this conversation. And to the guy in Russia, have a good night. And to the woman, have a good night too.
It's literally 7 in the morning for me.
Yeah, it's too late for Anka to have a good night.
Oh, okay.
John, well,
if you're open to Discord, I can give you my Discord. I think I did put in the chat. But yeah, if you want to send me a friend request, you can.
All right, I just got to figure out how to do all that stuff because I'm not computer literate on
and
anything.
First of all, thank you, John. I appreciate you being here. As a general statement, I will say, like, I've gotten a few comments. Like, I guess I need to set up a Discord.
Yes, you need. I was telling you it. Like
you were. So
okay. So I am gonna be honest with you both on this. Okay. So I am very tech savvy of computer. I am very tech savvy of things of iPad. But this is the one thing that I'm very embarrassed about. That I'm like, oh my God, I fit with the older generation on. I can't text with more than one finger. I cannot.
Oh, don't worry.
I can
Don't worry,
type
I still do it
perfectly
too.
on a computer. I can do softwares. I can do coding. I can know about AI, work with AI. I cannot text with more than one finger. I never learned the thumb thing. I never learned the thumb thing.
Do you have Facebook?
I do have a Facebook. If you want to.
Old people.
Okay. I got, on my Facebook, it'll be Jonathan Knowles.
You have
Okay.
multiple, by the way.
Yeah.
I think at this point I should just make a Skepticus Discord, and like people who want to join Discord gonna join, and Adam is gonna join, like, I don't know, in 10 years or so.
I like you make it sound like I can't turn my computer on, dude. Like,
I think you never turn it off. That's your secret.
You could make a Discord server, Adam, and I think it would really help you even more because Discord servers are very popular with the younger generation.
I don't, but I can. Or Anka, if you want to set one up too, I would not argue with that either. But it's honestly for me right now. I'm gonna sound like I'm trying to sound like I'm all important and so busy and shit. But you know, like I just haven't. It hasn't been on my priority list to.
Oh, John. I
Yeah.
forgot. I don't really use my Facebook anymore. Do you also have an Instagram?
He does not have Instagram. Last time that I checked.
Let's all just connect to in ICQ.
I have a Twitter.
I used to do ICQ.
I was gonna
I don't
say,
have an
Uncle's
ICQ account anymore.
calling me old, and he's gonna bring up ICQ. Like,
You. I used
I
to
don't,
do
even,
that one.
I don't even know what ICQ is.
I mean, should we send each other
great.
smoke signals, or
How my friend said the other night, pigeon technology.
I'm gonna get on my little tapper over here and do Morse code, and if anyone wants to listen to it, like you can answer me back, and
We can just have like two cups with a
I hope-
string
I hope this
between
isn't-
them, like it
I
will
hope this
work.
is an offensive question, John, but how old are you? Just curious.
I'm 49, fixing to be 50.
but he
Oh,
looks
okay.
about 72, so don't feel bad if you didn't
Right.
know how old he is.
Well, no, I mean, voice wise, I thought he was like in late 20s or early 30s, very country person.
I think he is
I'm
very country.
Yeah, no, I could definitely
country,
get
though?
a country personality
Tennessee.
and accent
That's a
from
state,
him.
Dad.
Tennessee in the United States. I'm above him.
I like Michael in the chat's talking about MySpace. That's perfect. We should all hook up on MySpace.
Oh, I have
Yeah.
not seen MySpace in a long time.
Like ICQ.
Thank you.
Oh
like
man! All right,
Let's
John.
just
Thank
all
you for
log
being
into
here.
World of Warcraft to talk.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna
Used to
do.
play that a long time ago.
Now he just plays Minecraft. So if you
Yeah.
want to join the Minecraft, you can. Although he does not do any servers. He doesn't even know how to do one. To be honest.
I
I am
don't do
ready.
Minecraft, but I do like Roblox. I am a huge FNAF fan. Like, I am super FNAF.
All right, guys. Here's what
That's
I'm
my
gonna do.
daughter.
it's getting late. I'm
Hey,
actually
I'm
going to
boyfriend
get.
that's that.
I'm actually going to get through a couple of comments. I haven't done a single comment tonight. So I'm not bitching about it. I'm just saying it's weird because like I literally have every time we've been like, oh, we should do some comments, and then more conversation goes on and more stuff goes on, which is great.
It's been
but-
great.
Yeah, exactly. So you guys hang out, and I'm gonna get through a few comments here before I close up shop for the night. So, in other words, I'm gonna do comments. Damn it, I'm gonna do them one way or another. Like you can't stop me, damn it.
Yeah, no, that's fine. John, I don't want to push this on you, but any chance would you be willing to get a Discord? Because I just do know that I do have a Facebook, but I don't really use it anymore. I mostly really go on my Instagram, my Twitter, and my Discord.
I can show him how to do it on Google.
My daughter can show me how to do all that.
That'd be great. Are you
I'm
the,
literally in the room with him right now.
are you the spouse of John?
No, she's my daughter. She's 14.
Oh,
13.
13.
She's
13. She's fixing to turn 14.
I'm sorry to
so
be a party
sorry that I
pooper, but
asked
can
if
you
were
guys
his spouse.
continue
Yeah,
in the
exactly.
chat?
We got like,
so Adam can go to his comments.
yes, we have a lot of chat going on here. So
I am so sorry that I asked if you were his spouse.
Oh, don't worry, it's fine.
It's my daughter.
My grandmother gets me and my mother's names mixed up a lot because
All right.
my mother's name is Holly. My name's
Guys.
Chloe.
I'm gonna
Yes.
you guys chat because you have the chat there, but I'm gonna mute you. Okay. So,
Okay.
but you have the chat there,
How do
so
you
I'm
do
not
that?
hanging up on you. But get in the chat there and like connect. So, all right. So here's what we're doing. I just wanted to get a few comments because fuck it, why not? I know Michael. Which, granted, I love that Michael's like great callers tonight. These were great callers tonight, but also earlier Michael was like, "Can we do some comments?" And I was like, "Yes, we can." And then we never got to any comments. So, like, one way or another, I'm gonna do some comments before I go to bed. Damn it! One way or another, you can't stop me. It's my show. Even if I have to hang up on everyone, I will do a fucking comment. Damn it! And you can't stop me. And now I'm confused because I'm looking at the call queue and there's two Fays in the call queue. One with a capital F, one with a lowercase f. I'm assuming, I don't know what Faye's doing.
They got on the computer. It's okay.
Okay, cool. Like, I don't want to ignore Faye. I mean, we've been talking to Faye all night, but, you know, it's okay. Anyway. I love secular scriptures. It says, "And dying, you were all so cute." That's great. Okay. Let's do a few comments here before we piece the fuck out of here. Where are we at? And I had this really, I had a whole lineup tonight of really crazy comments too, which is fine because we had better things to talk about. But we'll keep those in the queue for the next show. This person had replied to my Fenord video, and this is the real 10 Manel, I guess. I can answer one of the issues easily. The lineage of Jesus. One is for Joseph. One is for Joseph who adopted Jesus, aka Mary. I like they start this comment like they think that they are debunking something that I said in the video. Because I talked about the two different lineages of Jesus. And they're like, oh, I can solve that problem. Here, I can show you right now. One of these is the lineage of Joseph and one is the lineage of Mary. I fucking know that, you idiot. I had no doubt about that from day one. They don't even pay attention to the video because, first of all, I know that there are two lineages. Well, I don't think the gospel says that it traces through Mary and Joseph, but I think that the apologetic is that it traces through Mary and Joseph. The problem that they have with that he never even addresses in this comment, is that A, no lineage that goes through Joseph means a fucking thing. Because according to the Bible itself, Jesus had nothing to do with Joseph. Joseph was Jesus's stepdad. Joseph contributed literally no DNA to Jesus. Joseph had nothing to do with Mary, according to the gospel, getting pregnant with Jesus. So telling me that one of the lineages is the lineage of Joseph, fine, who cares? That has nothing to do with the lineage of Jesus, you fucking idiot. And then he brings up Mary, because the other lineage, the one that's given in Luke, is supposed to have been attributed to Mary. That was the apologetic that they put around it. But even that is deeply problematic because there is not a single instance anywhere in Hebrew history where they ever would have accepted the lineage of the woman, the mother, as being definitive for the lineage of someone's claim or right to some title. So if you said, oh, I know that I am the rightful heir to this land because here's the lineage of my mother, every Hebrew in ancient Israel would have laughed you out of the fucking Levant. They never would have paid a single bit of attention to you because they would have said, who cares? We don't care what the lineage is of your mother. That's not the way lineages work in a patriarchal society. And yet we have this dumbass who feels like he's going to correct me in showing like, oh, I can answer that one easily. Then he goes on to say, throwing out that answer because you need to know Hebrew culture is literally Fenording. Okay, sure. So is weaseling out of every legitimate answer by saying it's sometimes valid, but not for religion. For religion, it's always a Fenord, which sounds like a great little retort, except I never said that in the video. He's literally making up a complete straw man to just show all the reasons why I was supposedly so wrong in this video. That's a great comment. He says, but plenty of what you say is fair, but you are filled with the same ignorance you critique. I don't know if you have anxiety about it, but it really looks like projection. Do I look like I have anxiety? Do I come across at any level as though I suffer from anxiety? I mean, I'm not qualified to answer that question, but I've never been accused by anyone in my entire life of having anxiety about anything. I have numerous faults, numerous shortcomings, but anxiety has never really been one of them. And then he says, like ignoring the trains in Japan. We didn't talk about trains. YouTube won't like if I name the crime. It's similar to what the Pope covers up, just like the main crimes that everyone ignores in all of Europe to preserve your narrative. So I guess he's trying to claim that because I mentioned the fact that Japan is a largely non-theistic society. They have religion, but they are not largely non-theistic or atheistic in terms of their religions. And yet they don't have any real problem with societal or, overall legal problems in terms of endemic to society. I guess he thinks he's scoring points. And then he puts the cherry on the whole sundae by saying, same thing with including Darwin in defense of science. All but his initial observation has been proven false. Birds adapt slightly, then they change back. So clearly, this super winner of scientific knowledge doesn't believe that evolution actually exists, because according to him, everything that Darwin ever said, except for his initial observation, has been proven false. Never mind the fact that there are entire fields of science which are based upon his discoveries and continue to be based upon his discoveries. And yet, according to this brilliant individual, everything that he ever said, except for his one initial observation, has been proven to be false. This just shows us that if you are a fundamentalist, evangelical type, your idea of proof is whatever you have farted out this morning, because you have no more logical basis to ever declare something to be proven or disproven other than what you feel that your God-man preached to you tonight in your dream. So he closes it by saying, but the best lies have a tiny bit of truth. That's why cults are so bad, same as this video. It's funny because this video has actually been one of my better performing videos since I started the channel. And while it has gotten a ton of great feedback, of course, the amount of butt hurt that I get from certain Christians on this video is really funny, especially when you consider that this isn't attacking any particular religious view. It just is talking about how religion in general can be a handicap or a crutch when we're trying to think critically about things. But nevertheless, the real 10-man L or 10-man one thinks that the only thing that Darwin ever said that hasn't been disproven was his first initial observation. There is a special amount of ignorance that you really need to have to believe that. All right. Moving on. This next comment is tremendously critical. Just in case you guys think that I never give you comments that aren't very complimentary to me, this horrible person says, Skepticus is so handsome and smart. Oh, wait. I guess that's not very critical. But hey, I thought it'd be fun to highlight it in the live stream anyway. So clearly, in case you are wondering today, is Skepticus handsome and or smart? Now you know, because David Fogel, 4479, has confirmed that I am both handsome and smart. This is empirically proven according to the comments in my videos. So never let it be said that I am not a big fan of empirical knowledge. Okay, this one, I'm trying to do the ones here that I can get through faster because we're not going to do this for all night. But this one, I'll tell you, I have to tell you guys, the AI hatred thing has gotten weird. And I know that some of you guys don't even like it anymore when I mention AI. You don't like it when I ever use AI. I know some people would prefer that I never actually used any AI tool in my life, but it's gotten almost like a witch hunt at this point. And I bring this up because you'll see the comment that I'm putting here on screen. Forrest Taniguchi says AI, this is on the Fenord video. They say AI wrote this. I'm pretty sure a human being read it. But listen, I hate the writing style of AI. At least he goes off script in between reading AI slop. Perhaps this man is also AI. I actually had, I think the first time I got a comment like this was probably like a year ago, only a month or two after I started the channel. I would have every once in a while, somebody put a comment on my videos, would just say something like, this is AI. And I don't know what I can do, people. Like, yes, you guys know that sometimes I put AI images behind my narrative. And some of you don't like that. I get that. But it's one thing if you say that you don't like the AI images. It's entirely different if you just want to tell me that I am AI. Like, what? I don't know what more I can do. I mean, first of all, I don't think I'm a bad looking person, but I have never seen an AI avatar that looks like me. I've never even heard an AI avatar that sounds like me. But if you're going to watch, of course, on the live stream, I hope you know that I'm not AI. But if you're watching the pre-recorded videos and you don't know that I am not AI, then maybe you should stop bitching about AI. Because if you're looking at my face and hearing my voice and you are still asserting that I am AI, then clearly you don't really understand what you're doing. So, and you'll see here in the comments, I put I said, AI did not write this. I wrote this. I have told you guys before, on some videos, I use AI images behind me. I don't always, it depends on the video. Some videos, I've just used a plain black screen. But sometimes I use AI videos. I have never actually had AI write a script for me from scratch. I have a few times given it a list of like 2 or 3 pages of notes that I typed out and said, here, put this into a script. And then even when it makes the script, I have to read the script and I have to edit it and change it according to, make sure that it's accurate, make sure it's what I want to say. A lot of times it puts words in ways that I don't want to say them. So even in the places where I have leaned on AI the most, I have never just said, here, make me a script, and boom, I read the script. I just don't do that. But if you think I do that, I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. Like, hey, sure, I guess. At a certain point, it becomes kind of surreal. Because if I am standing in front of you on a street corner and you're going to look at me and say I'm AI, I don't know what else to do with that. And I think it's funny because if you see in the comments here, Dizzy Little Thing says, what are you talking about? People talk like ChatGPT because ChatGPT is specifically designed to make you feel like you're talking to a person. I love this response from them because even if I've asked ChatGPT, which I don't normally use ChatGPT even when I'm using AI, but even if they had written something for me, I mean, guess what they have trained all of their writing on? They've trained it on billions and trillions of bytes of data that was generated by humans. Part of the reason that these AI tools have become so ubiquitous and some would say problematic is because they are writing / talking to you in ways that feel natural to us. So the idea that you can listen to a video that I have recorded and then you can somehow magically suss out the pieces that are AI or not, quite frankly, is arrogant at best, and it's borderline delusional at worst. I mean, that's all you can say about it. I understand that there's this big witch hunt going on around AI. And believe it or not, even though I use AI for multiple things, I'm not trying to sound like I don't get it. I mean, I understand the concerns. But if you think that you are magically imbued with the ability to hear someone talking to you in a recorded video and you can discern the words that came from AI and the words that did not, you are just making shit up in your own head. Seriously. I mean, there are, having used AI now, not just for this channel, but for my job, for a couple of years, I can tell you there are some, therefore, I know that you came up with this via AI. You're making yourself sound like a fucking asshole when you say this shit because you don't know and you think that you are projecting this idea that you are somehow an authority on what words come from AI and which words don't. And stop it. Just stop it. Also, Michael, I want to mention, it's going to sound really old because this was like hours ago. I did see you would put something in the chat about email. And I've mentioned this in previous live streams before, but I think I don't know how many people remember this, but if you go to my channel, so I don't like sit here and put my email in the chat just because there are scrapers that come around and can scrape email addresses off the web. But you could do this with anyone who has a channel. I don't think most people know this. Also, I'll mention, Faye had mentioned earlier that they didn't know what Clockwork Orange is. And the header on my channel, that image, is a direct play on a Clockwork Orange. But anyway, if you go to any channel on YouTube, and you look at their description, and there will be a little link here that says more. Let me make this a little bigger so you guys can see it. So there's this link that says more. And when you click on it, you'll see here where it says view email address. And if you click that, then it exposes the email address. Now, that may sound like a stupid thing to have to go through. You can say, well, why don't you just put your email address in the comments? But the problem is, again, if you put it in the comments under a video, or if you put it in the comments of the chat or whatever, then there's a whole bunch of scrapers, web scrapers that can come by and just harvest these emails for the purpose of spam, which is why the convention is if you go to someone's YouTube page and you hit the more here on their description and you click on here and click on view email address, it will show you the email address. And I think there might be some channels that don't even have that option, but I have that option there in case anyone wants to reach me. And some of you have pinged me on stuff. Secular Scriptures has emailed me before, and I'm sure that they got the email from doing this same process. So I just want to let you know that I'm not sure if you were asking for yourself, Michael, or for someone else, but absolutely, you can hit me up there. Secular Scripture. This is great. I love this quote. I had to pull this up. I like the people complaining about books written before 2019 being AI. Like, no, that's the source material. That's hilarious. Because, yeah, in terms of public AI, I mean, I don't know when the first LLM was actually created. I'll have to look that up. But in terms of being publicly available, yeah, the first time that anyone ever had access to an AI was like 2019, 2020. So yeah, if you're telling us that something before 2019 was AI, like, no, that's just the source material. Oh yeah, so Secular Scriptures also says, yep, that's how I sent you a rant about Roman safety pins, which was a really great rant. I think I mentioned that in a follow-on live stream that I did too. That was a good email. I appreciated it. And maybe next week we'll have like a Discord, We'll see. All right. It's 11:50. Let's do one more. Let's figure out the last. We've done a grand total of like 3 comments through the night, but let's do one more. Oh, here's another one. These fuck nuts. I don't know. Some of these people, like, I don't think they're even thinking of this shit before they put these comments on here. But nevertheless, let's pull this one up. This is funny. Funny / sad / whatever. So this person, again, replying to the Fenord video, says, this content is like from 2014 or 2015. Christianity is rising, and finally, it's the dominant form of it, not the sedative one. It doesn't matter if you for yourself want to be an atheist or agnostic, but after the woke crash out, which is, no doubt, religious, you should understand that society needs it. We need Christianity. We need it so badly. It's essential. You can't erase it. If you take it away, people will search for something different like it, and this makes things just worse, as we could see. You're 10 years too late for content like this. LMAO. I thought that this comment was hilarious because the general vein that they are mining here is this idea that, oh, this is from 2014 to 2015, as though any critique on religious thinking is somehow just so 2014. Like, oh, that's what we did in 2014, bro. But now we don't critique religion anymore. Now we just know that religious thinking it's chez bona fide. It's just wonderful. It's the best thinking ever. You can never critique religious thinking anymore because 2014 and 2015 is past. So I guess now we're just supposed to accept all religious thinking as wisdom or something. I know where this sad mindset comes from. This person is essentially making this very lazy connection that I've seen a number of times across YouTube about new atheism. I think that they're putting me in this bucket of new atheism. Like, well, atheism was cool 15 years ago. 20 years ago that it was a fad, and now why am I still putting out content about atheism as though atheism just went away, as though atheism was like bell bottoms or just the latest fad. Like, well, that was cool back then, but now we've all moved on. I mean, and to be fair, some people have done that. Some people were atheists 20 years ago, and they have decided now that they are no longer, which is fine. Do whatever you want. But the idea that somehow atheism is just some relic of 2014 is so tiny minded. It's like your brain is just stuck in this tiny little box like this. Like, that's when atheism was. It was right then. And if you're not still in 2014, I guess we can't be atheists anymore. We can't critique religion or religious thought anymore. Because, bro, that was so 2014, so 2015. Like, why would you even question religion anymore? At this point, you should just accept everything from religion. Anyway, so that's the last comment we're going to go through for the night. I think we've had a good night. I'm going to flush the queue here. Anka, Faye, John, I have appreciated your participation this evening. It's been a really good hang. We didn't get through almost any of the comments from the previous week, but that's not a complaint because we had good conversation. We had all kinds of cool stuff going on. And, oh, thank you for this. Oh, I see the comment here. It says, I enjoyed my time here tonight. Subbed to the channel and looking forward to coming back. Thanks, Mods and Skepticus channel. So thank you very much. You've been very welcome, and we've enjoyed having you here. So thank you. We do this, as you guys know. I see a couple of you guys like immediately reconnected on the list. Probably your system reconnecting. So like I see Faye yeah, I have Faye like twice reconnecting, but that's okay. But we do this every Tuesday night, starting at 5 p.m. Central Time. If you are a subscriber to the channel, I normally try to put out a post reminding everyone during the day that, hey, the live streaming is coming up, like the one that we did here this afternoon where I just said, hey, this is the live stream coming up. And even if you're not a member of the channel, well, if you're a subscriber, you'll see those posts, hopefully. So come check us out every Tuesday. And I think that's all we have. I've enjoyed talking to everyone. Faye, I appreciate your time. I appreciate your heartfelt stories about the shitty conversion therapy stuff. Sorry you've had to deal with that. But we'll talk to everyone later. Have a good night, everyone. Wait, before I disconnect, we have, if anyone wanted to join not yet official Discord, I have this from Anka. It says fan ZD. I have to copy that. So let's see here. I said I was ending the stream, and now you sucked me back in. I thought I was out, and you sucked me back in. Let's see. Yeah, exactly. I can't get out. No, I can't kill the stream. I'm trying so hard. Okay, so this is. Where do I put this in? So I'm in Discord. Here we go. I'm in Discord. What do I search from? Can I do that? No. That doesn't work. How do I get to that? This is fan ZDSHNV. I'm so old. Like, I don't know how to do this shit. So I'm not going to add a server. If I do discover, how do I get there? Search. Try that. No, it doesn't work either. What if I do this? If I go to channels, but that channel's a long number, so this can't be right, can it? No, that doesn't work either. I'm so old. How does that work? Anka says Adam will join soon, but I don't know how to get to it. Like, how do I? Okay, you guys have to email me or something. Like, I'm like grandpa. What's that?
I've fucked around with Discord before.
I mean, I'm on I have a Discord account, but like, how do I find? He gave me the. He says if anyone want to join not yet official Discord, and it gives fan ZD. Anka, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
How do I get to this magical Discord?
I'm gonna put a link in the chat on Video Ninja, and you can just click on this link and join.
Okay,
Or
yeah.
for people-
Okay, do that,
for
and then
people-
I can put the link in the chat too.
Yeah,
okay, there we
yeah.
go. Okay, Discord GG. All right.
It's easier
so-
with the link for sure, but like for people like who want to join the other way, you just click on plus and then join the server and put this thing in.
Okay, and I think I can put these in the chat. There we go. If I accept that and go over
Skeptical's
here.
joined. Now I need to make roles and stuff and actually give you the ownership of the server.
Okay. Let's continue in browser. There we go. All right. Boom.
Hell yeah.
Yes. Today,
He's not old
Discord.
anymore.
Tomorrow, the world. We will conquer everything. I'm feeling power. I'm feeling like megalomaniacal. I'm feeling like we need to start preaching and oppressing people. That's what we need. How do we use this? Can I take donations on this and then start my own cult?
I think you can actually now. I think they added this thing
My wife's
in,
telling
so
me
you
to go
can-
to bed.
You can literally sell air on Discord, so yeah.
I mean, how do people virtually worship me on here? That's what I need. Because, you know.
We can talk about it later.
Yeah, exactly.
I will show you how to connect your YouTube channel to Discord
Okay.
as well, so you can have like member role for Discord, and
Cool.
they could have like a separate channel and stuff.
Awesome. All right. Well, then I feel like we are this close to world domination now. Like, it's almost there. I mean, because you realize the whole point of this
I
isn't
just
to.
got out of cold.
Well, the point of this is not to rail against Christianity, but ultimately the point is to replace Christianity with my own superior
better
cult-like
cult.
worship, right?
Right.
That's the only reason I'm doing this whole channel. It's like,
Yeah.
I love it. All right, thank you, brother. I appreciate it. I'm gonna get
no
out of here
problem.
and end the stream. But thank you so much for this. I'm gonna bookmark this and come back to this every 2.5 minutes.
2.5 years, more like it.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you being on the stream tonight.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye. All right, so we have a Discord now. Like, I feel like I'm an official, almost godlike figure now. I have a Discord,
Well, it's
so
not just a Discord. It was a Discord made by a member.
yes.
Like someone who follows you and enjoys watching and engaging with you. You didn't make the Discord.
Well, okay, but I'm still claiming it. Damn it,
No,
you
no,
know.
I'm saying that's an even bigger deal. Is that you didn't make it yourself. Someone else made it.
I agree. This is awesome. Okay, one more step to world domination. Michael, thank you for being with us tonight. Michael says, I just got out of a cult. I'm sorry, Michael, but you know, just when you think you got out of a cult, we're going to suck you back in. Oh, all right. I will see all you guys soon. I'm shutting down the Discord, damn it, because I have to go to sleep. So don't even try to keep me on. I'm shutting it off. You guys have a good night.